Chapter 1, The Door to the New World. Yugatim Leviosa, Yugatim Leviosa, Still not working. It seems that I can't master the wandless cast of the levitating curse before setting off, tonight. Practice in the illusion. In the elegantly decorated bedroom, the delicate boy was muttering words, his expression gradually becoming sad. At this moment, there was a pleasant female voice outside the house. "Hey! Zhang Hao, hurry up. We have to go to Gringa to change some Jin Jialong." Zhang Hao is the name of the boy. He said helplessly, "Good cousin. Wait another minute for me." 1 minute later, the cousin urged again, "Zhang Hao, come and eat. We really don't have time." Zhang Hao came out from the bedroom and said lazily, "I said cousin. You are not in a hurry to see your boyfriend, are you? I have to remind you that even if you are in a hurry, it is useless. Because the Hogwarts train does not because you drive 1 second early." Cousin said irritably, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend." "Oh." Zhang Hao dragged the long tone, as if he had discovered something, and said wisely, "Since you are not in a hurry to see your boyfriend, you must be shopping in a hurry, and then you want me to pay for it." As soon as he said this, the cousin who was picking up the tableware blushed immediately. She quibbled, "Nonsense! I just want to take you around London, after all, you have only come here soon." Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly, and did not continue to expose someone's shortcomings. He sat elegantly at the dining table and began to enjoy someone's dark dishes. While eating, the cousin suddenly said anxiously, "Zhang Hao, you are going to Hogwarts to learn magic, is your company taken care of?" "Don't go bankrupt, duck. Or just the clothes I like. I have no money to buy it." Zhang Hao weakly vomited, "Sure enough, you still remember my wallet. Don't worry. My company has top professional managers to take care of it, so I can make some money and I will never go bankrupt." Cousin said happily, "That's great. I heard that all your companies are built by yourself? You are only 11 years old. What a genius." Zhang Hao is a bit non-committal. He can achieve so many achievements at the age of 11, which is not something genius can do. At this point, Zhang Hao couldn't help but think of his bizarre experience. 11 years ago, Zhang Hao from another world came across to join an ordinary family in China in the 1980s. Coincidentally, this family also belongs to the Zhang family. More coincidentally, Zhang Hao's name has not changed. Who still has no regrets in life? I'm afraid no one dislikes rebirth. Zhang Hao is the same, rebirth is a surprise to him. But more surprisingly, he still has a golden finger. A mysterious illusion that can be opened at night. In this mysterious illusion, the flow of time is 100 times faster than reality, and 1 day can be used as 100 days. And in the mysterious illusion, you can do whatever you want and manifest everything. Reading, doing scientific research, practicing talent. With the help of the various functions of the mysterious illusion, Zhang Hao has learned and mastered more than 10 practical majors in literature, mathematics, music, painting, English, and programming in just 11 years. He has written theme songs for several TV dramas, and has written songs for more than a dozen popular movie stars, thus quickly completing the accumulation of original capital. Then, with his superb programming skills, he developed a series of internet gold-absorbing tools such as HQ social software, large-scale online game Legend, and the hottest terminal literature. Then, he integrated all of his industries to establish Rishan Group and became the richest man in China. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The media from all over the world called him a miracle boy on this day. Some people even predicted that he will definitely reach the top of the world in the future. But at the moment of much attention, a letter opened the door to a new world for him. Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Union of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, first-class magician of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Hao Zhang, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and equipment is attached. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Vice Principal, Female. When receiving this letter, Zhang Hao couldn't help but his eyes widened. What should I do if I have money? Of course I think of ways to live longer. I didn't spend the money until I died, so I'm so heartbroken. Zhang Hao, who has died once, has a deep understanding of this. But in this era, money can live long, but money can't live forever. Want to live forever? Have to rely on supernatural power. In this case, Hogwarts' invitation was simply dozing off and sending pillows. And learning magic is a new challenge for Zhang Hao, who is getting bored. He couldn't wait to find his family to share his joy, but he didn't expect his parents to be extra calm. That's it. Go to London to find your cousin Zhang Qiu, she is also studying at Hogwarts. That's right. The cousin in front is Zhang Qiu, the Chinese goddess in Harry Potter. Zhang Hao only discovered at that time that the family he was involved in seemed not simple. Chapter 2, Encounter Harry Potter. Anyway, Zhang Hao finally has a new pursuit. He came to London early and found his cousin Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu's parents are both wizards. It is said that he works in the English Ministry of Magic, but his monthly salary is not that much. A family of 3 lives in an ordinary apartment, and the conditions are neither good nor bad. Zhang Qiu's family treated Zhang Hao very well, but Zhang Hao was embarrassed to trouble them. So he bought a villa in the suburbs and hired some servants to take care of it. After settled down, Zhang Hao borrowed some magic books from Zhang Qiu and began to teach himself magic. Today, Zhang Hao has learned a few practical little magic with the help of the mysterious illusion. He doesn't have a magic wand, so he can only practice wandless casting. This is difficult, so more time is needed. Was in the bedroom before, he was trying the wandless cast of the floating spell. It's a pity, it seems to be almost meaningless. Zhang Hao. Hurry up and eat. Are my dishes delicious? Zhang Qiu didn't want to eat at all. It seemed that she was only cooking to make Zhang Hao give up breakfast. Zhang Hao has seen through this black-bellied cousin these days. How can Zhang Hao, who pursues the quality of life, bear this kind of grievance? He slowly said, "Cousin, your cooking skills are not flattering. Let me show you a hand." Zhang Qiu said with a dazed expression, "You still cook?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "What's so difficult about cooking?" "Wait." Zhang Qiu said quickly, "My dear cousin, let's go to Diagon Alley first. When we get there, can I treat you to a big meal?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and said, "If you say yes to invite me to a big meal, in fact, I still want me to pay. It's too bad." Careful thinking was revealed. Zhang Qiu said angrily, "Zhang Hao, you bastard, don't count on me to cover you at Hogwarts." Half an hour later, Zhang Qiu said pitifully, "Cousin, would you like to make some more? I still want to eat." Of course the skills that Zhang Hao learned include culinary skills. To be honest, his culinary skills at this time are absolutely comparable to those of a state banquet chef. Using cooking skills to conquer someone is simply a basic operation. But facing Zhang Qiu's request, Zhang Hao unceremoniously refused. He couldn't understand why the gentle, beautiful, and generous girl in the original book became so dark-bellied and funny in reality. At this point, he couldn't bear it. He pointed directly at the graceful waist and said, "I said, my dear cousin, you should be out of shape after eating. Now you should take me to Diagon Alley." Zhang Qiu's cheeks were said to be hot, but recalling the aftertaste in his mouth, he couldn't help but plead. The result is obvious. Zhang Hao, who is addicted to magic and cannot extricate himself from it, of course will not agree to any outrageous requirements. In the end, Zhang Qiu could only take resentment with Zhang Hao to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is the most prosperous commercial street in the wizarding world in the UK. Many first-line brand stores in the wizarding world have flagship stores here. It is hidden in a small patio behind the Broken Cauldron bar that cannot be seen by muggles in London. It can be accessed by hitting a specific wall tile next to the trash can with a magic wand. Obviously, a quasi-witch like Zhang Hao who doesn't even have a wand can't enter Diagon Alley without being led. Even veterans like Zhang Qiu seem to be a little blinded in front of this wall. She used the magic wand to click on the specific wall tiles in the order she remembered. But nothing happened. Zhang Hao's expression gradually became weird. He watched Zhang Qiu try again and again, and couldn't help saying, "I said cousin. Maybe you should find an acquaintance to help? There should be a senior you know in the Broken Cauldron bar." Zhang Qiu licked his bangs, read www.yunjia.com and said with a slight embarrassment, "No, I just have to try again. Trust me." Zhang Hao helplessly spread his hands and let Zhang Qiu perform. He was a little skeptical. Aren't Ravenclaw students all academic masters? Why is my cousin so inferior? At this time, someone came to the small patio again. Zhang Hao turned around and saw a strong man taller than the NBA giant was pulling a thin boy into the door. These two are Harry Potter and Hagrid. Harry was obviously here for the first time, and seemed to be curious about everything. Hagrid obviously did not expect someone to be blocked here. He said kindly, "Hey! Children, are you having any difficulties?" Zhang Hao said in fluent English, "Yes sir, we are blocked by this wall. Can you help us?" Was also an 11-year-old boy. Harry looked restrained, but Zhang Hao looked very angry. The wealth of an incomparable country, rich survival skills, and complicated life experiences, all these hybrids together give Zhang Hao an unparalleled aura. Although he was asking, he felt like he had to obey. Harry was only in contact with Zhang Hao for the first time, and he gave birth to an inexplicable inferiority complex from the bottom of his heart. He stared directly at Zhang Hao, with a sense of worship in his eyes. Even Hagrid was slightly gagged. He said hurriedly, "Oh. No problem, just leave this to me." With the presence of outsiders, Zhang Qiu suddenly seemed to have changed herself. She immediately gave up the unnecessary attempt, and the lady said, "I'm sorry. I forgot how to open the door." Hagrid smiled honestly, This is normal. This door is really troublesome. It will be fine if you visit it a few more times. Let me come this time." Chapter 3, I Trade 1 Billion Gold Gallons. With the old driver Hager leading the way, Zhang Hao finally entered Diagon Alley smoothly. It just so happened that Harry was going to Gringotts to withdraw money, and a few of them went together. Glinge is a towering white building. The first door is a bronze door shining with heavy metal luster. At the door stands a fairy guard wearing a scarlet and gold uniform. These fairy guards are also powerful magicians, but in Zhang Hao's view, their symbolic meaning is only likely to be greater than the actual meaning. Otherwise, no one would break in and steal things. The second door of Gillen Pavilion is made of mithril, and the following words are engraved on the door. "Strangers, please come in, but you have to be careful what it will end up with: insatiable greed. Blindly ask for it, and get it for nothing will be punished the most severe. So if you want to take away a piece of wealth that does not belong to you from our underground vault, thief, you have been warned. Be careful not to invite treasure, but evil." Although there is a big grammatical difference between Chinese and English, no matter how Zhang Hao translates, he feels that these words are very awkward. He couldn't help but spit out in his heart, "It's no wonder that the fairy uprising will fail, and even this level of education doesn't allow them to succeed." Entered this second door, and you saw the wide and bright hall. About 100 or so fairies sit behind a long counter and work. Some use a quill to register on a heavy account book, some use a balance to weigh coins, and some use eyepieces to detect gems. In short, everything the fairies do is related to wealth. Zhang Hao only glanced a few times before taking away his gaze. At the same time, he also walked to the main counter directly above him. The fairies behind the counter have been focusing on their work, and they didn't feel that there were too many people in front of them. Hagrid coughed and said to a goblin who didn't seem too busy, "Good morning. We need to get some money from Harry Potter's safe." The goblin raised his head, looked at Hagrid and Harry for a moment, and then said blankly, "Do you have the key?" "Sir." Hagrid hurriedly searched around, searching for a long time before finding the key to the Potter's vault. At this time, Zhang Hao also aroused the attention of another fairy. The fairy glanced at Zhang Hao, and asked seriously, "Hello. Digoler is here for you. Do you need any help?" Zhang Hao nodded and said, "I want to open a personal account. Also, what is the exchange rate between RMB and Jin Jialong?" The goblin named Digerl murmured, "A gold gallon can be exchanged for 70 RMB. Do you need to exchange it?" "Sir? If you want to open an account, please provide your personal information." Zhang Hao took out the admission notice from Hogwarts, and asked with a smile, "If you want to replace all the Gringotts, how much RMB does it cost?" Digoler thought Zhang Hao was joking, and said impatiently, "Sir, time is money, please take the problem seriously. I want to tell you that no one can exchange all Gringotts Jin Jialong. That is your life. Unimaginable wealth." "Really?" Zhang Hao said solemnly, "That would be great. Could you help me exchange 1 billion gold gallons? 1 billion gold gallons is approximately equal to 70 billion RMB. Zhang Hao's property in the bank is about that much, and this number increases every year. No matter how he spends it, the money is increasing. But he clearly knows that what the bank records is only numbers, and gold is the most stable currency. Whether it is RMB or US dollar, the paper currency will depreciate over time. Only the gold in your hand will not be frozen by people, and it can be consumed anywhere in the world." Zhang Hao even planned, reading www. When yuganshu.com waited for him to perfectly release the unmarked stretching curse, he made a super large storage space, and then took all his wealth with him. The others didn't know Zhang Hao's plan, they had already opened their mouths at the moment. 1 billion golden gallons, this number left their brains blank. Zhang Qiu knew that Zhang Hao was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. She couldn't help asking, "Gosh! My cousin, are you crazy? Are you serious?" Harry looked up at Hagrid and asked blankly, "How much is a billion gallons in pounds?" Hagrid said at a loss, "Oh. I don't know much about Muggle's algorithm. I don't know how much the other billion is. Maybe you can ask Dumbledore." The fairies behind the counter were also stunned, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by Zhang Hao. They are naturally obsessed with all kinds of wealth and are very sensitive to astronomical figures. So although they seemed to be busy with each other, they immediately turned their heads when they heard the 5 words of billion Jinjialong. Digoler stood up for the first time. He looked down at Zhang Hao from above, and asked seriously, 1 billion gold gallons is equivalent to 70 billion RMB, and it takes more than 5 billion to convert into British pounds. May I really want to exchange it? Do you have enough money? Sir. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao, and their eyes were suspicious. If he can't produce proof of property, then everything that happens here will become a farce. At that time, the headline of the Daily Prophet of tomorrow may have this text. A certain Hogwarts freshman is sensational, threatening to exchange billions of gold gallons. Zhang Hao didn't care about the eyes of others, he took out a business card indifferently, and handed it to Digoler behind the counter. Then calmly said, "You must have a way to verify my identity, please do it as soon as possible." Chapter 4, In front of money, the fairies should bow their heads. Although there is a clear gap between the wizarding world and the Muggle world, the two are not completely connected. Many families of pure-blood wizards have a large number of businesses in the Muggle world, and some of these families will even do business and make money like ordinary people. Zhang Hao secretly guessed that the fairies must also have agents in the Muggle world, otherwise they would not be able to carry out some tedious financial operations. De Gaulle took the business card and called another fairy to verify the information, and he himself helped Zhang Hao handle the account opening business. It is easy to open an account at Gringotts. As long as you have the admission notice from Hogwarts, you can simply open a low-level account. But if you want to own a private vault in Gringotts, you need a certain amount of wealth. It seems that Gringotts' information acquisition system needs improvement. Until Zhang Hao successfully opened an account, the fairy who went to verify the information did not return. And Harry and Hagrid have achieved the purpose of this trip under the leadership of the goblin. Zhang Hao glanced at Hagrid. He knew that in the pocket on Hagrid's chest, the only magic stone in the world was at this moment. He is very interested in the Philosopher's Stone, but he obviously can't touch the magical stone now. Hagrid also noticed Zhang Hao's gaze. For some reason, he instinctively grew vigilant. But he really couldn't find a reason to be vigilant, so he smiled and asked, "Oh, your business hasn't been finished yet? Do you want us to wait for you?" "Sir, no need." Zhang Hao shook his head politely, and smiled, "Mr. Hager, if you have other things, you can do it first." Although Zhang Hao was young, he gave orders to many adults for many years, and his body was full of a strong atmosphere of superiors, which made Hagrid very uncomfortable. In the past days, he had only experienced this trait in Dumbledore. But Dumbledore's temperament is more friendly, far less oppressive than Zhang Hao. Hagrid said cautiously, "I'm sorry, sir." "Harry, can you say goodbye to this gentleman?" Harry said hurriedly, "Oh. Yes, goodbye. 2. Maybe it's not enough age." Harry, who should have fallen in love with Zhang Qiu at first sight, didn't have any special reaction at this moment. Zhang Hao has to say here, his cousin is much more beautiful than in the movie. Maybe she is closer to the original work like this. Was thinking about all sorts of things, the fairy who went to verify the news finally returned. He shouted from a distance, "Oh! Don't go! De Gaulle, stop them! 2 gentlemen, please don't leave, please!" De Gaulle quickly stopped Hagrid and Harry. Hagrid and Harry looked at each other, completely wondering what the fairies were up to. At this time they had no choice but to stop obediently. Because of the Gringotts' security, they have surrounded this place. Seeing this, the fairy said in amazement, "Oh! Go away! Go away! Don't disturb the distinguished guests." Harry thought that the distinguished guest the goblin was talking about was himself. After all, the many wizards along the way saluted him, which gave him some bad illusions. He even guessed that the goblin might run over to salute him, just like the wizards he met on the road. But in fact, the goblin ignored him, and went straight to de Gaulle. The fairy looked very nervous. While looking at Zhang Hao, he whispered beside de Gaulle. Was just a few words, and the latter changed his face. Harry had a bad foreboding that the reason these goblins would be so nervous was probably because of the boy who was as dazzling as the sun. "Oh my God! Is he a child of God?" Harry couldn't help but mumble. De Gaulle looked respectful after hearing what his colleagues said. He solemnly said, "Dear Mr. Hao Zhang, please forgive me for my previous impoliteness. Your wealth is amazing. Your ability to create wealth is like a miracle. Your legendary life cannot be copied by anyone. I believe, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The wizarding world has you, and there will be unimaginable changes." Zhang Hao showed a slight smile. No matter how humble he was, he had to admit that the wealth he created couldn't be taken lightly even as a fairy. He shook his head and said, "Time is money, please don't waste my time. My request, can you Gringotts do it?" The same words were sent back. De Gaulle couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He gave a dry cough and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Your request is of great importance. This is not something I can decide. I will report your redemption application to my superior. If you are not in a hurry, you can enjoy some dessert here. Waiting here? Zhang Hao frowned and waved his hand. Forget it. My time is precious. Give me 10 million gold gallons first and put it in my vault. For subsequent exchanges, you can talk to me when you are ready. Only then did he remember that the pocket vault he planned did not even have a shadow, and now even if it was replaced by 800 million gold gallons, it is still in the vault of Gringotts. This is no different from before, so why not change it? De Gaulle was also relieved when he heard that his family knew what was going on. Although there are many Jin Jialongs in Gringotts, many of them are stored in the customers' vaults. These Jin Jialongs cannot be used casually. So mobilizing 1 billion gold gallons in a hurry is also a difficult task for Gringotts. Zhang Hao lowered his request, which is really good news for de Gaulle. He quickly said, "Oh, dear sir, there is no problem at all. Don't worry, I will arrange for you the safest vault." Chapter 5, ISN and number 039, Tea making money just for spending? Zhang Hao came to Guilin Pavilion empty-handed, but when he left, he had a bag of Jin Jialong and a golden key on his body. At this time, Hagrid suddenly said, "I would take the liberty to ask, why didn't your parents come with you? Although Diagon Alley is safer, you should still be under the supervision of an adult at your age." Zhang Hao said calmly, "My parents have long ignored me. They prefer to travel to various places to enjoy instead of arranging these trivial matters for me." Hagrid heard this and couldn't help but think of his own experience. He thought of his mother cruelly abandoning him, and his eyes became sour instantly. Maybe he should sympathize with Zhang Hao, but he feels inexplicably that Zhang Hao enjoys such an uncontrolled life. Words of sympathy couldn't be said. Hagrid opened his mouth, and finally just patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Compared with Hagrid, Harry admired Zhang Hao very much. He has always longed for family affection, but the Dursley family would never satisfy his humble desire. Zhang Qiu, who has been silent in front of outsiders, pulled Zhang Hao's sleeves, pointed to the shop beside him, and said, "Ms. Morkan's robe shop is here, let's make clothes first." Maybe Hagrid was a little uncomfortable by sitting on the stroller in Gringotts before. He said stiffly, "Oh, I want to have a drink at the Broken Cauldron Bar, Miss Qiu, can I ask you to take care of Harry for me?" Zhang Qiu finally smiled and said, "Okay. Mr. Hagrid." Harry had a feeling of being abandoned, but he had no time to object at this moment. Can only follow Zhang Qiu into Mrs. Morkan's robe shop. Mrs. Morkan is a short and chubby witch. She has a lovely smile. Before everyone speaks, she said, "Are you going to buy Hogwarts uniforms? How many?" There is a young man trying on clothes in the shop. The young man has silver hair and looks very handsome. Zhang Hao can recognize at a glance, he is Harry's rival Draco Malfoy in the original book. At this moment, another witch is taking a pin to pack his robe. "Hello." Malfoy saw someone coming in and said with a sense of superiority, "Are you going to school at Hogwarts?" "I'm from a pure-blooded family, how about you?" Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu ignored Malfoy, and Harry asked stupidly, "Pure blood? What is pure blood?" "Oh, you don't even know about pure blood?" Malfoy frowned, "Only when parents are wizards, the children born will have noble blood." "Don't tell me, your parents are not wizards." Harry didn't understand what these words meant. He said quickly, "Of course. I mean, of course my parents are wizards." The two chatted and gradually brought the topic to some common sense in the magical world. Harry didn't understand anything, almost all the answers were yes, no, don't know, This kind of scene made Zhang Hao feel that Malfoy was playing the piano against the cow. He was laughing secretly, but he heard Mrs. Morkan say, "Oh, handsome guy, come and try your robe." Zhang Hao was at the mercy of Mrs. Morkan, and soon he was put on a loose robe. He has jet black hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and his eyes are like black gems. The face looks delicate and tough, with a unique temperament, the whole person exudes an indescribable charm. Even an ordinary standard gown is as dazzling as a dress when worn on him. Mrs. Morgan couldn't help but praised, "Oh my God! I have seen so many children, and you are the most handsome." "Hey! Mr. Malfoy, I just said that you are the most handsome. Forgive me." Tisk tisk. "Little guy, you will surely fascinate a lot of little girls when you get to Hogwarts. You must hold on to it." Zhang Hao glanced at Malfoy subconsciously, wondering if it was an illusion. He felt that Malfoy's nose seemed to be crooked a bit, and he didn't know if it was angry. Harry was dissatisfied with Malfoy. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and listen to what Mrs. Morgan said, and he immediately laughed. Malfoy said viciously, "I remember you. Don't let me run into you at Hogwarts." Seeing Malfoy slammed the door away, Zhang Qiu said to Zhang Hao angrily, "Look at what you did. Before entering school, I provoke such an opponent. I'm so handsome, blame me." Zhang Hao felt that he was more wronged than Doi. He didn't do anything during the whole process. Outside Mrs. Morgan's robe shop, Hagrid knocked on the window while holding a few ice creams. It just so happened that the three of them had all ordered their robes, and they went out to meet Hagrid together. The big guy actually bought ice cream for everyone on the grounds that he wasn't feeling well. Zhang Hao has to admit that there are not many people with such a simple and kind head portrait this year. An ice cream is nothing, but Zhang Hao still solemnly accepted it, and sincerely said thank you. "Oh, you're welcome." Hagrid said honestly, "I don't know your taste, as long as you like it." Next, everyone almost wandered across Diagon Alley. Zhang Hao and Harry bought all the necessary items except the magic wand. Zhang Hao is wealthy, almost all equipment is of the highest specification. After this period of communication, the relationship between several people has improved a lot. Harry saw Zhang Hao spending money lavishly, and said, "How? We are just first-year freshmen, don't you need to be so wasteful?" Zhang Hao said disapprovingly, "Isn't making money just to spend? If you can't spend your money until you die, then you should be heartbroken." Zhang Qiu heard the words, and said shyly, "Cousin, since you are afraid that you will not be able to spend all your money, would your cousin help you share it?" Chapter 6, I Want to Own a Phoenix. Zhang Hao has a deep understanding of Zhang Qiu's shamelessness. But it was the first time Hagrid and Harry had seen this. They looked at Zhang Qiu dumbfounded. They didn't expect this good girl to say such shameless words. Zhang Hao gave Zhang Qiu a blank look, and vomited, "Aren't you doing this all the time?" "Ma'am." Zhang Qiu said cautiously, "I seem to be able to do better." Everyone is speechless, feeling that their three views are broken. Fortunately, this embarrassment did not last long, because Ollivander's wand shop was close at hand. Hagrid smiled and said, "You go in. I'll buy a birthday present for Harry. How about an animal? Toad is great, but Toad was out of fashion many years ago." "Oh. I'm not afraid of your jokes, I like cats because they always make me sneeze. Owls are better. They can deliver letters and packages for you," he said as he walked. Seeing Zhang Hao about to enter the magic wand shop, he suddenly asked awkwardly, "How, when is your birthday? Do you want me to bring you a gift too?" "No. Hagrid." Zhang Hao said with a smile, "My birthday is in November, and it's still early." Hagrid nodded and said, "Okay. What kind of birthday gift do you like? Tell me, I can prepare it in advance." Zhang Hao thought for a while, and said expectantly, "It would be great if I could have a phoenix. If you encounter ownerless phoenix, you must help me pay attention, even if you have any news. As for now, you still help me bring one. Just an owl." Phoenix is the most common undead creature in this world. It is not a dark undead creature that makes people afraid, but a pure natural undead creature. But the commonness of phoenix is only relatively speaking, at least its commonness has not been seen everywhere. In Zhang Hao's memory, only fox appeared in the Harry Potter series. But throughout the whole series of Harry Potter, whether it is books or movies, no one says that there is only one phoenix in this world. So if you look for it carefully, you may not find a phoenix other than fox. Hagrid knew a lot about magical creatures, and Zhang Hao guessed that he should have relevant clues. And the fact is true, Hagrid was surprised. Phoenix? This is a bit difficult. Dumbledore has a phoenix, besides I have not heard of anyone who has a living phoenix. I heard about it earlier, someone sells phoenix eggs in the back alley, but they were bought when I went to find them. I will help you stare, but you have to be mentally prepared. Even if you find a phoenix, you may not be able to tame it. Creatures like phoenix, oh! They are so arrogant. Zhang Qiu put his bare hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder gently, and persuaded, my good cousin, you are difficult for a strong man. A phoenix is a rare creature than a dragon, and Hagrid can't find it. Harry asked dumbfounded, dragon? And phoenix? Do these legendary creatures really exist? Oh! Of course. If you see them, you will love them. Hagrid smiled kindly at Harry and said with emotion, I have always longed for a dragon, so I understand that Hao wants to have a phoenix. Mood. Okay. It's late, you guys go in. Hagrid turned around and walked towards the pet store, while Zhang Hao walked towards the Ollivander wand shop. Ollivander's wand shop is small and broken, and even the golden sign on the door has peeled off. Fortunately, the words on it can still be seen clearly. Ollivander, the character, was a well-made wand in 382 BC. When Zhang Hao pushed the door, a jingle bell rang somewhere behind the shop hall. Obviously, there are some exquisite magic organs in this store, which can let the busy owner know that there are customers. Only a magic wand is displayed in the dusty window of the counter, lying alone on the purple cushion. The other wands are all packed in long and narrow boxes. Zhang Hao has a feeling of being watched, as if there are countless pairs of eyes staring at him. He couldn't help thinking, perhaps Ollivander is right. It is not unreasonable for the wand to choose the wizard. Good afternoon. A soft voice interrupted Zhang Hao's thoughts, and then there was a sound of pulley rubbing. Zhang Hao followed the voice and saw an old man with silver hair standing on a sliding ladder. The sound of the pulley rubbing just now is caused by the ladder moving from far to near. The old man slowly got down from the ladder and took a look at everyone. When he saw Harry, his eyes suddenly widened. Hello? Harry said cautiously. Oh. Yes, the old man said relieved, yes. That's right. I know I will see you soon, Harry Potter. This is not a problem. Your eyes are the same as your mother's, when she arrived here to buy her first wand, it's just like yesterday. Ollivander talked about it for a long time, and finally began to choose the wand for Harry. Like the original, Harry picked, and finally chose the East Greenwood and Phoenix Tail Feather wand. In other words, he had a deeper connection with Voldemort. At this time, Ollivander noticed Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu. Chapter 7, Have you heard of Kylan Heartstring Core? Oh! Another wizard from the East. Ollivander's silver-grey eyes looked at Zhang Hao, then at Zhang Qiu, and said softly, Little girl. I remember you, at this time last year, you bought your own magic wand here. Inches, oak heart, unicorn hair core, moderate hardness. Am I right? I can't remember wrong. Zhang Qiu was not comfortable with Ollivander's attention. She smiled reluctantly and said, Mr. Ollivander, you remember that is pretty good. But can you help my cousin choose the wand first? Ollivander nodded and said, Of course, this is not a problem. So, young children, are you used to using your right hand or your left hand? Zhang Hao stretched out his left hand and said, It's this hand. Sir. Ollivander seemed to be suspicious of looking at the hand-picked wand. He stared at Zhang Hao's palm for a moment, and then began to take out the tape measure to measure the size. I see. This yellow sandalwood wand is probably suitable, 11 inches, with the dragon heart tendon core. It has a very powerful force. Give it a try. While muttering to himself, the old man took out the wand from the shelf and solemnly placed it in Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao tried to wave it, and a flame suddenly appeared from the tip of the stick. The flames almost reached the ceiling. Fortunately there is a magic wand for protection, otherwise a fire would have to be caused. Harry and Zhang Chu were so frightened that they backed up several steps in a row to hold on. Harry was a little surprised. Although he was very exciting when he tried the wand, he was far from such a big momentum. Ollivander seemed to be incomprehensible to this scene. He was taken aback for a moment before he took the magic wand back from Zhang Hao's hand. Just listen to him praise, you have such a powerful magic power at this age, your blood is definitely not ordinary. Let me think, need balance. As he talked, he took out another magic wand, and smiled, 10-inch red jujube wood, phoenix feather core, although not the strongest, it must be very suitable for you. However, this time the flames are not inferior to the previous ones. Everyone vaguely saw a phoenix from the flames, which seemed to express some kind of omen. Zhang Hao was a little speechless. Lao Ao's vision was still so unreliable. Next, Lao Ao tried many combinations. Red sandalwood, yew, yellow rosewood, ebony. The old man was even a little mad, and many magic wands were rejected before they were handed over to Zhang Hao. Finally, he scratched his hair and said, "How can this be? Why is your magic power so powerful? This is not the magic power a child should have. You are like an adult soul living in your body." As soon as he said this, Zhang Hao was shocked. He didn't expect Ollivander to see through the truth. Fortunately, Ollivander did not delve into this issue, he just nagged, and went on searching for the wand. In the corner, a box of exceptional length was taken out by Ollivander. He said with a dazed expression, "Mr. Dongfang, Mr. Hao, you have an indissoluble bond with this magic wand. Do you know? This magic wand is made of golden nanmu, which is a kind of wood that has almost disappeared. This kind of wood it is warm, soft, and exudes a charming fragrance. There are only a few hard parts of a whole tree that can be used to make magic wands. Oh! Because of this, I don't have many golden nanmu wands here. Let's talk about the wand core. The core of this wand is even rarer. It also comes from the east, and it is called Kailan, the heartstrings of magical creatures. There is a proverb in the east, cows give birth to Kailan, sows give birth to elephants, what else is there? A mule gives birth to 4 different images. I have to say, there is a magical country in the east." Zhang Chu swallowed hard, and asked in a low voice, "Cousin, have you heard that proverb?" "I seem to have never heard it." Zhang Hao said indifferently, "A cow gives birth to a unicorn and a pig, and a mule gives birth to a quadruple. Cross-species reproduction, UU reading www.uuganshu.com is really amazing. I used to think these are just legends, but now it seems that unicorns are not like cis. It may belong to a magical creature." Speaking of this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but think of the basilisk in the Hogwarts chamber. It is said that the original basilisk was bred by toad hatching male eggs. It sounds more ridiculous than 1001 Nights. But the magical world is nothing strange. Since I was born in this world, I can only accept these realities. At this time, Ollivander had recovered from his trance. He took out a 15-inch wand from the long box. This magic wand is shining brightly and looks full of extravagance. It can be seen from the exterior decoration and carvings that the people who made it are very careful, not insulting the precious wood at all. "Sir, try it. If it doesn't work, then there is no magic wand for you." Ollivander is still full of expectations, but Zhang Hao can see that he is still a little uneasy. This master who has been dedicated to making magic wands for many years is most afraid of not being able to provide customers with perfect wands. Zhang Hao took the magic wand silently, a breeze broke out in the shop, and then everything was calm. Ollivander was taken aback, frowned and said, "How does it feel? Maybe we can try another one." Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "No need. Mr. Ollivander, this magic wand suits me very well. Restore as before." Following the simple spells he blurted out, the wands scattered on the ground, counters, and tables were all automatically boxed and returned to their original positions. "Oh! I can't believe you are only 11 years old, terrible magic talent!" Ollivander exclaimed again. But Zhang Qiu and Harry opened their mouths wide and turned into salted fish that even 666 had forgotten to shout. Chapter 8, Put Magic and Technology in One Game and One Game? Until they left Ollivander's wand shop, Zhang Qiu and Harry's faces were still a little dull. "My cousin, are you the reincarnation of Merlin? I don't remember teaching you magic." Harry asked blankly, "Merlin? Is that Merlin in King Arthur? Is he a real person?" "Of course." Zhang Qiu said softly, "In the history of magic, Merlin is the one who created magic. Some people say that he has a demon bloodline, and no one knows whether this is true. But he created magic, this is an accepted fact." Harry helped his glasses and said suspiciously, "How? Are you really the reincarnation of Merlin?" "Why?" Zhang Hao said jokingly, "I think even if Merlin really wants to be reincarnated, he won't go so far to go to Huaxia." That said. Harry nodded seriously. "Harry." At this moment, Hagrid also walked towards him with 2 cages. Both cages are filled with owls, one white and the other silver-grey. They look very energetic. Hagrid handed Harry the white owl and the silver-grey owl to Zhang Hao. Then he said happily, "You have to treat them well, they are smart and loyal, and they can be useful at critical moments." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Don't worry, Hagrid." He took out a handful of Jin Jialong and handed it to Hagrid. Hagrid said unhappily, "What are you doing? Put it away." Zhang Hao insisted, "Hagrid, I know your salary is not high, please don't refuse. Next, you will help me find Phoenix, part of which is for the activity funds." Hagrid repeatedly declined, and finally accepted the Jin Jialong. "Harry, don't you want to learn from Mr. Hao? After all, you don't need Phoenix, right?" Harry was hesitant to follow suit, but Hagrid issued a warning first. He can only nod his head and reluctantly give up the plan. It's getting late, the goals of the 4 people's trip have been achieved, and it's time to say goodbye. When they parted, Harry was a little bit sad. In the past days, he has never communicated so easily with anyone. He simply thought, maybe this is the beginning of friendship. Compared with that, Zhang Hao is like a cold stone, only to say goodbye softly before disappearing into the crowd. On September 1st, Hogwarts finally started school. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu rushed to King's Cross Station in a Rolls-Royce driven by bodyguards. Because the bodyguard is an ordinary person, the siblings did not talk about the wizarding world. The atmosphere in the car was a little dull, and Zhang Hao simply took out theory of magic to study. During this time, he has been practicing spells in the mysterious fantasy realm. Compared with more than a month ago, he has learned 2 more magics. In addition, he has also learned all the textbooks by heart. And because of the need for in-depth understanding of theory of magic, he often used it to confirm it. The fast-paced living habits developed in the previous life almost imprinted deep in his soul, so in this life, Zhang Hao could barely live for a moment. If not, even if there is a mysterious illusion, he may not be able to achieve such a big achievement. To this day, on the utilization of fragmented time, I am afraid that no one in this world can compare with him. The bodyguard saw Zhang Hao reading a book, so he slowed down. Even so, they didn't take much time to reach King's Cross Station. "Boss! Are you sure you really don't need my protection? The bodyguard was loyal, and once again sent out a concerned question. No need. Zhang Hao smiled, the school I'm going to is very safe. You can't go there. Go back. The bodyguard had no choice but to leave in a Rolls-Royce alone. Zhang Hao followed Zhang Qiu to platform 9 3/4 and successfully saw the Hogwarts Express train. It seems that they came a little earlier, there are only a few people in the station, and it looks very deserted. Zhang Qiu complained, my cousin. Are you so anxious to pull me here to let me sit on the cold bench with you? Look, you don't know anyone. The Hogwarts Express usually departs at 11 o'clock, and it's only a little past 9 o'clock. It's really early. Zhang Hao looked behind him and murmured, I just want to study the space shuttle of the magical world. I crossed a wall, and we arrived at another coordinate. What kind of magic is this? Phantom shifting. Is it a flow fan? Or is it a door key? Zhang Qiu widened his eyes and said, my dear cousin, don't you think? Zhang Hao turned around and said expectantly, yes. I just want to use this technology in the world of ordinary people. Think about it, if there is this technology, do we need planes and trains? What a huge profit this is! What? In fact, Zhang Hao is not only learning magic for longevity, but also wants to see what kind of chemical reaction will be produced by the combination of magic and technology. From ancient times to the present, a single development system will eventually decline. Only when various development systems are combined to form a mellow ecosystem will it last forever. Although there are still clear boundaries between the magical world and the Muggle world, with the development of technology, Muggles may not use the power of technology to discover the magical world. At that time, it is hard to say whether it is a war or a peace. With Zhang Hao's current status, he naturally does not want war to break out. He is a vested interest, and it is easier to achieve certain goals in a stable environment. Therefore, he wants to combine magic and technology as soon as possible, so that the two sides can accept each other imperceptibly. Only in this way can some contradictions be resolved safely. Now the people in power in the magical world have not realized this, it is obviously impossible to count on them. The current world of magic and Muggle is not smooth enough. Zhang Hao thought to himself, if necessary, maybe you can be a guest behind the scenes and put magic and technology together? Yes. Just do it. Zhang Qiu didn't realize at all that someone next to her already had the potential for blackening. Oh no. She patted her forehead, and said in disbelief, I thought you were just planning to use this kind of magic in your own home. I didn't expect your idea to be bolder. I have to tell you that this is not practical at all. You will not be allowed to show magic in front of ordinary people, so let's dispel this idea. Really? Zhang Hao, considering his own strength is not allowed to wave casually, pretended to pretend, then can't I give up this plan? Zhang Qiu heard the words and said happily, this is pretty much the same. Don't get into trouble, you must be good. Chapter 9, Daphne Greengrass. After reaching a consensus, the two siblings boarded the train together. Because the upper and lower grades belong to different compartments, and Zhang Qiu met classmates, the two brothers and sisters can only be separated. Not only did Zhang Hao not lose sight of this, he felt extremely relaxed. Recently, my cousin often arranges for him to do this and that, and also helps him to dress up his image, which has a tendency to be controlled by the younger brother. This feeling made him very stressed. In order to get rid of his cousin's claws, he became a lot colder. You must know that before this, he was a refined and mature boy. Outside the train, there are more and more little wizards. It may not be long before they fill up the carriages. Zhang Hao walked around in the freshman carriage alone, and chose a place with better light to read under his seat. Hello? Can I sit here? The door of the box was opened, and a blonde girl stood in the doorway with curiosity and expectation in her eyes. Those azure blue eyes are as intoxicating as gems. At this age, Almost all European girls will have freckles on their faces, and this blonde girl is no exception. But if you don't look at the freckles on her face, almost no one can deny that she is a beauty. She quietly waited for Zhang Hao's reply, as if she would not leave without a reply. Zhang Hao looked up, smiled and said, "Of course you can. Please feel free to." After he finished speaking, he continued to study. "Thank you." After the girl took her seat, she generously introduced herself. "My name is Daphne Greengrass, how about you? This is Theory of Magic? Do you like reading? I heard that this book is not very useful. Why don't you look at the basic spell? Greengrass?" Zhang Hao has a bit of an impression of this surname. Since receiving the admission notice from Hogwarts, he has begun to collect all kinds of intelligence in the magic world. So far, there are 28 pure-blood families in the magic world. Greengrass is one of them. This is an ancient family. They are very low-key, so low-key that they can hardly collect any news. Zhang Hao closed the book and said calmly, "My name is Zhang Hao, you can call me Hao. I don't need to read basic spells anymore. I think magic theory is very useful. Maybe I don't use it now, but it will be useful in the future." "Day. Really?" Daphne said disapprovingly, "I hope you can use these messy theories. I'm still interested in snacks, and my mother always restricts me to snacks. I thought it would be better to go to Hogwarts. But she only gave me 5 Jin Jialong as pocket money. It's too bad. 5 Jin Jialong is still too few? Converted into RMB, it is close to 400 yuan. There is no extra consumption at Hogwarts, why do you need so much money? As expected, girls want to be rich. Otherwise, in contrast, wouldn't it mean to humble themselves to death?" Zhang Hao suddenly felt that being too polite to this girl seemed to be a mistake. Because she is no different from other bear children, she talks about topics that are only interesting to children. Talking to her with an adult soul is really exhausting. So, in order to save some effort, Zhang Hao decided not to speak as much as possible. Just like that, Daphne seemed to be talking to herself, nagging until the train started. She seemed to realize that she was talking to herself, and said annoyedly, "Oh! God! What did I say? Sorry, did I bother you? It's okay. I don't know much about the magic world, what you said made me a lot of knowledge." Zhang Hao thought so in his heart, but he concealed it very well. However, his remarks surprised Daphne. The girl seemed to have discovered the new world, staring at her and said, "You don't know the magic world? Could it be that you are a muggle?" Zhang Hao smiled. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com nodded and said, "You have to be glad that you are talking about muggle seeds and not mud seeds, otherwise I will beat you up even if you are a girl." Although Daphne is a bit annoying, she doesn't seem to discriminate against muggle blood. This may have something to do with her family education. Many pure-blood families blindly advocate pure-bloodliness, but from a genetic analysis, the wizarding world is afraid that there is no pure wizarding blood for a long time. Daphne said scaredly, "Why? My mother said that pure-blood wizards are no more noble than muggle species. To be a good wizard, you must rely on your own efforts. Blood is not the key." "Yes, it is true." Zhang Hao said happily, "Each class of Hogwarts has excellent muggle wizards. They are even more powerful than most pure-blood wizards. This is enough to prove what your mother has done. Say, as long as we work hard, we can all become good wizards." Perhaps successful people like to give people chicken soup, and Zhang Hao also contracted this problem unknowingly. "Really? But..." Daphne was suddenly a little lost. She whispered, "When I practice magic at home, I always fail inexplicably. Do you think I have no magic talent?" Zhang Hao thought after hearing the words, and analyzed, "When you practice magic, do you often think of various snacks? Then the magic fails. How do you know?" Daphne stuck out her tongue, and said embarrassedly, when I practice magic, Naya often eats snacks in front of me, and then my magic fails. Oh! Naya is my sister. Naya is a nickname, her name is Astoria. My mother is so partial, she always keeps the delicious food to her sister. I don't think so. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, maybe your mother just doesn't want you to get fat. Chapter 10, Stiff Legs. Daphne was very dissatisfied with Zhang Hao's statement. She said unhappily, oh! Even you are partial to my sister? Why do you all like her? Just because she is more cute than me? Why? Zhang Hao felt ridiculous, and he spread his hands and said, I haven't seen your sister, how can I be biased towards her? Daphne also realized that she had said something wrong. She said in shame, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Zhang Hao smiled and said, nothing. Your sister is your sister after all. She is more important than snacks. Isn't it? If you were to choose between her and a lot of snacks, what would you choose? Think about it. Right. Don't tell me the answer to this question, just know it yourself. 2 lives, Zhang Hao has no brothers or sisters by his side, so he is very eager for hand-footedness. Although Daphne is a bit annoying, Zhang Hao doesn't want her to be affected by jealousy. If he can be guided, he doesn't mind doing it casually. Daphne pondered for a while, and said with a pouting mouth, okay. I get it. I won't grab snacks with Naya in the future. I have to learn magic and earn money to buy snacks by myself. Zhang Hao admired, this idea is really good. If you have advanced magic, Naya will definitely follow you as an example, maybe she will admire you very much. Really? Daphne said happily, it would be great if it were that way. The atmosphere in the box became more and more harmonious. At about 12:30, there was a loud noise from the aisle. A dimpled smiling woman pushed open the box door and asked, my dear, do you want to buy food in the car? Daphne has been crazy for a long time, she said happily, how? Have you eaten snacks in the magic world? I invite you today. For a moment, she has selected 10 kinds of snacks that she likes to eat. Zhang Hao's expression is a little weird. As far as he knows, most of these snacks are not delicious. Some of these gadgets are even worse than poison, and he respects them. I don't know if Daphne can see this, a sly flash in her eyes, she smiled and passed a BB Duo bean, and said, taste this. This is strawberry flavor, it's delicious. Zhang Hao doubted, this really smells of strawberry. Will it smell of earwax or snot? Daphne said solemnly, of course not, you have to believe my eyes. Okay. Then I'll try. Zhang Hao took Xiaoduer and put it carefully into his mouth. Daphne asked expectantly, how is it? Is it delicious? Hey! Zhang Hao frowned and said, like coffee, it's finally acceptable. Daphne was a little disappointed, she unwillingly handed her a little bean. Zhang Hao retorted, you should eat it yourself. Or you can leave it to your sister. I don't like these weird things. Daphne curled her lips and said helplessly, okay. I listen to you. At this time, the door of the box was opened again. A girl with short black hair stood at the door and said in surprise, Daphne. Why are you here? I have been looking for you for a long time. Will you pay me to find Malfoy? Who is he? I seem to have never seen him. Oh. I'm so sorry, Pansy. Daphne said annoyedly, I forgot you. Let me introduce you to Zhang Hao, a wizard from the east. The black-haired girl named Pansy looked at Zhang Hao. She felt that Zhang Hao's temperament was very unique, and she felt a sense of intimacy in her heart for no reason. Affected by this kind of intimacy, a slight smile appeared on her slightly tight face. Hello. Are your parents both wizards? Zhang Hao has already guessed who this girl is, Pansy Parkinson, the proud girl who is crazy in love with Draco Malfoy in the Harry Potter series. This is a pure-blooded believer. She hates wizards from Muggle families just like Malfoy. Zhang Hao had even guessed that if she knew his origin, she would definitely not be as friendly as she is now. But even in anticipation of Pansy's reaction, Yu read www.yuuganchu.com. Zhang Hao didn't intend to conceal anything. He frowned and said, "No. You guessed it wrong, they are all ordinary people." Oh. It turned out to be a mudblood. As expected by Zhang Hao. Pansy changed her face when she heard the words. She said disgustingly, "Daphne, how can you be with this kind of person?" Daphne glanced at Zhang Hao, gritted her teeth and said, "Pansy, how can you talk like this? It's too rude. I think you should apologize." "Apologize?" Pansy seemed to hear the most absurd words in the world, and she said disapprovingly, "You asked me to apologize to a lowly mudblood? Forget it. Don't be kidding." At this time, Zhang Hao had already pulled out the golden magic wand. He said indifferently, "This lady, didn't your parents teach you the word polite?" Haha. Pansy despised Zhang Hao, mocking, "Are you planning to use magic on me? IMHO, mudblood like you is not worthy of using magic at all." Zhang Hao's eyes were getting colder and colder. Daphne didn't know his magic level, but knew that the situation would become very serious if this continues. "How? Are you calm, okay? We can't use magic outside of school. Maybe they will fire you." Daphne is obviously already a little incoherent. Zhang Hao said in a cold voice, "It's not a school on the Hogwarts train, even if it is expelled, there is more than one magic school in the world." The words have reached this point, and he has already yelled out the spell, "Legs stand and stop dead." A golden light shot from the tip of the stick and fell on Pansy. The little girl was scared enough. She looked at her lower body in horror, her legs involuntarily brought together, as if by a rope. In the next moment, she let out a stern scream, "Ah!" Chapter 11, Arrive at Hogwarts. Pansy cried and screamed and bounced for help. Daphne watched Pansy leave in a daze, and said worriedly, "How? Will the school expel you for this?" Zhang Hao said lazily, "Don't worry. The leg-locking curse won't cause any harm to people. The professors at Hogwarts criticized me at most, and they won't fire me." "Really?" Daphne said happily, "That's great." Zhang Hao is a bit speechless. Children of this age are so foolish. She believes what he says. After getting rid of worry, Daphne regained her former happiness. She admired and said, "How? Who did you learn magic from? That's amazing." As night fell, the train finally arrived at Hogwarts. The wizards pushed and shoved, rushing to the car door, and down to a dark and small platform. People shivering in the cold wind at night, Daphne shivered. Straight guy will make the girl jump in this situation, the warm guy will put his clothes on the girl, and the scumbag will put the girl in his arms. Zhang Hao hesitated. He had no experience in associating with girls in his 2 lives, and he didn't know how to choose. When he wanted to be a scumbag, he realized that Daphne had already gone far. At this time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice yelling, "First-year freshman! First-year freshman, come here! Harry, come here, how are you?" This is Hagrid's loud voice, and he is still responsible for receiving new students this time. Zhang Hao scanned the crowd, and he saw Harry Potter as expected. Beside Harry, there was a little boy with red hair. The red hair of the Weasley family is very famous in the magic world. Zhang Hao doesn't need to guess that the red-haired boy must be Ron Weasley's stupid lion. And Pansy, the little girl who had just received the lesson, didn't know who to turn to for help, and unexpectedly unlocked the leg-locking curse. She also stared at Fang Hao viciously right now, obviously holding a grudge against the boy who made her embarrassed. Zhang Hao didn't care about it, he wouldn't get pregnant even if he was stared at. The school's arrangements seemed to be very urgent, and the students were taken on a forest underworld without time to relieve the past. Why is the underworld? Because there are dark woods on both sides of the path. What if it is not called the underworld? May be a psychological effect, students always feel strange noises in the woods. The atmosphere is therefore extremely depressed, and few people are in the mood to speak. After walking for a while, Hagrid turned around and shouted, "Turn this corner, and you can see Hogwarts." The freshmen were a little excited when they heard the words, and there were even some comments from the crowd. "Oh! Great! I can finally see Hogwarts. I heard that the opening banquet at Hogwarts is very rich, so I look forward to it." Yet. Those are made by house elves, they are so delicious. Zhang Hao is a bit speechless. It seems that most bear kids are foodies, and Europe is no exception. The narrow path finally came to an end, and there was a black lake. On the high hillside across the lake, there is a towering castle. There are many spires on the castle, and serial ports flicker under the starry sky. Hagrid pointed to the boat moored on the shore and said loudly, "There can be no more than 4 people on each boat." In front of Zhang Hao, Draco Malfoy took 2 fat guys, one tall and one short, into a boat. Their combination basically couldn't tolerate the 4th person to step in. Zhang Hao had no choice but to board an empty ship. Daphne and Pansy followed immediately and boarded the boat. Pansy's eyes were still full of resentment. She gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard! How dare you use a spell on me? I swear, I must let Hogwarts fire you." Zhang Hao laughed dumbly, and then said with a ferocious expression, "Really? In this case, I think I should overturn the boat and let you and me die." Daphne and Pansy were so frightened that Wurong turned pale, almost crying. Zhang Hao laughed at this, softly comforting a few words. "Okay. 2 little girls, don't be afraid. I'm just kidding." He had no idea that an 11-year-old child in Europe could not help being so scared. After all, many children are just being taught badly. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. They seem to be annoying, but if you want to say that the evil is not necessarily evil, there may be room for recovery if they are guided. Just like Draco Malfoy, isn't this pure-blooded believer back on track in a series of events? Zhang Hao's comfort seemed to have some effect, and Daphne immediately smiled. As for the problem girl, Pansy, her eyes softened a bit. Zhang Hao can't help but wonder, is this little girl suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Not so fast, right? Are you all on the boat? Hagrid called out again. He scanned the shore and saw everyone in the boat, and said, "Well, go ahead." The fleet of boats swept across the flat, mirror-like lake. Zhang Hao stared at the lake, but he never saw the mermaid hiding in the lake. He looked at the castle in front of him, feeling the castle towering over his head. The boat was like an arrow from the string, and it didn't take long to reach the other side. Hagrid found a toad while checking the empty ship. It belonged to a boy named Neville Longbottom. When Zhang Hao met the boy, his parents were killed by Death Eaters. This unfortunate child also became silly and stupid because of the forgotten curse being cast since he was a child. He had been looking for Toad on the train, and he was suddenly ecstatic when he got what he wanted. Zhang Hao sighed secretly, the evil that Voldemort had made was really heinous. As long as it is not hard-hearted, it will be touched. The team continued to move forward. Under Hagrid's leadership, everyone climbed a tunnel, and finally reached a grassy area in the shadow of the castle. Unable to stop here, everyone climbed up a section of stone steps before being stopped by the gate of Hogwarts. Hagrid raised a huge fist and knocked 3 times on the castle gate. Chapter 12, Malfoy and Number 039, S. Small Report. The door opened, and a tall witch in emerald green robe stood in front of the door. She has a serious look, giving people a very harsh feeling. When Hagrid saw her, he narrowed his smile and said, "Professor McGonagall, these are all first-year freshmen." Professor McGonagall nodded and said, "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take care of it here." She opened the door wide, and the hall was big enough to fit a villa. Like Gringa, the stone walls are surrounded by flaming torches. The ceiling is also high, and the ceiling is almost invisible. On the front is a luxurious marble staircase that leads directly upstairs. A group of people walked along the stairs. When passing by a gate, one could vaguely hear noisy voices coming from inside. But Professor McGonagall did not lead everyone through this door, but led the freshmen to a small empty room. Then, on behalf of Hogwarts, the stern professor welcomed the freshmen and introduced the sorting ceremony and the relevant rules of the College Cup. Then he said, "When I'm ready over there, I will come back to pick you up. Please keep quiet while waiting. Are there any questions?" Suddenly someone in the crowd raised a small hand. Professor McGonagall asked unexpectedly, "Draco Malfoy? What do you want to ask?" Draco Malfoy glanced at Zhang Hao and said nervously, "Professor, someone on the train used a spell on a classmate. I think you should know about this." "Then please tell me." Professor McGonagall stared at Malfoy and said. Malfoy seemed to be encouraged. He walked out of the crowd excitedly and pointed to Zhang Hao and said, He used the locking curse on Pansy on the train. Professor McGonagall, I think the Academy should expel him." Almost everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Hao. Harry and Daphne looked very worried, as if they were afraid that Professor McGonagall would fire Zhang Hao. As for the others, curiosity and admiration flashed in their eyes. At this age, not many people can successfully use magic, and not many people have the courage to cast spells on others. Even Professor McGonagall looked a little surprised when looking at Zhang Hao. She solemnly said, "Mr. Zhang Hao, what do you want to say?" Professor McGonagall knows Zhang Hao, of course. She had been to Huaxia when she sent the admission letter. "It's been a long time, Professor McGonagall." Zhang Hao said peacefully, "Miss Parkinson called me a mudblood. I think you know what that means." Professor McGonagall heard the word mudblood, his face instantly turned ugly. There was even more discussion among the crowd, and many people condemned Pansy. "Oh! How could this be? It's rude. How can she say that? She really deserves to be punished. I don't think Zhang Hao should be fired." Pansy's eyes gradually became moist as he listened to all kinds of comments. She didn't expect things to develop to this point, otherwise she would not have said that word. "Then you shouldn't attack her with magic, it's dangerous." Professor McGonagall's voice softened a lot, and she seemed to have a certain tendency to stand. Zhang Hao didn't appreciate him. He frowned and said, "Professor McGonagall may know that there is a saying in China that people can be killed and cannot be humiliated. Sometimes dignity is more important than life. Am I right? I have experienced the First Wizarding War. You should be aware that many people have sacrificed for this during the fight against Voldemort." The air suddenly became quiet, and the freshmen did not even dare to breathe at this moment. In the past 10 years, almost no one dared to mention that name. And now, someone finally dared to bring it up in public. Harry Potter's eyes are full of gold stars. He admires Zhang Hao, and his heart is extremely excited. At last, finally saw the second person who dared to say that name. "Don't say that name." Professor McGonagall whispered, "I admire your courage, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but some people and some things are not suitable for talking about it. Do you understand?" "As you wish, Professor." Zhang Hao nodded, and did not argue with Professor McGonagall. He despised Voldemort strategically, but had to admit that Voldemort was powerful tactically. At this time, there is really no need to attract too much attention just for a short time. The reason why I didn't compromise today is that I don't want someone to point to the nose and say mudblood in the future. And saying the name Voldemort, many people will be shocked. Is like saying, "Look, I'm not even afraid of Voldemort, be careful, I take care of you." This way, there must be less gossip. What is the picture? Just be quiet. Zhang Hao knew very well that he came to Hogwarts only to learn magic, and if the other messy ones could not participate, they would try not to participate. As for the conflict between the Voldemort group and the Dumbledore group, he didn't care at all. He just wants to be a quiet eater. Professor McGonagall thought for a moment, and said to Zhang Hao and Pansy, although you made a mistake, you have not yet reached the point of expulsion. However, the punishment that should be unavoidable is unavoidable. After waiting for the branch, your college will deduct 20 points. The freshmen all showed horrified expressions when they heard the words. Almost everyone prayed in their hearts not to be assigned to the same college with the two of them. I just fell behind in the college grades, what could be worse than this? Pansy little girl cried again, and Zhang Hao also felt that her whole body was awkward. Professor McGonagall, no matter what the freshmen think, she has already made her way to the auditorium. A lot of time has been wasted, but her work has not been completed yet. Chapter 13, Zhang Hao. In the room, the freshmen were still praying in their hearts, and suddenly someone screamed loudly. There are a few wizards with poor mental endurance even startled in shock, and Harry is one of them. Zhang Hao also turned his head to look behind him, and suddenly 20 or so ghosts appeared in the wall behind him. These pearly white, translucent ghosts floated across the room while whispering to each other. They ignored the first-year freshmen and whispered about something. Zhang Hao vaguely heard them mention Pai Piggy. It seems that a certain ghost named Pai Piggy has done something bad. They discussed whether to forgive him. Finally, a ghost wearing a wheel-shaped ruffled collar and tights found a freshman. He talked about the topic familiarly, and said something inconsequential. But it didn't take long for the ghost to talk before everyone heard Professor McGonagall's voice. Everyone moves forward, and the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Professor McGonagall said to the freshmen, now stand in a single row and follow me. A group of people lined up neatly, walked out of the room, through the foyer, and then past the previous double door into the luxurious auditorium. Zhang Hao has been to the Great Hall, the 6th Pharmaceutical Factory, and the British Retro Hotel. Although those places are also magnificent, they can't compare with this luxurious auditorium in general. The students of other grades in the college have all been sitting around 4 long tables with thousands of candles floating above them. These candles illuminate the auditorium as if it is daylight, and there are hardly any corners that can leave a shadow. There are shiny golden plates and goblets on the 4 tables, but they are all empty and have not yet contained any food. There is another long table on the upper stage of the auditorium, which is the seat of the professors. Professor McGonagall brought the freshmen over there in a row, facing the senior students with his back to the professor's seat. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the newborn, making them nervous. Of course, not everyone is like this. At least Zhang Hao was very indifferent. The little girl next to Harry who was suspected of Hermione Granger paid most of her attention to the ceiling. The ceiling of the auditorium has been enchanted, and it looks like the starry sky outside, looking high and beautiful. But Zhang Hao estimates that in another 10 years, the starry sky outside will not be so beautiful. At this time, Professor McGonagall put a 4-corner stool in front of the freshmen, and then put a top wizard hat on the 4-corner stool. The hat is patched, worn out, and very dirty. Zhang Hao thought to himself, maybe there is a chance to give this hat a bath. Almost everyone is staring at this hat, it seems to wake up from a deep sleep. From soft collapse to firmness, seeing it twisted slightly, it opened a wide slit. This seam is like a big mouth, pouring out a bad song. You may think I am not pretty. But don't judge people by their appearance. If you can find a hat more beautiful than me, I can eat myself. You are absolutely safe in my hands. Because I'm a magic hat who will definitely think. The male duck howling singing finally ended, Zhang Hao's mouth twitched, and he felt like he had been raped in his ears. Professor McGonagall held a roll of parchment in his hand and walked forward gracefully. She exclaimed, now whoever I call by name, put on a hat, put it on the stool, and wait for the sorting house. She paused, and read the first name, Hannah Abbott. Zhang Hao showed a slight smile, and couldn't help but admire, it's really Hannah, the trio of running water. Then I saw a little girl with a ruddy complexion and 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the queue, and put on a sorting hat. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. A table of students on the right clapped and cheered Hannah, welcoming her to join Hufflepuff. Susan Burns. Hufflepuff. Terry Bout. Ravenclaw. Mandy Block. Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown. Gryffindor. Millicent Bost. Slytherin. Justin Finley. Hufflepuff. The branch is proceeding step by step, and almost everyone can reach a conclusion in a very short time. But when a name resounded through the hall, twists and turns were finally born. Harry Potter. The noise in the auditorium was quiet, and then all kinds of whispers. Potter? Is she calling Potter? Is that Harry Potter? Everyone looked at him, wanting to see the face of this legendary figure clearly. But that immature face was covered by the sorting hat, and almost no one could see Harry's complete face. The sorting cap muttered and hesitated for a long time. Or maybe it was arguing with Harry, but in the end it had no choice but to compromise. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table gave out loud cheers, while the other 3 tables fell silent. Young people are all eager to meet legends, but obviously not many people get what they want. There are 4 people left behind: Lisa Dupin, Ron Weasley, Blaise Shabani, and Zhang Hao. Lisa Dupin was assigned to Ravenclaw, Ron Weasley also entered Gryffindor as he wished, and Blaise Shabani was assigned to Slytherin. Finally, Professor McGonagall pronounced the last name. Hao Zhang. Zhang Hao calmly picked up the sorting hat and placed it gently on his head. Up to this moment, he was still so indifferent. A dirty hat was actually worn out of the crown by him. The eyes of everyone gathered again, and the senior students of UU reading www.uugonshu.com were looking forward to it. And the freshmen murmured and prayed, "Don't be assigned to our college." The youngest boy in the Weasley family is even more exaggerated, his face is wrinkled together. His twin brother puzzled, "Ron, what are you talking about? Shouldn't we welcome him?" Ron said with a bitter face, "He used magic on Pansy Parkinson on the train and was deducted 20 points by Professor McGonagall. Do you know what that means? If he comes to Gryffindor, we will be direct deduction of 20 points. This incident was passed on from one source to another, and soon everyone knew it, as did the other 3 tables. The worst mood is the Slytherin students. They have already harvested Pansy Parkinson. If Zhang Hao joins, then Slytherin will really lose at the starting line. But whatever you are afraid of, when the little snakes resist." The sorting hat was also caught in entanglement. It murmured, "Oh! Another contradictory soul. You do not lack courage, you also have the belief in pursuing the truth, you are willing to hide from low ebbs, and have unparalleled ambitions. Maybe, what you need is just a huge stage." Zhang Hao has no specific requirements for which college to go to, so even if he knows that he can interfere with the judgment of the sorting hat, he remains indifferent. So, after a long time struggle, the sorting hat called out a name. Slytherin. Zhang Hao took off his hat and walked slowly to the long table on the left. Someone should give up their seat, someone should cheer loudly, someone should shake hands to welcome. But none of this. They let Zhang Hao sit alone outside the crowd. Watching the birth of a generation of cold spot kings, allowing him to dominate the crowd, it can be said that no one refuses. Chapter 14, Zhang Hao, who was tragically hated. In this awkward atmosphere, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and picked up the sorting hat. Albus Dumbledore stood up, he looked at the students with a big smile, and stretched out his arms to them. Nothing seemed to make him more happy than seeing them all together. "Welcome!" he smiled, "welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet, I would like to say a few words. That is, idiot. Cry. Remnants. Screw. Thank you." Words broke the awkward atmosphere, and at the same time filled the empty tableware with food. The atmosphere in the auditorium became active again, except that Zhang Hao was incompatible with the surroundings. But he didn't feel uncomfortable about it, but seemed to be enjoying this kind of loneliness. How? Are you okay? Daphne did not know when she sat next to Zhang Hao. She spoke very quietly, like a thief. What do you think? Zhang Hao smiled and said, there is nothing wrong with this. I just come to learn magic. It doesn't matter how others treat me. Daphne said distressedly, but they ignore you, will you be lonely? The little girl is always compassionate and has confirmed her eyes, she is a kind baby. Loneliness is not terrible. Zhang Hao laughed, but if you are willing to accompany me, loneliness will inevitably leave me. Then are you willing to accompany me? Of course. Daphne said excitedly, I mean of course I am willing to accompany you, we are friends, right? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded and said, if you have always been willing to accompany me, I will naturally treat you as a friend. Daphne said happily, that's great, we will always be good friends. Hey, I have one more friend, do you think Nia would envy me? I definitely will. This strange Slytherin girl has obviously fallen into fantasy and cannot extricate herself. Zhang Hao smiled gently, he admired Daphne very much. Children's minds are very pure, they will say what they like, and will not hide what they hate. And this kind of purity, it's hard to find it if you lose it. Although Zhang Hao has the body of a child, his soul has been extremely vicissitudes of life. He recalled for a moment, and suddenly discovered that Slytherin did not seem to have such a kind girl in the Harry Potter series. Could it be that my arrival has affected Daphne's character? The more Zhang Hao thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. Seen from the train, Daphne and Pansy seem to have established a certain friendship before entering school. If this friendship has always existed, Daphne is very likely to be influenced by Pansy and become a pure-blood believer. The current situation waited if Zhang Hao intercepted Pansy's who and accidentally saved Daphne. Of course, Daphne is so susceptible to Zhang Hao's influence, and it is probably related to her original family education. Assuming that Daphne's elders have been instilling pure blood in her, she might have become another Pansy long ago. In that case, she doesn't have to be influenced by Pansy. Even if Zhang Hao has great abilities, there is no way to get her back on track in such a short period of time. Fortunately, the hypothesis does not hold. Daphne is still a kind girl at the moment. With Daphne's company, Zhang Hao's dinner was a lot happier. The other Slytherins were very upset. They were deducted 40 points as soon as the school started. Even if their professors were more biased, it would take a long time to fill this gap. Therefore, when the Slytherin students looked at Zhang Hao, their eyes were more or less hostile. Unlike Slytherin's bitter feud, Gryffindor is simply overwhelmed. Not only did he harvest the boy who survived the catastrophe, he also sat and watched Slytherin deducted 40 points. The Lions have never been so happy as they are today. Some Gryffindors ridiculed the Slytherin at the next table, which made the Slytherins even more annoyed. Zhang Hao guessed that if it were not for fear of being fired, the Slytherins would probably tear him apart. How? Try this, the sausage here is delicious. Daphne inserted a piece of sausage and put it on the dinner plate in front of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao recovered, put the sausage into his mouth, smiled and said, "Thank you. The sausage is really delicious." After he finished speaking, he let go of his thoughts and began to enjoy the food at Hogwarts. Other people are the same, some turn joy into appetite, some turn grief and anger into appetite, everyone is feasting. After everyone has filled their stomachs, the rest of the food disappeared from the plate. The plate became as smooth as ever. After a while, the pudding came up. There are all kinds of ice cream, apple pie, syrup fruit tart, chocolate muffin. Zhang Hao recognized the craftsmanship of the house elves, and even gave birth to the idea of raising an elf in captivity. But the ownerless elves are not easy to find. This matter must be considered in the long term. After a while, the pudding also disappeared. Dumbledore stood up again, and the auditorium returned to silence. Eat and drink, I want to say a few words to everyone. Before the start of the semester, I want to make a few points for you. Attention first-year students, the forest area on the school grounds prohibits any students from entering. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Some of our senior students should remember this. Dumbledore swept in a certain direction, as if to warn some people. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the administrator, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors between classes. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Anyone who is interested in participating in the college team, please contact Ms. Huochi. Finally, I must warn everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer an accident or die in pain, please do not enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. The final warning gave many people a terrifying expression. Going to school may be fatal, which is really dangerous. Zhang Hao felt very strange. Since he didn't want the students to find out, why not set up magic in the restricted area to stop students? Dumbledore's warning seemed more like a reminder to Zhang Hao. Could it be said that this is paving the way for the adventure of the Savior Trio in advance? Without allowing Zhang Hao to think about it, Dumbledore said again, "Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together." This school song is simply helpless. Everyone uses their own tones, but no one is in sync. What's even more outrageous is that the Weasley twins actually sang the entire song in the tone of Funeral March. Zhang Hao swears, this is the worst chorus he has ever heard. Finally, Dumbledore gave an order, and the students, led by the prefect, began to return to their respective lounges. Zhang Hao earnestly remembered every road he passed, but it was too difficult. Not to mention the changeable stairs, the divergent roads are complicated enough. Hogwarts is not only a castle, but also a huge maze. Chapter 15, Mystical Fantasy. It seems that in order to fit the life habits of snakes, the Slytherin common room was set up in the basement. A damp stone wall, this stone wall hides a stone door, which can only be opened if the password is correct. The passwords are not too difficult to remember. Most of them are boastful words such as purebred, glory, and pride. Prefect Gemma Farley delivered a long speech at the door, and then chanted the password to open the stone door. Many people have a misunderstanding about the Slytherin lounge. They think it is dark and humid, and it is no different from some dark basements. In fact, the Slytherin common room is located at the bottom of the Black Lake, and the scenery is not inferior to the restrooms of the other 3 courtyards. The ceiling of the lounge is carved from spherical crystals. Through the ceiling, you can see the scene of the bottom of the Black Lake. If you are lucky, you can even see a mermaid living in the Black Lake. In addition to the ceiling, the various decorations of the lounge are also luxurious. Black Gothic marble walls, copper-green chandeliers, exquisitely carved fireplaces. All objects are full of artistic atmosphere, and Slytherin's proud and critical personality is undoubtedly manifested here. Zhang Hao was very satisfied with this place, at least in the living environment. Slytherin College did not let him down. He found the dormitory assigned by the college, preparing to sink into a mysterious illusion to practice the spell. But to his surprise, Draco Malfoy was assigned to the same bedroom as him. "Oh! That's terrible." Malfoy frowned, "Damn! How could I be with you?" Zhang Hao glanced at Malfoy slantingly, and said calmly, "I don't like the sleeping lounge, which is very large and spacious. Why don't you go?" Malfoy said disgustedly, "You are the only people who are worthy of sleeping in the common room. Have you never lived in such a luxurious residence?" Zhang Hao laughed dumbly, and the dignified richest man was even despised. "It seems that sometimes it is too low-key." "What are you laughing at?" Malfoy said again, "Am I wrong?" "A dumpling." Zhang Hao took out the magic wand from the suitcase and said coldly, "If you want to fight for the ownership of the dormitory, take out your magic wand. Otherwise, please shut up. Malfoy immediately changed his face. He took 2 timid steps, swallowed his saliva, and said, "This is a violation of school rules. The college has already been detained 40 points because of you. Trust me, even if you only cast a magic on me, the school will fire you." Zhang Hao sneered, "Then you can guess, will my next spell be a life-killing spell?" In fact, he doesn't want to kill him at all, it's just to scare Malfoy. "Oh! You are such a lunatic." Malfoy's face was pale, and he looked almost bloodless. He said in horror, "Don't be impulsive, can't I give you the dormitory?" Zhang Hao slowly retracted his wand, and Malfoy, like a pardon, hurriedly rolled up the bedding and rushed out of the bedroom. There was only one person left in the bedroom, but Zhang Hao didn't have any sense of accomplishment. Since school started, he hasn't done anything serious, as if only doing trivial things to bully children. He shook his head and lay on the bed, his consciousness gradually sinking into a mysterious space. No matter how far or near, there are grey areas everywhere. Some weird sights are floating in the mist, some are like collapsed tall buildings, some are like islands floating in the sky, and some are like broken stars. Mushroom clouds, tornadoes, lightning, and thunder. Various strange scenes one after another, but there is only light and shadow without sound. In a dead silence, only Zhang Hao's unchecked breathing sound. Every time he came to the illusion, he felt shocked inexplicably. He tried to find the boundary of the illusion, but he couldn't do it no matter how he tried. In the end, he can only use this as a testing ground. Practice the smashing spell today. I hope you can master this spell before dawn. It should be easier to have a wand. Zhang Hao thought, and the magic wand appeared in his hand. And not far in front of him, there is also a stone statue as a target. Redctor. The wand did not respond, and Zhang Hao didn't care about it either. He carefully recalled the details, and at the same time compared the standard spell release method in his mind, trying to find the flaws in the process of casting the spell. It seems that the pronunciation is wrong, the ending sound should be a little bit crisper. After a while, he started his second attempt. Red Keto. Hey? The pronunciation is okay, but it still didn't work. Is it because the rhythm of the wand is wrong? What rhythm should the smashing curse use? When practicing spells, he always encounters various problems. If it weren't for this, Zhang Hao, who has the blessing of illusion, would have become a master of spells. Without any guidance, from the pronunciation of the spell to the rhythm of the wand, to the determination to cast the spell. Almost all the details need to be considered by yourself. In this process, mistakes in casting spells can even cause serious consequences. In fact, most spells are born through such dangerous experiments. As far as Zhang Hao knows, many people in the history of magic have sacrificed for this, and Luna Lovegood's mother is one of them in the original book. Without those pioneers, modern spells would not be so streamlined. And what Zhang Hao is doing now is to reversely derive the specific method of casting magic through the known spells. This process is no safer than creating a new spell. He died because of the spell exploding more than once. UU reading www.uuganashu.com. If it weren't for this illusion, he wouldn't dare to kill himself like this. The first time he encountered the explosion of the spell, he was scared enough, and the relived death in the illusion almost convinced him. 1 day in reality, 100 days in fantasy. It has been more than 2 months since Zhang Hao came into contact with the curse, which can be up to 16 years when converted into an illusion. In 16 years, he deduced and mastered 7 magics, and they could all cast spells without a wand or a spell. Compared with the speed at which the predecessors created the spell, this is not too slow. Directo. Boom. It was another spell casting failure, and Zhang Hao was blown to pieces. It took a long time before his body reunited. Compared with before, his face paled a lot. is resurrected in this illusion, it seems that it is not without a price. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and I don't know how long it had passed. The illusion suddenly resembled a mirror falling to the ground, and it was broken into countless pieces. Zhang Hao, lying on the bed, opened his eyes, his pupils gradually focused. It's a pity that I still failed to learn the smashing curse. In fact, Zhang Hao can successfully cast the smashing curse occasionally. But this kind of accidental success is a failure in his view. Only when every spell is successfully cast and every time the spell is played to its fullest power can Zhang Hao be completely satisfied. After all, this is not a wandless spell. If you can't do it perfectly, wouldn't you be blind to the powerful golden finger? There are countless weird spells in the magical world. A smashing spell is so difficult. How much time does it take for a higher guardian spell and apparition? I hope Professor Flitwick's teaching progress can be faster. Zhang Hao put some hope in the spell class. Chapter 16, Merlin Treasures and Legends. On the first day of the new semester, Zhang Hao walked out of the dormitory alone. Malfoy and 2 fat boys were whispering in the lounge. When they saw Zhang Hao, they obviously became nervous. Zhang Hao just glanced at them, and walked to the classroom on his own. Freshmen do not have any major courses at the beginning of school. The important task for everyone is to try their best to familiarize themselves with Hogwarts. In addition, it is to understand some common sense in the magic world. And all these can be learned in the history of magic. Therefore, Zhang Hao's first class was Professor Binz's History of Magic. Most of the Slytherin courses overlap with Gryffindor, and the History of Magic course is no exception. So Zhang Hao saw the Savior Trio again in the Magic History class. Compared with him, Harry Potter, the protagonist of Destiny, is much more popular. A lot of people have been looking for opportunities to contact Harry along the way. They have obviously passed by Harry, but they have to turn their heads and stare at him. This behavior even affected Harry's search for the classroom. Zhang Hao is a little grateful. If he is harassed in this way, he will inevitably be furious. After finally getting to the classroom, the freshmen began to receive the teachings of Professor Binz. Only then did they discover that magic courses are actually boring sometimes. Many people fell asleep as they listened, and Professor Binz on the stage ignored this at all. For Zhang Hao, Professor Binz is the most Buddhist teacher he has ever encountered in his life. He suddenly thought of a question, and raised his hand. Professor Binz, some people say that Merlin also studied at Hogwarts. Is this true? The sleepy classmates were awakened all at once. Almost everyone was puzzled and didn't understand why Zhang Hao asked such questions. Professor Binz asked this question, "Oh, Mr. Zhang, are you interested in this question?" "Yes, Professor." Zhang Hao nodded and said affirmatively, "In the world of Muggles, there are also legends about Merlin. In the legend, Merlin is the son of demons and humans. It is also because he has the blood of demons. That's why magic was created. I want to know, is this true?" "Oh. The legend of the Muggles? What do they know about magic?" Malfoy couldn't help laughing. Almost everyone knows that Merlin graduated from Slytherin College. He created magic? This is the most ridiculous claim. Mr. Malfoy. Professor Binz passed through Malfoy's body, appeared in front of him, and said rigidly, "I think Mr. Malfoy needs to listen to my explanation. Maybe after listening to my explanation, you can have a clear understanding of this issue." Malfoy looked a little ugly. He curled his mouth and nodded and said, "Okay. Professor Binz, then I should listen to the story." Professor Binz smiled kindly, "Very good. Then everyone will listen to me tell me the story of Merlin." Everyone is in spirit, and everyone is eager to hear these ancient legends. They are much more interesting than the stereotyped history of magic. Magic was indeed created by Merlin in history. This probably happened in 536 AD. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was founded in 993 AD. Oh! Doesn't this mean that it is impossible for Merlin to study at Hogwarts? We seem to have been cheated. How could this be? Did Gemma Farley remember it wrong? Slytherin students simply cannot accept this fact, because many people have always been proud of being Merlin alumni. If Merlin was studying in Slytherin and it was a lie, then Slytherin students would be too embarrassed. Zhang Hao thought to himself, things shouldn't be that simple, otherwise the rumor would not last so long. Professor Binz's next words happened to confirm this speculation. Please be quiet, what I want to say next is the main point. Professor Binz waited until the discussion disappeared before continuing. What I want to tell everyone is Merlin who created magic and Merlin who studied at Hogwarts. It's not the same wizard. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Zhang Hao was a little confused. Hermione Granger said in surprise, Professor, do you mean that there are two wizards named Merlin in the history of magic? Yes. Miss Granger. Professor Binz said peacefully, there are also many controversies about this. Some people say that Merlin is immortal, so he lived to establish Hogwarts in 563 AD and was in Slytherin, attending college. But let me say that Merlin who studied in Slytherin is not the one who created magic. Zhang Hao couldn't help being dumb when he heard the words. It seems that name overlap is not only common in China, but even the British magical world can't avoid it. The two Mr. Merlin are excellent wizards. They both made outstanding contributions to the magical world. This is why people confuse them. Do you have any questions? Hermione raised her left hand high. Professor Binz asked, Miss Granger, what questions do you have? Hermione hesitated. Professor, there are rumors in the Muggle world, Merlin, who created magic, was finally locked in an oak tree by a banshee named Vivian. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was then buried. There are also 13 treasures and the authority of King Arthur. Is this true? Zhang Hao's heart tightened, and his ears were also pricked up. In fact, he raised questions related to Merlin with the purpose of discovering the truth of this legend. Almost everyone in the magic world knows that modern magic is very different from ancient magic. All outstanding wizards have followed Merlin's footsteps, and people want to know how magic was born. Because knowing this, it is possible to touch the essence of magic. Among the 13 treasures that disappeared with Merlin, are there secrets hidden? This is the focus of Zhang Hao's attention. Oh! Miss Granger. Professor Binz looked helpless. He shook his head and said, this question has been asked by many people. I can only say sorry. Because Merlin's time is too far away, these legends have long been impossible. Textual research. So the specifics are up to you to explore. As soon as he said this, everyone present was disappointed. Few people are interested in exploring these historical puzzles. It's too late for everyone to learn the spell. Only Zhang Hao secretly kept this information in his heart, planning to find time to study it. Next, the magic history class became lifeless again. Ron Weasley, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Gore all fell asleep on the table at a speed visible to the naked eye. After another hour, the magic history class finally ended. Zhang Hao cleaned up, and then went to the restaurant with Daphne. I have to say something here, so far Zhang Hao seems to have only Daphne as a friend. Besides, only cousin Zhang Chu and Harry Potter can talk to him. Chapter 17, the first session of the spell. In the restaurant, Harry Potter hesitated for a long time before breaking through his friend's block and coming to Zhang Hao. How did you live in Slytherin? I can't believe that you would be assigned to Slytherin. Harry seemed to regret Zhang Hao's assignment to Slytherin. On the other hand, Zhang Hao didn't care. He smiled gently and said, we have a saying in China, the snake becomes a dragon for thousands of years, and a dragon for thousands of years. As long as there is light in the heart, even if you fall into the abyss, it will shine. I am in Slytherin or Gryffindor, what's the difference? Can a snake become a dragon? Harry frowned for a while, and asked suspiciously, what is the jiao? Zhang Hao said, haha, that's a magical creature from the east, maybe you can see it someday. Okay. I look forward to that day. Harry shrugged and said helplessly, Hagrid invited me to his cabin. Can you go with me? The letter mentions you. He seems to have inquired about Phoenix. News. Zhang Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Hagrid to gain something so quickly. He smiled and said, this is really good news, it seems I have to go. When? Friday afternoon. Harry lifted his eyes and said affirmatively, that's what Hager said in letter. Zhang Hao nodded and said, very well, let's meet here. 2 days later, the adaptive course finally ended. The freshmen of Slytherin and Gryffindor finally ushered in the first curse class. Professor Flitwick, who is a laughing figure, stood on a stack of books so that he could reach the desk. He took out the roster and called Harry's name, screamed excitedly, and fell to the ground. This is just an episode, and then the lecture officially begins. But Zhang Hao was a little disappointed by the course taught by Flitwick, because he only taught 3 introductory spells in the first class. A repair spell, a lighting spell, and a cleansing spell. Zhang Hao has learned these 3 spells, and he can cast spells without a wand. There is also Miss Hermione Granger who has also learned this spell. This is a real genius. She doesn't have Zhang Hao's golden fingers, but she has learned a lot of spells in a short time. With this contrast, Zhang Hao finally has a clear understanding of his magic talent. He always thought that his talent was okay, but now it seems obviously not the case. Fortunately there is space for illusion, otherwise I might not even be as good as Neville. Zhang Hao thought like this in his heart. Professor Flitwick is very patient in explaining the method of spelling, but there are still many people who can't use it. Many children from wizard families have been exposed to magic since they were young, but they don't have many opportunities to use magic. On the one hand, it stems from the Ministry of Magic's strict control over magic, and on the other hand, these children are unstable. After all, for children, having fun is the biggest hobby. Learning magic or something, it's so boring. Because of this, many purebred wizards don't know any magic before school starts. Basically, most people have the same starting point. Various spells were soon heard from the teacher, but there were not many spells that really worked. Zhang Hao chanted softly, Siroki valve. A dirty rag in front of him, behind a gleam of light, was as new as before. Oh! Very good! Professor Flitwick saw this scene and immediately praised, Mr. Zhang did a great job. Look at this cleaning effect, it is perfect. Slytherin +1 point. The same spell in the hands of different people has completely different effects. Although Hermione can easily use the cleansing spell, her magic power is obviously not comparable to Zhang Hao. After all, Ollivander once said that some adult wizards do not have the magical power of Zhang Hao. Daphne is very happy that Zhang Hao won the extra points, as if she had won this kind of glory herself. The other Slytherin freshmen also had a slight commotion. These little snakes attach great importance to honor, and it is a joy for them to get extra points for the academy. Hermione stared at Zhang Hao with anger, and then struck hard with the rag in front of him. For a schoolmaster, being surpassed by others is a shame. The only way to wash away the shame is to press the opponent on the ground and rub it. Obviously, Zhang Hao had been treated by Hermione as the target of rubbing unconsciously. During the following study, Zhang Hao also found some problems. The cursing method he developed by himself is obviously different from the cursing method of Professor Flitwick. It seems that the spelling method he developed by himself is faster and more suitable for his own conditions. It was as if these magics were tailored for him. Professor Flitwick only looked at Zhang Hao's success in casting the spell, and didn't pay attention to the difference when casting the spell at all. If he noticed these differences, he would be surprised. Zhang Hao was greatly excited by the new discoveries, and the investment in the past has finally returned gratifyingly. Can activate magic in an instant, what advantage is that? Life magic is nothing more, those fighting magic can affect the outcome in the morning. One magic is almost an instant, and two magics are almost 2 instants. This is equivalent to another magic casting time. Electric flint in battle, the effect of a quick step is almost the same as a sneak attack. After all, not many people can do it afterwards. At this point, Zhang Hao strengthened his confidence in self-developed magic. At least the battle magic must be completely self-developed, and if the talent is insufficient, use diligence to make up for it, and there is nothing wrong with it. Next, Professor Flitwick explained the restoration curse and the lighting curse. Zhang Hao still managed to cast the spell perfectly, completely blinded by a dog's eyes. Professor Flitwick praised without hesitation, "It is unimaginable that Mr. Zhang can cast the spell to such an extent." Slytherin plus 2 points. The Slytherin side cheered together, while Gryffindor was like a concubine. Ron was crying, and whispered in Harry's ear, "How can he be so good? If this goes on, Slytherin's score will soon be able to catch up. Oh! God! Maybe they will come behind." "I think so too," Harry said helplessly. "How was already excellent, I always wanted him to enter Gryffindor. I hope he won't be so sloppy in other classes." Zhang Hao also found the difference in comparison with the method of casting spells he studied. These differences are almost all reflected in the fluctuations in speech rate, tone, mentality, and magical guidance, and there is no connection between them. There is no hope of finding regularity in it. Zhang Hao already understands that if he wants to go down the path of self-study magic, he has to study each spell one by one. "The spell class is over," Daphne said happily. "How? You are so amazing, you won 3 points in the first spell class. I think it won't be long before you can help Slytherin to get the score back." Chapter 18, The Hogwarts Library. For Daphne's praise, Zhang Hao just expressed his gratitude. For him, this is not worthy of pride, let alone bragging about. Still the same sentence, with a group of children, no matter how outstanding you have done, you are not proud of it. Seeing Zhang Hao's calm face, Daphne also felt a little boring. She said helplessly, "Why are you unhappy? If I get extra points, I am afraid I will wake up in dreams." Daphne, I am not unhappy," Zhang Hao said with a smile. "Happiness and unhappiness do not necessarily have to be shown on the face." Daphne seems to understand, she looks confused, giving people a silly and cute feeling. Zhang Hao saw that she was so entangled that she couldn't help herself, so he changed the subject and said, "I'm going to the library to find some books. Would you like to come together?" "Okay." Daphne agreed happily. What Zhang Hao was looking for was the practice method of occlumency. Any powerful wizard will list occlumency as a compulsory item. What's more, Zhang Hao still has so many secrets in his mind, it is very dangerous not to practice occlumency. The Hogwarts Library is located on the second floor of the castle. There are thousands of bookshelves and thousands of books. Ilma Pins is a librarian, and this lady hates people talking loudly in the library. When she was young, she also seemed to be a great beauty. At least for now, she still seems to be a witch with lingering charm. She treats books like her own children. Anyone who damages, abuses or desecrates books will experience the most terrible consequences. In the eyes of Mrs. Pins, Zhang Hao took Daphne into the library. The bookshelf in the front row is filled with some of the more common books. These books are all available at Lihen Bookstore, including a series of textbooks such as Standard Spells, Magic History, Magic Theory and so on. These books occupies more than a dozen bookshelves. For Zhang Hao, there are probably only a few intermediate and advanced books such as Standard Spells, Advanced Magic Interpretation, and Precautions for Magic Experiments. The rest is not worth reading, because a lot of it has already been printed in his mind. Further on, there will be some miscellaneous biographies. For example, The Great Merlin, The Life of Ministers of Magic, the Merlin Medal winner, the great alchemist Nicola May, the Directory of Contemporary Magicians. Zhang Hao roughly counted, these books are full of more than 20 bookshelves. He is very interested in this part of the book. If he wants to maintain his position, he must continue to learn the strengths of others. He already realized this on the day he arrived in China's richest man. If he can't continue to enrich himself, he will sooner or later be surpassed by latecomers. When you come into contact with a new world, you naturally need to learn more. These celebrities in the wizarding world who have been included in the biographies obviously have something to learn from. But now, Zhang Hao doesn't have enough time to study magic, so there is no time to study the biographies of these characters. After crossing the biographical area, it is the turn of books related to animals. Monsters and their place of origin, types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from hatching to nirvana, mental handbook of eagle-head horse-body winged beasts. Among them, Zhang Hao is more interested in From Hatching to Nirvana, which is a book related to the phoenix. He decided to study this book and learn how to raise a phoenix when he is free. Animal-related books also account for a large proportion, and they hold more than 30 bookshelves. Then, there were more than a dozen bookshelves on potions and herbal medicine. The most famous books are Thousands of Magical Herbs and Mushrooms, Magic Potion and Powerful Potion. The first two are textbooks needed by freshmen, while the latter are essential readings for all potions masters. In the future, there is no clear classification of all kinds of books. Zhang Hao can't help but feel a headache looking at the rows of bookshelves. It is really troublesome to find a clumsy in so many books. Looking for a clumsy, you cannot easily ask for help. An 11-year-old wizard knows that a clumsy is suspicious enough. If you ask for help again, wouldn't you tell others that he has a secret? Animals like humans are as curious as cats. The more you want to hide secrets, the more attractive you are to explore. Looking for someone to ask about a clumsy, what if someone backhands you a psychic mind? At this point, Zhang Hao could only silently start searching. How? What are you looking for? May I help you find it? Daphne vowed to help. Zhang Hao groaned for 2 seconds and whispered, "You help me find a book called I Don't Want You to Know What I Think, and if you find it, tell me quietly, don't let anyone discover it." Daphne happily said, "Leave this to me. I will definitely help you find this book." Zhang Hao looked at Daphne's cheerful back, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. It is really a sin to deceive a little girl who completely trusts herself in this way. The two started from get out of class in the morning and found lunch at noon. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. After eating lunch, he came to search again, but until he attended the magic history class, Zhang Hao couldn't find any books related to a clumsy. Daphne was full of enthusiasm for helping Zhang Hao find books. As soon as the magic history class was over, she took Zhang Hao to the library. She never thought that the book Zhang Hao asked her to find might not even exist. Hermione Granger also came to the library. She snorted when she saw Zhang Hao. In Zhang Hao's opinion, this was a provocation, but he did not respond to it. He kept his original intention in mind. No matter the beauty or the challenge, he couldn't shake him. Finally, before dinner, Zhang Hao found the book Occlusion of the Brain on a certain bookshelf. Then, he took out his camera and started taking pictures. In just a few minutes, he has pirated all the contents of a book. In the first half of this year, Kodak made a breakthrough in digital camera technology, and Rishan Group subsequently acquired it wholly. The camera in Zhang Hao's hand is the latest product. Although it is not enough to take landscape photos, there is no problem in recording some text. He quietly put the book back on the shelf, and then found Daphne, who was still looking for it. "How, I haven't found the book you want," Daphne whispered. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "I know, I suddenly thought that that book is a book from the Muggle world and might not be included here." "Oh. No. You are so careless," Daphne said depressedly, "next time you have to remember clearly." "What will you do next?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "Just find 2 books and read it for a while." Daphne had no opinion on this, and the 2 of them randomly found a place to start reading. Chapter 19, Malfoy and his Helpers. When it was time for dinner, Zhang Hao and Daphne left the library. Hermione Granger ran up to Zhang Hao and asked familiarly, "Do you Slytherin students also like to read? This is really surprising. Couldn't Slytherin students read books?" Zhang Hao reluctantly asked, "I think Hogwarts doesn't have such outrageous rules." "Oh. I'm sorry." Hermione was a little embarrassed, and she said apologetically, "Look, there are almost no Slytherin students in the entire library except you." "This is true." Zhang Hao smiled, "Perhaps they haven't realized the importance of books. Believe me, they will always come to the library." Daphne and Hermione have not officially met, they introduced themselves to each other, and then shook hands in a friendly manner. Hermione said happily, "Miss Greengrass, there are not many friendly people like you in Slytherin College." "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Granger." Daphne said embarrassedly. Zhang Hao agreed with Hermione's statement. He sighed, "Living in Slytherin College is difficult to avoid being influenced by pure blood. Many wizards from Muggle families will eventually become pure blood believers." Daphne, "It's really good to keep this mentality. There have been cases of half-blood wizards degenerating into pure blood believers since ancient times, and perhaps the most famous one is Voldemort. Many families desperately advocating pure bloodism, but had to pay allegiance to the half-blood wizard Voldemort." In Zhang Hao's view, this is simply a mocking joke. Hermione said incomprehensibly, "How could they have that kind of idea? It's too much. Now the Muggle world is advocating equality for all, and pure bloodism is really ridiculous. People with this kind of thinking are really behind. I can't understand their thinking at all." Hermione at this time is like an angry little lion. It was really scary and cute, and made people have an urge to tease her. Everyone is equal is not absolute. Zhang Hao threw the weird idea from his mind, and said leisurely, "There are people in this world who are born with no worries about food and clothing, some are born hungry, and some are born smart and healthy. Some people are born stupid and disabled. Who can tell these things clearly? There is only one thing. For us wizards, diligent study is more important than any lineage." Hermione and Daphne looked at each other, both at a loss. Obviously, what Zhang Hao said was somewhat confusing to them. First denied the equality of all, and emphasized that hard work is more important than blood. This seems very contradictory. For an 11-year-old child, it is really confusing. Because of this, Zhang Hao became even more unpredictable in their hearts. He understands all the problems they don't understand, the gap is obvious. After having dinner in the school hall, one day passed. As soon as Zhang Hao returned to the common room, he was stopped by 2 senior students. Draco Malfoy and the 2 buddies are behind the senior students, and this formation knows that the people are not good at first glance. Daphne pulled Zhang Hao's sleeves, her face full of worries. "Hey! I heard that you drove Draco to sleep in the common room. We think you need to explain it." "Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Marcus Flint." Marcus Flint gave birth to curly hair, and his teeth burst out a bit, making him look a little bit fierce. Zhang Hao recalled, and soon remembered the person's information. Marcus Flint is the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch, and it seems easy for this guy to come forward for Malfoy. Because the surname Flint also belongs to one of the 28 pure-blood families. Are the same pure-blood family, and when facing a mixed-blood wizard, it is normal to breathe out from the same nostril. Although the other party is a senior student, Zhang Hao is not afraid at all. He said nonchalantly, "In fact, it is not the case. I have never prevented Malfoy from resting in the dormitory. Maybe he just likes the common room. After all, it is big and comfortable. Am I right?" "Malfoy." Marcus Flint glanced at Malfoy, wanting to hear what the person said. "No. That's not the case. Malfoy said with grief and anger, you threatened me with a killing curse. Upon hearing this, Flint and another senior student backed away quickly. Gore and Crabbe didn't feel much, because they didn't even know what the killing curse was. Daphne was also taken aback, she just learned about the terrible life-saving curse in the library today. At this moment, I couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Hao would really kill him. Flint stabilized his mind, frowned and said, Draco, can you make a mistake? How could he curse? This is incredible. First-year freshmen have no chance to touch the unforgivable curse at all, except Harry Potter. This is an accepted fact. Zhang Hao also said with an innocent look, this is what I want to ask, how could I have the curse? Malfoy, you are responsible for what you say. Said this, Malfoy still doesn't understand, he was deceived by the sky yesterday. This made him even more irritated, and he said with a calm face, asshole. You lied to me. No. I didn't lie to you. Zhang Hao spread his hand and said, I just asked you to guess if I would kill the curse. Obviously you guessed it wrong. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Flint patted his forehead, then patted Malfoy on the shoulder, and said weakly, okay. Stop it. You guys will settle this matter by yourself. I'll go to rest. Goodbye. Zhang Hao laughed secretly, campus bullying is everywhere. But not many people at Hogwarts dared to mess around, and if someone accidentally casts a killing curse, there might not even be a chance to rescue them. 10,000 steps back, even if you don't think about the killing curse, it's not a good result if you get expelled from the school because of the trouble. In this environment, I'm afraid no one will want to make things big. From the look of Flint, he knew that he just wanted to make a cut scene, and it didn't matter whether he could help Malfoy. The two senior students flung their sleeves and left, and Daphne also left under Zhang Hao's sign. Zhang Haoan laughed and said to Malfoy, it's up to you to sleep or not in the dormitory, but don't trouble me anymore. Otherwise, guess which spell I will use for you. Malfoy had a cold fight, and he was so frightened. Waiting for Zhang Hao to walk away, he angrily threw himself on the sofa. The night gradually darkened, and Zhang Hao sank into the illusion again. Is still a misty mist, with all kinds of weird sights floating in it. Zhang Hao frowned and thought for a moment, preparing to practice occlumency. But occlumency needs to cooperate with the practice of panic, how can one practice it alone? Zhang Hao closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and a phantom figure appeared not far away. The figure gradually solidified, and it was another one. This is Zhang Hao's actual opponent. He tried to use it to practice occlumency, but after a moment he frowned. This guy doesn't know how to seduce her? What about other magic? Chapter 20, Hermione and number 039, S. Little Pride. In the fantasy world, two Zhang Hao stood opposite each other. One of them has a smart expression, obviously Zhang Hao himself. And the other person is dull like a wax figure, for the time being called Phantom One. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, and murmured, it seems that you have to learn to seize the mind first. He tried to use Mirage One to use the mind to practice occlumency, but Mirage One remained motionless, just like a wax figure. Could it be that the illusion can't embody the wizard? Try it. Zhang Hao lowered his request, and he let Vision One cast a leg-locking curse to attack. A magic wand appeared in the hand of Illusion One, and a spell was instantly cast. Before Zhang Hao had time to react, he felt his legs were firmly locked. He suddenly realized that this illusion is not that he cannot use magic, but that he can only use magic. Mysterious illusion scenes that seem to be virtual and real are constantly changing, looking the same as before. But Zhang Hao had a little more speculation about the nature of the mysterious illusion, but these speculations still need some verification. He took out his wand, pointed to his lower body and shouted, "Finite icon to Tam." The restraint of the legs disappeared instantly. Among the magic that Zhang Hao learned before school started, Cursing Listop was the most difficult one. Today is the first practice of this spell, and the effect seems to be very good. Zhang Hao waved his hand, and the illusion was instantly replaced by the stone sculpture practicing the smashing spell. Since he can't practice occlumency, he can only continue with yesterday's practice. On Thursday, Slytherin and Gryffindor ushered in their first transformation lesson. Zhang Hao is a little bit distressed, he hasn't learned the transfiguration curse yet. I am afraid that he will not be able to maintain the image of a genius this time. But anyway, the one who should come will come sooner or later, and the title of genius Zhang Hao has always been not uncommon. He and Daphne came to the classroom and found that many people had arrived early. There is a tabby cat squatting on the podium. The eyes of this tabby cat have simple patterns like glasses. Many people turned a blind eye to this cat, but Zhang Hao knew that this was Professor McGonagall, who is famous for his sternness at Hogwarts. Daphne wanted to tease this cute piebald cat, Zhang Hao stopped her out of goodwill. In fanfiction, there was a pig's feet feeding this tabby cat to eat dried fish. Zhang Hao didn't know if anyone had cleared the grave for that colleague, anyway, he would definitely not be frantically testing on the edge of death. The students walked into the classroom one after another, but in the end only the boy who survived the disaster and the little brother of the Weasley family did not arrive. Of course, Professor McGonagall hasn't been there in everyone's perception. After waiting for about a few minutes, Harry and Ron finally ran into the classroom panting. Ron said with a grateful look, "Oh my God! Fortunately the professor hasn't come yet." But as soon as he finished speaking, before Harry had time to express his opinion, the tabby cat on the desk jumped in front of him and turned into a serious-looking Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were scared on the spot. Professor McGonagall glanced at Zhang Hao with a deep meaning, and then began to focus on teaching Harry and Ron. She said in a sarcastic tone, "Weasley and Mr. Potter, am I going to turn one of you into an alarm clock so that at least one of you can go to class on time?" "Sorry, Professor," Harry explained, "we are lost and can't find the classroom." Professor McGonagall said grimly, "Then become a map, so you shouldn't get lost. Wouldn't you even find your seat?" Harry and Ron were amnesty and hurried back to their seats. Zhang Hao curled his lips. "Who said Professor McGonagall was just? 2 people from my college were late for a few minutes, and they didn't even deduct a point. Could this be learned from Snape?" Professor McGonagall doesn't care what Zhang Hao thinks, she glanced at everyone sternly and warned, "Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous magic in the course you have learned at Hogwarts. Anyone who is naughty in my class trick or treat, I will invite him out and never allow him to come in again. I warned you." Next, the old professor with a stern face and a kind heart showed her powerful magic skills. While she talked, she turned the desk into a pig, and then changed it back. The students were all attracted by this magical scene, and wished to start learning this magic right away. But they soon understood that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. Professor McGonagall carefully explained the method of casting the transfiguration curse. These are indeed very complicated. Zhang Hao took 5 pages of notes to conclude. "However, even if I write these down, I won't be able to understand it for a while." In this case, Professor McGonagall assigned a small task. She handed out a match to everyone and began to let the students try to turn the match into a needle. But until the end of Get Out of Class, only Hermione Granger changed her match. The little girl looked at Zhang Hao triumphantly, her eyes full of provocation. Zhang Hao felt very helpless about this, he was really not interested in competing with this little girl. After all, he is already a heavy-duty person. Even if he wins, he doesn't have much sense of accomplishment. On the contrary, if he loses, it will be a big blow to self-confidence. After Hermione left proudly, Zhang Hao couldn't help thinking. Everyone also understands the casting steps, why some people can easily succeed, but some people always can't figure it out. After thinking hard for a long time, Zhang Hao can only attribute the difference to spirituality. Magic is originally a magical thing. A person's beliefs, will, mood, feelings, and psychological instincts will all affect the release of magic. When these influencing factors are mixed together, perhaps it can only be explained by spirituality. It's like some people are born to roll their tongues up, but some people can't do it anyway. This phenomenon is difficult to explain, but it does exist. Zhang Hao guessed that perhaps Hermione had added a touch of complicated spirituality. At this point, Zhang Hao recovered his mind. Since the talent is not as good as the human, then find a way to make up for it with diligence, there is nothing to entangle. During the next break, Zhang Hao went into the library again. Daphne did not come today, the little girl went to play with her girlfriend. She and Pansy live in the same dormitory, and both of them are currently trying to influence each other. Pansy wants Daphne to become a pure-blood believer, and Daphne wants Pansy to give up her descent prejudice. Both seem to be a little shaken, and they don't know who can influence whom in the end. Zhang Hao estimated that 80% of this matter would be gone in the end. After all, no one talks about pure-blood hybrids a day. The most talk among these little girls is whether the snacks are better, or which boy is bad. There are so many trivial things that can't be taken care of. Who wants to worry about such a high-end problem of pure blood? Please leave. There are so many things today, update tomorrow. Chapter 21, Gore and Crab. On Thursday night, Zhang Hao has been practicing meditation. The goal of practice is naturally Mirage 1. The mind of the goddess is a kind of advanced magic, but it is not because of the difficulty of casting steps, but because it has great demands on magic power. The average underage wizard doesn't have enough magic power to cultivate the mind of the gods. Fortunately, Zhang Hao has plenty of magic power, and he can practice almost all modern spells. Rao is so, he still failed to achieve 100% success in the fantasy world for more than 100 days. And this illusion is just like an idiot, only the confused white fog can be seen with the mind of dementia. Now Zhang Hao can't help but feel nauseous every time he casts the mind of the gods, and the white fog has already looked at him disgusting. Fortunately, this level of contemplation is enough to practice occlumency, and Zhang Hao's mood is much better because of this. The illusion was broken, and Zhang Hao woke up leisurely. Malfoy was still asleep. This kid didn't dare to disturb Zhang Hao. Slytherin students have the quality of judging the situation, but people sometimes can't distinguish the difference between timidity and judging the situation. In Zhang Hao's view, Malfoy is not trying to judge the situation at all, but from the heart. He looked at Malfoy who was asleep, his mouth curled slightly. As long as you have the heart, the naughty bear child can be saved. Zhang Hao firmly believes this. On Friday morning, Slytherin and Gryffindor are going to have 2 potions lessons. Although Zhang Hao has learned all the potions textbooks by heart, he still has some anxiety in his heart. After all, theory belongs to theory, and there is a big difference between practice and theory. If something goes wrong in the pharmaceutical process, Professor Snape won't have a good face. If he was taught a lesson, it would be too shameless. The sound of flipping a book awakened Malfoy. He glanced at Zhang Hao sleepily, and said in a weird manner, "Oh! What do I see? Do we Slytherin geniuses also need to read carefully?" Zhang Hao's extraordinary performance in the spell class earned him the title of Slytherin genius. He doesn't care about this title, but someone calls him that in private. "I think you should study hard too." Zhang Hao didn't even look at Malfoy, and said lightly while reading, "After all, a pure-blood descendant would be embarrassing if he was crushed by a despised hybrid in every way. The glory of the pure-blood family is not spoken by mouth. The ancestors of your 28 families have all made outstanding contributions to the magical world. Then, what have you descendants done?" Malfoy was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, "It's impossible for a wizard like you to understand the glory of pure blood. Because you are not pure blood, you can't experience everything that pure blood has." "Really?" Zhang Hao said disapprovingly, then you continue to sleep with the glory of pure blood. The days to come are still long, I hope you will not be ashamed of your ancestors. No. Malfoy said firmly, I won't be ashamed of my ancestors. After finishing talking, they took out his books to study. Zhang Hao laughed dumbly, this guy was really stubborn, but he had already listened to his words in his heart. Sure enough, there is no lack of righteous people anywhere. After all, Malfoy is not a stiff sand sculpture. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to save him just by finding the right way. Zhang Hao reviewed the potions textbook again before leaving the bedroom. In the common room, Crabbe and Gore stopped Daphne and seemed to do something bad to her. Daphne is still young and doesn't know much about magic, and she is shivering in the corner at the moment. She saw Fang Hao and exclaimed with joy, How? Come and help me. These two bad guys are going to grab my snacks. Zhang Hao was speechless. Sure enough, Crabbe and Gore were still so unwilling to pursue them. Counting today since the beginning of school, this is the fourth time they have robbed girls of snacks publicly. Hearing Daphne's yelling, the two quickly turned around vigilantly. Hey! You two big tall guys bullying a little girl, don't you feel ashamed? Zhang Hao issued a righteous question, and he strongly condemned, did your parents send you to school just to get you to grab snacks? Eat. With all due respect, even if your family is poor, you won't be so poor, right? Crabbe said fiercely, what's your business? You better leave it alone. That's right. Gore echoed, you have only one person, but we are two. Do you want to fight? The posture of the two fighting is very skillful. Obviously, they have done this kind of thing before. Zhang Hao pulled out his magic wand, and quickly released magic, the legs stand up and stop dead. Crabbe's legs stiffened quickly, and his obese body couldn't keep his balance, so he fell to the ground. He cried out in horror, my legs can't move. Gore, help me. Gao Er stood aside at a loss, his expression very dazed. It's been 4 days since school started, but their minds were full of snacks, and they didn't even remember a spell. You are left alone now, Gore. Zhang Hao said maliciously. Oh. No. Gore swallowed and backed away, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com said with trepidation, you can't do this to me, please. Why can't I do this to you? Zhang Hao shook his head and said, you can grab someone's snacks, why can't I punish you? Crabbe is still struggling now, he is like a tortoise whose shell has been turned over, unable to get up no matter how much he tossed. Gore felt even more frightened when he saw Crabbe's misfortune. Zhang. Believe me, I will never grab other people's snacks again. I promise. At this time, Malfoy also came out of the bedroom. Seeing the two best friends so unbearable, he simply lamented their misfortune and angered them. Draco, come and help us. He wants to cast a spell on us. Gore pointed at Zhang Hao and shouted at Malfoy. Malfoy quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter, and he said grumpily, Hey! What are you doing? Are you grabbing snacks again? You are so embarrassed. Galton was stunned on the spot, saying as if we didn't share the snatched snacks with you? He asked incomprehensibly, Draco, which side are you on? Crabbe was cursed by him, we have to help him. Oh! You are right, what are you doing standing here? Malfoy gave Zhang Hao a jealous look, and said to Gore, go and find a senior to help him solve the curse. If you are late, neither of us it will be better. Gore seemed to realize that, he ran to find the senior students. Malfoy then said to Zhang Hao, I hope your curse can always maintain the advantage, I will surpass you sooner or later. Zhang Hao smiled calmly, it's really courageous. After he finished speaking, he took Daphne away. The little girl was very excited, just like the princess who was just saved by Prince Charming. Chapter 22, Snape Shifting Gunfire. Potions classes in an underground classroom, which is colder than the main castle building above. It is said that certain potions need such an environment to be preserved, and even certain potions can only be refined in this environment. The classroom is filled with glass pots along the walls, and the animal specimens soaked in it are shocking. Snape, like Flitwick, picked up the roster as soon as he was in class, and stopped when he clicked Harry's name. "Oh. Yes." His voice was soft, and it didn't sound hostile at all. "Harry Potter, this is our newcomer, a famous character." "Okay. It's not hostile, but it's ironic." The Slytherin students hurriedly joined the dean, and they all burst into laughter, especially the small pair of Malfoy trio. Zhang Hao really didn't know what was funny, so he also laughed twice. Snape finished his name, then scanned the crowd with his empty, indifferent, black hole-like eyes, and then said without emotion, "You are here to learn the theoretical rules and strict craftsmanship of potion configuration." Paused, and his tone became mocking again. "Since you don't have to wave your magic wand stupidly here, many of you won't believe that this is magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. Don't you? I will truly understand the liquid flowing into people's blood vessels, the kind of magical power that makes people's hearts excited and distracted. I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death. But there is a premise, that is, you are not me, often the kind of idiot you met." Everyone was silent, and occasionally a few people did not dare to be discovered by Snape when they made small movements. But certain genetic factors determine that some people will inevitably be picked up by the professor even if their small movements are not discovered. "Potter. What will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood?" Harry said helplessly, "I don't know, Professor." "Tisk tisk." Snape said contemptuously, "It seems that fame doesn't mean everything." Hermione held her hands high, trying to help Harry out. But Snape finally caught the opportunity to retaliate against James Porter. How could he easily let it go? He asked a few more questions, and Harry couldn't answer all of them. The scene was very embarrassing. At this time, Hermione finally couldn't help standing up. Harry whispered, "Professor, I think Hermione knows the answer, why don't you ask her?" Several students laughed out loud, and Snape glared at them very upset, then exclaimed at Hermione, "Sit down. Do you know the rules of class?" Hermione sat back in his seat aggrieved, and the whole person was like an eggplant beaten by frost. Zhang Hao thought to himself, it is better to keep a low profile at this time. Maybe the Dementor knew what Snape was thinking, and if he accidentally hit the gun and was taunted, it would be too shameful. After all, it is not easy to find one's strengths, but it is much simpler to find one's weaknesses. "Zhang Hao, you can tell me the answer. However, sometimes the more you want to keep a low profile, the more attention you get." Zhang Hao slowly got up and met Snape's hollow eyes. He watched his nose, and heart, and the old said, "The combination of narcissus root powder and wormwood can be formulated into a powerful sleeping pill, commonly known as life and death water. Dung stone is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of a goat. Has a very strong detoxification effect. As for the boat-shaped aconitum and the wolfberry aconitum are the same plant, also collectively referred to as aconitum." "Professor, am I right?" A hint of surprise flashed in Snape's eyes watching Zhang Hao. He didn't seem to expect that Slytherin would have such a studious wizard. "Yes, you are right. However, it is not easy to think about me." Snape affirmed Zhang Hao's answer, but then he gave a new question, "So, what do you get when moonstone is added to black veratrum syrup?" Zhang Hao pondered for 2 seconds and said in a low voice, "Grease moonstone, add a small amount of water and mix into a paste, stir counterclockwise 3 times and cook for 7 minutes on low heat, then add 2 drops of black veratrum syrup to get a tranquilizer. Ning ning. The medicine can be used to relieve anxiety and soothe irritability, but if the weight is too heavy, it may cause the person who drinks the potion to fall into a deep or even sleepy state." Snape was expressionless and continued to ask, "Chu Ju Jen, rat spleen, wrinkled fig, Leech juice, what kind of potion can these materials be used to make? The freshmen were already dumbfounded, even Gryffindor's schoolmaster Hermione started scratching her hair. Most of these materials have never been heard by new Hermione, a small part of her just has some impressions, and she doesn't know where she has seen it. She glanced at Zhonghao sympathetically, and didn't think he could tell the answer anymore. However, Zhonghao only hesitated for a moment, and then said fluently, Chujujen, a mouse spleen, wrinkled figs, and a small drop of leech juice can be used to cultivate rejuvenation water. Rejuvenation water can restore animals to their childhood. It looks like it has certain side effects on wizards' use. Hermione's mouth grew wide, as if she saw God. Other people have long lost their eyes and feel that they have turned into potted plants. Papa! 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 Snape slapped a few chins, smiled for a second, and then asked, Very well, which potion will be refined that will use the scent of time? Sorry. Professor www.novel.com. Although this is very rude, I still have to say something. There is no time smell in the first grade textbooks. I think this is not the knowledge we can touch. It was Hermione who said this. She looked very angry. This righteous Gryffindor lioness could not stand it anymore. Snape ignored Hermione, but kept staring at Zhonghao, in a posture that he would not give up unless he got a reply. Zhonghao said helplessly, Professor, I seem to remember that the smell of time is only used in the process of refining the blessing potion. With all due respect, this should be an advanced potion formula. Don't you think it is too much to ask this question now? The freshmen nodded secretly, and this came to their heart. This Snape is really too much. Oh! You are right, Mr. Zhang. Snape was not ashamed at all. He said meaningfully, but you still know, don't you? In the eyes of everyone, the professor's troubles became more and more obvious. Yes, Professor. Zhonghao nodded and said, I happened to see the formula of Fuling Ji in the library, shouldn't it be a problem? It's really okay. Your passion for learning is indeed worthy of praise. Snape nodded, and suddenly changed his tone, warning, but I want to remind you that no matter how hard you are to learn, you can't mess around. My classmates use magic, and I don't know one day the college will expel you. I don't want to lose a serious student. Zhonghao was suddenly stunned, and finally understood why Snape gave up Harry to him. After doing so for a long time, I just wanted to give him a good start and then warn him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glared at Crabbe. There is no doubt that some people must have sued. Chapter 23, Phoenix News. A good wizard can know what to learn in 5 years in advance, and some fools don't even know what they are about to learn. I think this is the difference between a genius and a fool. Snape paced back and forth in the aisle. He stopped for a while as he passed Harry, then gritted his teeth and said, Since you are an idiot, why don't you remember what you should remember? The sound of writing rustle in the classroom instantly sounded. Aha! Snape said as if he had just thought of something, touching his chin. Gryffindor deducted 5 points in view of Potter's poor performance and Miss Granger's impoliteness. On the contrary, Zhonghao his outstanding performance earned Slytherin 3 points. Although Slytherin got extra points this time, no one cheered because they were working hard to copy notes. Although there were some innocuous accidents, Snape's retaliation was considered satisfactory, and his mood seemed to be much better because of this. At least there was a slight smile on that poker face, which made it less difficult to get close to. However, this situation did not last long. While practicing medicine in groups, Gryffindor's Neville made a mistake and burned Seamus's crucible into a crooked object. The potion in the cauldron was spilled on the slate floor, burning holes in the shoes of the students. Within a few seconds, all the students stood on the stools. And Neville, the initiator, was even more uncomfortable. He was splashed with potion when the cauldron was overturned. At this time, there were red and swollen boils all over his arms and legs, which made him scream. Zhang Hao felt pain when he looked at it, but Snape roared, "Idiot! I think you probably put the porcupine thorn in without removing the cauldron from the fire, did you?" Nai cried even more sadly, and even many boils appeared on his nose. "Send him to the hospital above." Snape snapped to Seamus. He probably also felt that Neville was pitiful, so he gave up teaching this poor child. Then he turned around Harry and Ron, who happened to be operating next to Neville. Zhang Hao thought to himself, they might be implicated by Neville. Sure enough, I heard Snape say in the next second, "Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add a porcupine thorn? Do you think he made a mistake and show you're good? Gryffindor lost because of you." 1 point. Harry was about to plead, Ron kicked him behind the cauldron and stopped him. An hour later, the potions class finally ended. A group of freshmen can finally breathe relaxedly, but only a few of them are still unhappy. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Hao met with the trio in the restaurant. Today is the day to meet Hagrid. According to Harry, Hagrid seems to have found a clue about the ownerless phoenix. "Hi. Good afternoon." Harry seemed to have walked out of the shadow of the morning, and he greeted Zhang Hao happily. "Good afternoon." 3. Zhang Hao also said hello politely. Ron seemed to have an unfavorable relationship with Zhang Hao, who was a Slytherin, so he answered dryly and stopped talking. On the contrary, Hermione and Zhang Hao get along very well. She asked in confusion, "How? Which book did you read about the smell of time? Why don't I have any impression of it?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "I forgot the title of the book. Maybe I can find it for you another day." "Really?" Hermione said happily, "Thank you so much." While chatting, several people left the castle and walked towards Hagrid's residence. Hagrid lives in a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There is a crossbow and a pair of rubber gloves in front of the gate. Harry first came forward and knocked on the door, and then they heard tense struggling and a few low dog barks coming from the room. Then, I heard Hagrid say, "Go back, Fang, back." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his big beard face. While calming the big dog called Yaya, he let Zhang Hao and others into the house. There is only one room in the cabin, with ham and pheasant hanging on the ceiling, boiling water in a copper pot in the brazier, and a large bed in the corner. The bed is made of rags stitched together. Zhang Hao shook his head secretly, this kind of living environment is too crude. Hagrid was the most loyal buddy to Dumbledore, but Dumbledore had forgotten Hagrid, and had never thought of letting him live a better life. "Oh. How, I know you are very picky in life, don't dislike it since you are here," Hagrid said apologetically. "Nothing like that, Hagrid." Zhang Hao shook his head, and said with a sorrowful expression, "I have experienced a hard life, you are pretty good here." Hager smiled and said, "You can get used to it." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ron and Hermione, smiled and asked, "Who are you again?" "Harry's friend." Harry said quickly, "This is Ron, this is Hermione, they are all my good friends." Hagrid welcomed him, and then asked Harry about his life this week. Harry bit the rock cake with difficulty, while telling the scene of class these days. The trajectory of history has not changed at all. He and Ron still got on the bar with Filch. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com and the two people vomit, and their dissatisfaction with Filch is almost exhausted. This resonated with Hagrid. He said unhappily, "Every time I enter the castle, I am stared at by that old trash like a thief. This feeling is terrible." He also said that he would introduce Filch's Madame Loris to Yaya, and it looked like he was going to let Yaya clean up Madame Loris. But Zhang Hao remembered that Yaya was a coward at all, and it was a question of whether it could beat Mrs. Loris. Then, the topic came to Snape again. Harry said distressedly, "Oh, Hagrid, you don't know how much Snape hates me. I feel that if he has a chance, he will kill me." "Nonsense." Hagrid shook his head and said, it's impossible. Why does he hate you? He seemed to have deliberately changed the subject, turning his head and saying to Zhang Hao, I heard a message in Napt Alley. It is said that a wizard found a phoenix about to nirvana in the Lamatai Mountains in Italy. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's attention was attracted. Zhang Hao frowned and asked, I'm about to nirvana. Yes. Hagrid's expression was a bit ugly, but he nodded and said, this may be an opportunity, but it is very difficult to grasp. What do you mean? Harry asked strangely, since it is an opportunity, I should seize it. I think it will be difficult to find the next ownerless phoenix if I miss it. Phoenix? Are you going to catch a phoenix and raise it? Hermione still didn't know Zhang Hao's plan, but at the moment she inferred the matter with just a few words. Harry spread his hand and said, it's not us, it's Hao. He planned to raise a phoenix before school started, and after waiting so long, he finally got some eyebrows. Ron said in surprise, Phoenix? Will it be more difficult to raise than dragon? Chapter 24, Offering a Reward to Catch the Phoenix. Regarding Ron's question, Hagrid replied with a smile, no. A phoenix is better to feed than a dragon. It takes a lot of thought to take care of a dragon, which your brother should know. Compared with that, the phoenix doesn't need you to do too much. Heart. Dumbledore has a phoenix. I think you will have a chance to see it sooner or later. You know a lot about raising dragons. Ron asked in surprise. Hagrid was a little embarrassed, he fiddled with his fingers and said, yeah. I've always wanted to raise a dragon, Harry already knows. Hermione felt absurd for Hagrid's idea, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry. I have to tell you that the Ministry of Magic does not allow private dragon breeding. This is illegal. Yes, of course I know. Hagrid looked a little ugly, and said with a disappointment, this is just a small wish of mine, and I don't think it will succeed. After all, no one will give me a dragon, no way. Zhang Hao was also surprised by Hagrid's hobby. This guy seemed to like big animals. Giant spiders, eagle-headed horse-winged beasts, giant dragons. These big guys are not something ordinary people can play. From this point of view, Hagrid is also considered a rare specialty of Hogwarts. Seeing that Hagrid's mood was getting lower and lower, he even forgot to tell the information about Phoenix. In order not to waste time, Zhang Hao can only comfort him, everything is impermanent, maybe someone will give you a dragon egg. Why? Hagrid smiled bitterly, how? You are such a good person, but you don't need to comfort me. Who will happen to have a dragon egg? Who will happen to give it to me? Forget it. This matter, just think of a thought in my heart, you all forget it. Zhang Hao said heartily, maybe you don't know, someone will send you a dragon soon, and it's really a dragon egg. The trio saw Hagrid sinking into depression and unable to extricate themselves, and they also became sad. Zhang Hao helplessly patted Hagrid's arm and reminded, we seem to be talking about the phoenix, did you just say that the phoenix is going to nirvana? Yes. Let's not talk about dragons, let's talk about the phoenix first. Hagrid said in a spirited voice, that phoenix is very big, many times bigger than Dumbledore's. According to witnesses, this phoenix, his feathers are almost gone. It may experience nirvana this time and start a new life. Harry asked curiously, is nirvana or rebirth? Is the phoenix really immortal? Of course. Hagrid smiled, everyone wants to know the secret of phoenix immortality, but until now people only know that they can rebirth. If this phoenix really wants to nirvana, it is a golden opportunity in a lifetime. Why do you say that? Hermione was also very interested in this topic. Hagrid thought for a while, and said, the situation here is very complicated, let Hao explain it to you. Then, all three pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao teased Yaya, while quietly explaining, the phoenix's nirvana rebirth is two states, rebirth from the ashes and nirvana into an egg. One is resurrection, and the other is rebirth. Harry said incomprehensibly, isn't this a meaning? Of course not. Zhang Hao shook his head. Researchers in the magic world believe that the phoenix rebirth in the ashes is to remove the toxins accumulated in the body. This is a kind of physiological baptism. The phoenix undergoing this baptism, memory and physiological functions, there will not be much change. Nirvana is not. This is the end of the phoenix's current life form. After experiencing nirvana, the phoenix will start a new life. This life is longer than the previous stage, and the memory will start again. It's incredible! Hermione exclaimed, listening to you, I want to see the phoenix too. Harry and Ron were also looking forward to it, both fascinated by the legend of the phoenix. Hagrid said with a sigh, this phoenix that was discovered must be very old. I heard that it is as big as a dragon. I think it must have experienced nirvana many times. Zhang Hao was also secretly surprised. There were only 2 or 3 phoenixes in the history of magic. The phoenix found this time may be one of them. But, how can I get it? Ron said with difficulty, will the phoenix be difficult to deal with? Can the spell deal with them? Of course not. Hagrid whispered, the phoenix is immortal. There is no way to kill them regardless of magic or other means. If you want to kill them, you can only break the eggs while you are in nirvana. Oh. No. I shouldn't tell you this, it will teach you badly. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, and they were all lost in thought. How? What are you going to do? Harry asked curiously, are you going to find this phoenix by yourself? Harry, don't be kidding. Hermione shook her head and said, it's too dangerous to find a phoenix, and it might be dead. Zhang Hao also nodded and said, this thing is really dangerous, and it's not appropriate for me to go by myself. Phoenix is not a necessity for him, there is no need to risk it. Then you are going to give up? Ron asked expectantly. This feeling www.novel.com is like Zhang Hao gives up on him and has a chance. However, Zhang Hao did not give up. He smiled and said, Hagrid, you help me hang a reward in the Ranger Guild. I will spend 1 million Jinjialong to collect a phoenix egg. The Ranger Guild is a loose organization of shamans who have no serious work. Wizards will also have all kinds of weird needs, such as digging herbs, looking for ore, catching magical animals. Many big bosses don't want to do things themselves, they will let those downcast wizards who become rangers do. Is like the herbal medicine of Hogwarts. Except for some of the herbs that I cultivated myself, almost all of the rest come from the Ranger Guild. In Zhang Hao's view, it would be more appropriate to leave it to the Ranger Guild to find the phoenix in the Dolomiti Mountains. What can be solved with money, why bother to risk it yourself? But other people couldn't understand Zhang Hao's thoughts. Everyone in the wooden house opened their eyes wide, as if they thought they had heard it wrong. Oh! God! 1 million gallons? How much is that? Ron said in shock, are you sure to spend 1 million gallons to buy a phoenix? I bet the entire British magical world will be crazy. Harry and Hermione are speechless, their eyes are full of Jinjialong, they are all thinking about how high 1 million Jinjialong can stack. Zhang Haofeng said lightly, it's only 1 million, I think it's a good deal. Okay. Just be happy. Hagrid smiled, but for such a large reward, I am afraid that Gringotts notarization is required. Zhang Hao took out a pen and paper to write a letter on the spot, took out a small seal, and handed it to Hagrid. Then said, this is the identity certificate that Gringotts gave me last time, as well as my entrustment statement. You give these 2 things to the fairies, and they know what to do. Chapter 25, was caught by Miss Ravenclaw. Hagrid took the letter and the seal, put it in his pocket solemnly, and said movedly, how? You are the second person besides Dumbledore who trusts me so much. Really? Zhang Hao smiled, this is because you are trustworthy. I believe that more and more people will trust you in the future. Hagrid said sincerely, thank you. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get things done. The topic of Phoenix ended, and the chat atmosphere became more and more relaxed, but Zhang Hao had already wanted to go. He still has a lot of magic to learn, but he doesn't have much time to chat. At this moment, Harry suddenly pulled out a small piece of paper from under the teapot warmer. It was a report cut from the Daily Prophet. The latest report on the illegal intrusion of Gringotts. The investigation into the illegal intrusion into Gringotts on July 31 is still ongoing, and the Ministry of Magic generally believes that this was the work of an unknown dark wizard. The elves of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing had been stolen, and the vault that was searched by the intruder had actually been withdrawn earlier that day. A Gringotts fairy spokesperson said this afternoon, "There is no comment on what is stored in the vault, so please don't interfere in this matter." Harry thought about it, as if he had discovered a new world. He said in surprise, "Hagrid. The day of the Gringotts break-in incident happened to be my birthday, and we were probably there when it happened." As soon as Zhang Hao heard this, he suddenly knew that the trio had embarked on the old path of exploring the Philosopher's Stone. To be honest, he also has a certain desire for the Sorcerer's Stone. After all, this is the only thing known to make people immortal, let alone its flaws. This unique function alone is enough to fascinate people. If it is a last resort, maybe it's okay to use the Philosopher's Stone to extend one's life. After all, in order to do something big, some things can be sacrificed. At this point, Zhang Hao felt that it was necessary to get that magical stone. Harry looked at Hagrid expectantly, only to hum. Until the end Hagrid didn't talk about topics related to the Gringotts intrusion incident, and everyone could only return in disappointment. But Zhang Hao could see clearly, and Harry was clearly thinking about it on the way back. He guessed in his mind that Harry might eventually connect this to Snape. And cunning Professor Quirrell, it is very likely that he will laugh to the end like the original, and then turn into fly ashes in a more ridiculous way of death. The power of the protagonist of Destiny will be demonstrated at that moment. Whether you are bald or stronger, you will have to be crushed by the protagonist's halo. Zhang Hao hesitated. He wanted to get the Sorcerer's Stone, but all events related to Harry Potter seemed to be under Dumbledore's control. The Philosopher's Stone was placed in Gringotts. Why did Dumbledore ask Hagrid to take it out? Does he know someone is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone? If this is just a coincidence, what about the next series of arrangements? It's easy to understand such an important thing as the Philosopher's Stone, but the three-headed dog is easy to understand. But what are the levels behind? Pediatric things like Devilvine can hardly resist any adult wizard. Can this be used as a level? What's more, if you really want to hide something, isn't it good for Dumbledore to take it personally? Why bother to set up so many weird levels? All the signs indicate that Dumbledore may have noticed the return of Voldemort and began to weave a big net for him. If you take part in it at this time and mess up Dumbledore's plan, it is impossible to guarantee that this big boss will not be hostile. Zhang Hao thought for a long time, but still didn't think of a way to get the Philosopher's Stone without being targeted. How? We are going back to the Gryffindor common room, how about you? Hermione's voice awakened Harry and Zhang Hao from their thoughts. Only then did the two realize that the four had returned to the castle auditorium. Zhang Hao pondered, it's still early, I want to go to the library to read a book. Hermione thought about it for a moment, then smiled and asked, can I be with you? Of course you can, let's go now. As they talked, they walked to the library, apparently abandoning Harry and Ron. The next day, Zhang Hao ushered in his first Saturday at Hogwarts. Hogwarts only has classes from Monday to Friday, and Saturdays and Sundays belong to the students. But the first-year freshmen don't understand anything, so even if they have time off, they can only look for some books. Maybe Zhang Hao wants to be excluded, because he is eager to have time to read. Today, he is accompanied by his cousin Zhang Qiu, who is also a frequent visitor to the library. Cousin was followed by a group of beautiful young ladies. The fragrance they brought made Zhang Hao's nose itchy. Autumn. This is your cousin, he looks really cute. Oh. Autumn, I envy you. I really want to have a cousin like this. You don't know, I have only one cousin, and she will grab delicious food from me every time she comes. Cousin, I heard you are a genius. No. My cousin is a rich genius. You are also wrong, my cousin is a handsome and rich genius. The young ladies are charming and enthusiastic, but Zhang Hao always feels that they are a little bit unruly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He suspected that his stupid cousin betrayed him. While he was playing haha with his little sisters, he aimed at Zhang Qiu. Saw that Zhang Qiu had covered his face with a book, as if ashamed of seeing people. After a while, the young ladies finally dispersed to every corner of the library. Only then did Zhang Hao have the opportunity to settle accounts with Zhang Qiu. He asked calmly, "Let's talk. What's the matter? Did you sell me?" "Ah? What did you say?" "I don't know," Zhang Qiu said pretentiously. Zhang Hao sneered, "Don't expect me to pay for you during the holidays." As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Qiu immediately panicked. She held her heart in her hands, and said pitifully, "My good cousin, please don't do this. I was also forced to be helpless. They saw the jade bracelet you gave me and they tickle me desperately. I didn't mean to expose it. You have to believe me. The so-called jade bracelet is the best piece brought by Zhang Hao from China. Zhang Qiu especially likes wearing it, and also engraved the names of the two people on it by magic." The Ravenclaw sisters mistakenly thought that Zhang Hao was Zhang Qiu's boyfriend, so they began to torture her to extract a confession. After they understood the ins and outs of the matter, instead of reducing their interest in Zhang Hao, they became more enthusiastic. So there is the previous scene. To put it simply, it is the ladies who have fallen in love with Zhang Hao. Young, rich, handsome, talented. Where can I find such a good boyfriend? Although it is a bit small, it can be grown. So. Zhang Qiu glanced around, saw no one nearby, and whispered quietly, "So many girls let you pick, you should be happy. Aunt asked me to help you find a girlfriend, you can't blame me." Chapter 26, Do you want to start with a doll? When Zhang Qiu mentioned his mother, Zhang Hao was speechless. God! She gave me Zhang Luo girlfriend at the age of 11? It's really outrageous. I heard her say that love starts with a doll as early as at home, I thought she was joking. Zhang Qiu expressed great sympathy for Zhang Hao's complaints. She patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder and said, "Cousin, don't worry. Pick it slowly." In this way, Zhang Hao spent his first weekend at Hogwarts during the harassment of Ravenclaw's young ladies. At the same time, a shocking news came out from the magical world of London. The Hogwarts mysterious student is offering a reward of 1 million gold gallons for a phoenix egg. The Daily Prophet reported this. Hogwarts hunting ground guards and fairies serve the newly income wizards and magnates, leading the sky-high rewards. 1 million gold gallons, hundreds of rangers and wizards are moved, all rushing to the Dolomiti Mountains. The ups and downs caused by the reward offer Zhang Hao didn't pay attention, he only cared about the outcome of this incident. And the ups and downs outside did not affect Hogwarts, the whole school ushered in a new week in the ordinary. It is worth mentioning that, after 2 nights of hard training, Zhang Hao has made long-term progress in occlumency and contemplation. But doing so hard to cultivate 2 kinds of spiritual magic comes at a price. The price is that Zhang Hao was numb from morning to night on Monday. He felt that if he tortured each other with Mirage One for a while, he would completely become an idiot. Before the dark arts defense class, Daphne saw that his face was ugly, and asked with concern, "How? What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Zhang Hao said woodenly, "No. Don't worry, you will be fine in 2 days." Professor Kilo stumbled into the classroom, and Daphne couldn't ask any more questions. Zhang Hao had long doubted Professor Quill's teaching level, but he didn't expect things to be so bad. Throughout the class, the professor didn't talk about anything related to black magic. He didn't mention the content in the textbook. Many people didn't know what black magic was after the class. At the end of a class, the students only get the smell of garlic and some embarrassing jokes. Zhang Hao swears that this is the worst class he has ever had this semester. He even gave birth to the idea of forcing Professor Kiluo to show his true shape here, because he didn't want to waste time like this again. I'm here to learn magic and explore the mysteries of longevity, but I'm not here to accompany you in acting. Asshole! Even if you want to act, should you be a professional one? Zhang Hao stared at Kiluo while thinking about it. He wanted to pull Quirrell and Harry together and let them shake hands. In this way, things are much simpler, and he doesn't need to take this awkward defense against the dark arts class anymore. But it is not easy to get Quirrell and Harry to shake hands, because Slytherin and Gryffindor's defense against the dark arts classes do not overlap, and Zhang Hao has no room for manipulation at all. Perhaps, you can drag Harry to Quirrell's office, but you have to think of a better reason. If you really want to do it, you must succeed once, otherwise it will be bad if you get hatred. Zhang Hao does not intend to avoid Lao Fu deliberately, because according to the experience of the predecessors of the Traversers, no matter how trivial, stubborn, or cautious you are, as long as you are a Traverser, you will eventually have to party with the opposition. So if there is a chance, he doesn't mind giving Lao Fu a hard time. He had this in mind, but he didn't rush to act. At the end of the day's class, he went to the library for a while. When he returned to the lounge, he heard Malfoy bragging about his Quidditch skills. Hey! How, have you played Quidditch? I tell you, I often practice Quidditch at home. Last time I was flying in the field, I almost hit a Muggle helicopter. These days of contact, Zhang Hao and Malfoy can finally say a few words as roommates. Malfoy, when he doesn't talk about pure-blood beliefs, is actually a relatively good classmate. He will not little girl snacks like Crabbe and Gore, nor will he bully someone without words. Under normal circumstances, he is an optimistic, studious, and sociable mature boy. Only when he meets people who hate, he will show his arrogance. This is also human nature, who is not arrogant in the face of disgusting people. Only in this way can you block the other party. And because of this, Zhang Hao is willing to say a few more words with Malfoy. And when it should be, he will not be polite. Just like now, he sneered, Draco, are you sure you have seen a helicopter? Can you tell me what a helicopter looks like? Where did Malfoy have seen a helicopter? His father hates Muggles so much. He doesn't even have a TV at home. He only uses floor fans or door keys to go out and play. Even the number of times he goes out is very few, so he still travels to Egypt or other places with his parents. Going to the wild to ride a broomstick and play Quidditch alone? Almost hit by a helicopter? What kind of luck can you encounter such a small probability event? So Zhang Hao knew Malfoy was bragging when he heard it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com and there are still drafts. Malfoy flushed, and suffocated his breath and said, Oh! How? You are still so annoying. Really? Then you have to endure for 6 years. Zhang Hao lay on the sofa and said comfortably, I apologize for that. You really don't have any sincerity. Malfoy said boredly, Thursday we are going to take flight lessons with Gryffindor. I hope you don't lose face in class. Zhang Hao doesn't know how his flying skills are, he is considering whether to practice in the fantasy world. If you want to practice, maybe you have to find a broom first. Many things in the magic world cannot be realized out of thin air, and I don't know if flying broomsticks are like this. On the contrary, technological products are not difficult to realize. From a needle to an intelligent robot, as long as Zhang Hao has heard of it in his previous life, it can be realized. Is also because of this, he can use his own power to speed up the entire China's internet technology process for more than 10 years. Faced with Malfoy's sarcasm, Zhang Hao was not angry. He smiled and said, "As long as you don't lose face, let's wait and see." Babbled in the lounge for a while, and then several people went to the dormitory to sleep. Zhang Hao sank into the illusion and continued to study the magic that he hadn't mastered. He tried it, but he couldn't show the flying broom. So he could only give up flying practice and study transfiguration instead. He was provoked by Hermione in a transformation class last time. As an adult, he did not allow himself to be suppressed by a little girl. Even if he likes this little girl very much, he must find his place before being provoked a second time. 1 second later will not work. Chapter 27, Flight Lesson Accident. Time flies by, and Thursday morning is a transformation class. This class is still taken by Slytherin and Gryffindor together. Zhang Hao took advantage of the convenience of secretly making up the class and successfully turned a match into a steel pin. Then he turned a book into a small bench. Such a wonderful performance naturally convinced everyone. "Oh, Mr. Zhang Hao, I think you must have gone through many exercises." Professor McGonagall clearly remembered that Zhang Hao's performance was as bad as Gore's in the deformation class last class. But only a few days later, matches have become steel pins, and books have become small benches. How could such an achievement be possible if it hadn't been hard-trained? Professor McGonagall has always been known for being strict and fair, and she did not hesitate to give Slytherin a point. If it weren't for her to give Hermione another point, then her image would be even more perfect in Zhang Hao's mind. After class, Hermione abandoned Harry and Ron and went straight to Zhang Hao. She said decadently, "Hao, you are amazing. I always thought that I could surpass you in transfiguration. I didn't expect to be surpassed by you in a blink of an eye. Can you tell me what else you are not good at? Why do you have to compare with me?" Zhang Hao flicked, "Your biggest opponent is never me, but you. As long as you defeat yourself, you will be successful. We are good friends, who is better than anyone else? So important, isn't it?" A wheezin. Zhang Hao was almost moved by himself. "Really?" Hermione doubted, "Then can you teach me transfiguration? As you said, who is better than who is not that important, but I don't want to be too far from you. Is such a strong girl." Zhang Hao said cheerfully, "Good duck. If you want to learn, I will teach you." Hermione smiled cutely when she heard the words. She didn't lack the innocence of a girl at all. Zhang Hao likes this innocent smile, which can revitalize his aging heart. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the first flight lesson for Slytherin and Gryffindor is about to begin. It was a sunny and breezy day. When the students walked down the sloping grass to a flat lawn on the opposite side of the field, the grass undulated under their feet, like waves on the sea. On the other side of the lawn is the Forbidden Forest. If you lose control during the flight, you are likely to fall into this forbidden land full of danger and excitement. When the time comes, not only will he be in danger, but a certain amount of points will be deducted. In short, the risk of taking flight lessons is no less than other courses. 20 people from the two colleges stood on the lawn. Slytherin's side was neat and tidy, while Gryffindor's side was rather messy. As far as discipline is concerned, Slytherin can throw Gryffindor a few blocks away. There are more than 20 old flying broomsticks on the lawn. These broomsticks were eliminated by the Quidditch team. Zhang Hao heard from Zhang Chu that the broomsticks used in flight lessons were more or less faulty. Some broomsticks will tremble when flying high in the sky, and some broomsticks are so weird that you can't guess it. If you want to move it to the right, you may die to the left. At the thought of flying with these broomsticks, Zhang Hao was a little frightened, and other people probably did the same. Everyone is pretending to be calm, as if they are the bravest baby in the crowd. Ms. Huoqi hasn't come yet, the students are all fighting for time to let themselves go. Zhang Hao vaguely heard some people bragging, not just one. Malfoy said that he almost hit a helicopter, Ron said he almost hit a hang glider. Even Seamus Finnegan, who has been brewing magic accidents, is no exception. Listening to his tone, it seems that he has been flying around in the wilderness most of his childhood. Everyone from the wizarding family talked about Quidditch endlessly, as if it was a shame not to be able to join the Quidditch team. I rode a broomstick to Mount Everest. It is the highest mountain in our hometown, and it is 100 times higher than the tallest tower in Hogwarts. Under this situation, Zhang Hao thought he couldn't be too maverick, so he also participated in bragging, and once he opened his mouth, he overwhelmed everyone. Almost everyone was stunned. They were all thinking about how tall the tallest tower at Hogwarts was 100 times. Finally, Ms. Hooch appeared in front of everyone before someone blew into space. This lady has short grey hair and yellow eyes, as sharp as those of an eagle. Everyone she stares at can feel a pressure. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she said sharply when she came. "Everyone is standing next to a flying broom. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry up!" The little wizards hurriedly moved, and quickly separated into 2 rows and stood beside the broomsticks. The broom under Zhang Hao's feet looked like it was about to fall away. He doubted whether it could fly. Ms. Huoqi didn't give him much time to think. She stood in the front and shouted, "Extend your right hand, put it on top of the broom, and say, 'Get up! Stand up! Stand up! Get up quickly!'" Unanimous calls sounded on the lawn. www.novel.com. Occasionally there are so few weird flowers that make it a little strange. Some people are very talented in this subject, such as Harry, who jumped on the broom almost as soon as he gave the command. Zhang Hao's talent is not bad either. When he called for the 3rd time, the broom also jumped into his hand. Hermione's broom only rolled on the ground and refused to get up at all. What's worse is Neville, the hapless boy's broom doesn't move, as if it's stuck to the ground. After a period of hard training, Neville finally awakened the broom. Ms. Huoqi also demonstrated the method of riding a broomstick. She walked up and down in the team, correcting the wrong actions for the students. Maybe Malfoy got into a bad habit while practicing at home and was criticized by Ms. Hooch several times. Zhang Hao feels that this is like taking a driver's license. A master who drives a 4-wheel tractor will be more troublesome, because the habit that he has developed before always jumps out unintentionally like instinct. He was glad he was not an old driver, otherwise he would inevitably have to be picked up like Malfoy. "Okay, as soon as I blow the whistle, kick your legs off the ground and kick it hard," Ms. Huoqi said sternly again. "Hold the broom firmly and rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly and fall back vertically. The ground. Listen to my whistle 3-2. However, Neville was too nervous. He was afraid of being left on the ground, so he kicked hard without waiting for Ms. Huoqi to blow the whistle, and flew into the sky early. Zhang Hao had a bad heart, and had already pulled out the wand under his robe. "Come back, child!" Ms. Huoqi shouted. Cornevire rose straight up, like a cork sprayed out of a bottle. Chapter 28, the scene of a large-scale rollover accident. Nai flew higher and higher, and Zhang Hao saw him pale and panting, and then he planted from the end of the broomstick. "Yugadam Leviosa!" The spell Zhang Hao had already prepared blurted out, but... boom! Neville still fell face down heavily into the grass, while his broom was still rising, and finally landed in the Forbidden Forest. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. This requires a certain amount of prejudgment, he is too fast." Zhang Hao twitched his mouth, and said innocently, "Let's take a look at Neville first, I hope he was not seriously injured." Everyone woke up like a dream, and hurriedly went to the grass to draw Neville out. Ms. Huoqi leaned over to check Neville's injury, and then Zhang Hao saw that her face became as pale as Neville's. "My wrist is broken." "Okay, kid, it's okay, get up." Zhang Hao was a little emotional, who said the wizard's body was fragile. Fell from a height of 20 feet in a face-down posture and only broke one hand. This kind of body is still fragile, so what kind of body is strong? In addition, Professor Hogwarts' emergency responsibility needs to be improved. Dignified. A professor who watched the student accidentally had nothing to do, it was really weak. I'm sending this child to the hospital, and none of you are allowed to move. Put the flying broomstick back where it was, otherwise you will be kicked out of Hogwarts Gate before you can participate in Quidditch. Let's go. Dear. Ms. Hooch warned everyone, then comforted Neville until he went to the school hospital. When they were gone, Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face? That stupid big one. Many people here in Slytherin laughed. I have to say that Malfoy is very prestigious among Slytherin students because of his family background. Although some people don't think Neville's appearance is ridiculous, at this time they have to echo it. The kung fu of flattering may be passed on from generation to generation, and it does not have to be practiced in society. Shut up, Malfoy! Parvati Petal snapped. This is an Indian girl. Although she has dark skin, her face is very delicate. Many people will remember her as long as they look at her, and some even regard her as the goddess in their hearts. And her twin sister Padma Petal was studying in Ravenclaw, and a pair of rare sisters was taken apart by the school. Hey! Protecting Longbottom! Pansy Parkinson mocked, I didn't expect you to like the chubby little tear bag? Pateer! Parvati's pretty face blushed, and he didn't dare to say a word. After all, this is the era of personal fear. If you continue to argue, I am afraid that what Pansy said will have to become a fact. At this moment, Malfoy picked up something from the ground. He smiled and said, Look! It was brought to him by the grandmother of Longbottom, the big fool. This is a memory ball, it looks crystal clear and not hard. Is like a rubber ball filled with gas. Under normal circumstances, pinch it firmly. If it stays as it is, it proves that you have not forgotten anything. If it suddenly glows red, it proves that you have forgotten something. Of course, the condition for all changes to happen is that the memory ball really belongs to you. Malfoy raised the memory ball, it gleamed in the sun. Come here, Malfoy. Harry whispered. Malfoy grinned and said, I want to put it somewhere and let Longbottom pick it up. For example, how about putting it on a tree? The memory ball is not an important item, but if it is lost, it is enough to make people anxious. So Malfoy's actions are really disgusting. Zhang Hao said disgustedly, Draco, you are so boring. What is the meaning of this kind of joke? You have lost all the Slytherin demeanor. It's none of your business. I decide what I want to do. Malfoy roared angrily. Get the memory ball, Malfoy! Harry shouted. But Malfoy had jumped on his broomstick and took off. It turns out that Malfoy was not completely bragging before. He did fly well, at least it seemed fast and steady. He hovered at the top of an oak tree and shouted, Come and get it! Potter! Harry grabbed the broom and was ready to take off. No! Hermione persuaded, Ms. Hooch told us not to move, you will cause trouble to us all. However, what Malfoy did has already inspired Harry's blood. He ignored it and rushed directly to the sky. The speed and stability are not inferior to Malfoy. This is his first flight. The two above them flew higher and higher, and they couldn't even hear their voices. Zhang Hao, who has an adult soul, has been protecting and educating children within his abilities. This is the responsibility of adults. Bear children should be punished if they make mistakes, but they should also be protected when they are in danger. Starting from this point, Zhang Hao is fraternity. Harry and Malfoy had no difference in his eyes, both needed education and help. So logically, Zhang Hao should be very nervous at the moment, and think of a way to stop Harry and Malfoy. But he is actually not nervous at all, because he knows the final result of this incident. Harry will be selected for the Quidditch team, and Malfoy will be frustrated again. They will all get the corresponding benefits. UU reading www.uuganshu.com does not need to worry about anything at all. So, Zhang Hao shouted like a salted fish below. This weird behavior attracted a circle of strange eyes. Suddenly, the girls exclaimed. The situation has developed in the worst direction. The two flying in the air actually scrambled on a broomstick. The two pulled and pulled, trying to pull each other off the broomstick. And the two broomsticks planted downwards for a while, and then rushed into the sky, which looked very thrilling. While the two were fighting, Harry suddenly lost control of his broomstick and separated directly from him. What? Many girls were so scared that they screamed and even covered their eyes. They saw through the gaps between their fingers that Harry grabbed Malfoy and didn't directly fall to the ground. But things still look bad, and Malfoy now has only two hands still holding the broomstick. In this case, they can't hold on for long. Sure enough, Malfoy was exhausted and finally let go of his broomstick. The two yelled in fright, and fell to the ground one after the other. Yugadam Leviosa! At the critical moment, Zhang Hao finally made a prediction and roared a floating curse. The spell fell on Harry, and he stopped firmly in the air. But Malfoy followed closely behind him, smashed it head-on, and landed heavily on Harry. Boom! The subsequent impact made the floating spell lose its effectiveness, and the two finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, after some buffering, they were not seriously injured. But by coincidence, they even gnawed mouth to mouth together as they fell. That scene is so hot. Chapter 29, Duel, for Lu Wei. Thursday afternoon, flight lesson. Harry felt that this was the darkest class since entering school. He even kissed a boy. And that boy is still the one he hates most. Forget it. Don't say anything, let's get up quickly. How dare that guy stick his tongue out? Harry hurriedly pushed Malfoy away, pulling away in disgust, wiping his lips with his sleeves, and spitting. Malfoy is the same, he glared at Zhang Hao fiercely, and said angrily, How? Are you on purpose? Bastard! Everyone looked at Zhang Hao with strange eyes, as if asking again, is this true? Listen to me. Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly. At that critical moment, I couldn't think of it so far. Believe me, I didn't mean it. Harry picked up the memory ball that fell on the ground, and said to Zhang Hao in a complicated mood, How? Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been thrown to death. Zhang Hao nodded solemnly, and criticized, It's good that you know this. Both you and Draco are too impulsive. I hope you will think more about the consequences when you do things in the future. You don't need to teach me. Malfoy said angrily. Then next time I will watch you fall to death. Zhang Hao said viciously, in addition, I might report that you violated the regulations first, so I won't have to see your stinky face. Who caused this incident? Don't you forget? Draco. Oh. You won. Malfoy only thought at this time. It seemed that he had just made a big disaster. He bitterly and timidly said, Don't tell the professor about this. Zhang Hao didn't want to do anything to the bear boy. He glanced at everyone and said blankly, Then this is the end. Nothing happened today, right? Everyone. Everyone nodded, and the people in Slytherin and Gryffindor knew that they might lose an important student once they were stabbed. Zhang Hao is the most correct choice to deal with this, no one has a better way. In this way, Zhang Hao virtually established a resourceful image among the two college freshmen. He drew his wand again, pointed in the direction where the broom was flying away, and said, Exio. An old broomstick flew back from the Forbidden Forest. This is Harry's broomstick. Return the broom to its original position, don't let the professor see anything. Zhang Hao said lazily. Everyone hurriedly followed suit, and when everything was cleared, Ms. Huoqi returned with Neville. Ms. Pomfrey's healing technique is obviously not as unreliable as Lockhart. Zhang Hao estimates that injuries like a broken arm can be cured in a blink of an eye. Ms. Huoqi saw that the lawn was as she imagined, she smiled and asked, How is it? Children? No accident happened, right? Everyone shook their heads unanimously, without revealing the slightest flaw. Very good. Ms. Huoqi said again, then let's continue the class. After a class, almost everyone can fly to the sky. It's just that Harry failed to join the Quidditch team as early as the original, and it seems that Gryffindor can't be ashamed. For this result, Zhang Hao feels pretty good. After all, he is a Slytherin, and his own team can beat him with a bright face. I heard that the style of the Slytherin team is not very good, but who would let the rules allow it? If the school can make Quidditch rules more strict, Zhang Hao believes that Slytherin will not be so shameless. In short, everything is a pot of rules. The flight class is over, and the day is over. But the affair between Malfoy and Harry seems to be endless. The two successfully just finished their first appointment in their lives. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy excitedly said to Gore and Crabbe, "We told Filch about this, I think he will catch Harry. Guess what, the school will not fire them." "Hey! It seems that you want to do something immoral again, Draco." Zhang Hao said contemptuously, "Duels are as sacred to wizards as knights. You make a coward after making an agreement like this. It seems you still haven't done anything. I listened to what I said in my heart, really a guy who has done nothing but succeeded. If you want me to say, you are afraid of Harry Potter and dare not fight him, do you?" "Nonsense!" Malfoy said shyly, "Why should I be afraid of him? It's just a little trick. It's Slytherin's personality to do whatever it takes to achieve the goal." "No. You are afraid of Potter. You must admit that." Zhang Hao said lazily, "Think about it, what a great feat Potter survived under the Dark Lord's death curse. You are afraid of this. Opponents are very normal. If you dare to admit this bravely, I think I will admire you. After all, admitting your inner fear requires great courage." In addition, Zhang Hao paused, then said, "Using strategy is unscrupulous when you can't, and you should be fair and honest when you can. Only in this way can you develop fearless courage. You must know that bravery is not Griffin. What a unique quality! What do you know?" Malfoy was furious. www.novel.com gritted his teeth and said, "You're just a half-blood wizard from a Muggle family. You don't understand the qualities of Slytherin at all." "Really?" Zhang Hao said disapprovingly, "You are pure blood, but you don't know as much magic as me. Then why do you think I don't understand the qualities of Slytherin? What's more, I came to Hogwarts just in order to learn magic, to make myself stronger, and to create more brilliance. To be honest, I understand that Slytherin's quality is only to educate you ignorant pure-blood believers. I am not a Slytherin student. Proud, because Salazar Slytherin, he is just a goal I want to surpass." "No. You are so arrogant." Malfoy said in disbelief, "How dare you think like this? Slytherin is the greatest wizard, you want to surpass him." Gore and Crabbe were already dumbfounded. They were already stunned by Zhang Hao's domineering spirit. Zhang Hao eased his tone and said comfortably, "The Wingbird is well aware of the ambition of Hunghu. I won't tell you so much. If you don't dare to fight Harry, then I will go for you. I will announce it by the way tomorrow. See how Draco Malfoy, the representative of the dignified pure-blood family, broke his contract. Those who make mistakes will be punished, and no one will be exception. Trust me, Draco." "Enough!" Malfoy said angrily, "You bastard, isn't it just a duel? Can't I go?" Zhang Hao smiled happily, "Very well, you finally did not let me down. I will be your duel assistant, don't worry. Even if you fail, I can succeed you in defeating Gryffindor. The honor of our Slytherin cannot be desecrated." At the same time, he thought in his heart, "I finally have a chance to meet the three-headed dog." Chapter 30, A Kind of Wizard Duel. As night fell, Zhang Hao and Malfoy sneaked out of the Slytherin bedroom. They wanted to bring Gore and Crabbe, but these two slept too hard to wake up at all. "Hey! Where is your agreed location?" Zhang Hao asked in a low voice. In the prize showroom, where is the door never locked? Malfoy said reluctantly, I have notified Filch, will we be caught by him? You really picked a good place. The two of them had reached the dark corridor. Zhang Hao took out his wand to light up the fluorescence, and continued, since you have told Filch, then pray that we don't touch him. Otherwise. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor will be deducted points. Should we not go? Then only Gryffindor would deduct points. Isn't that bad? Malfoy was still lucky. You are stupid. Why do you think that your plan will succeed? Zhang Hao said grimly, they are alive, and they can escape Filch's search. In that case, I don't need to preach. You will avoid the duel tomorrow. The scandal will be known to everyone. Malfoy tried to think about the consequences, but he didn't dare to speak. The two of them walked in the dark aisle with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow. There are moving pictures on the walls on both sides of people who live forever. They were awakened by the light, and from time to time they uttered a few reprimands, which made Malfoy, who was already terrified, more disturbed. But Zhang Hao didn't respond to this, and was not affected by it at all. 2 flowers bloom, 1 on each table. There was some trouble in Gryffindor. Harry and Ron were entangled by Hermione first, and then they met Neville, who was blocked by the door. The fat lady who just turned the goalkeeper didn't know where to stop. And Barrow, the blood man, strolled around the door of the Gryffindor lounge several times, threatening NA to almost autism. In this case, several people can only act together. Both sides walked cautiously in the castle. Every time they turned, they thought they were going to hit Filch or Mrs. Loris. Fortunately, the two parties arrived at the prize showroom almost at the same time. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come to a duel, Potter. Malfoy was scared to death before, but after seeing Harry, he seemed inspired by Athena, and suddenly became the bravest man in the world. Harry glanced at Zhang Hao and said in surprise, why didn't Crabbe and Gore come? How, are you going to be Malfoy's dual assistant? Of course. Zhang Hao shrugged, I am also a Slytherin student, I can't sit back and watch Draco fail. Of course there is a certain amount of water in this statement. Although he does not want Slytherin to lose to Gryffindor, it does not mean that he will take the risk of violating school regulations to participate in this matter. The main reason for him to participate in this matter is that this duel may have some interesting experiences. For example, the three-headed dog Lu Wei. Some students may not see this big guy until graduation. Harry didn't know what Zhang Hao was thinking, he was already desperate. Zhang Hao casts spells quickly and accurately, and the power of attacking spells is stronger than that of senior students. Professor Flitwick often praises Zhang Hao for this. Who among the freshmen doesn't know about these things? Malfoy is not easy to deal with, plus a better Zhang Hao. Harry couldn't help but think about it. Should he give up in this duel? Ron's performance was even worse. He stared at Malfoy and issued a strong condemnation, oh. I originally thought that your shamelessness would have a bottom line, but I didn't expect it to be that way at all. How dare you ask Zhang Hao to participate? Malfoy? Blessing. Malfoy was still very unhappy, and was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Hao's forcing him to attend the party. But after listening to Ron's words, he felt as refreshed as he had eaten ginseng fruit. Hey! Are you afraid? Weasley. He mocked, if you are afraid, I allow you to admit defeat. That was a delusion. Malfoy. Hermione scolded, even if we concede defeat, we concede defeat to Hao. It has nothing to do with you. Harry and Ron seemed to have received some kind of hint, and said to Zhang Hao quickly, Hermione is right, Hao, we surrendered to you. You Slytherin won this duel, congratulations. Zhang Hao and Neville are already stunned, is this still a duel of a sacred wizard? How does it feel like a child's play? The crystal glass cabinets displaying prizes gleamed in the moonlight. In the darkness, trophies, shields, medals and statues shone with silver and gold light. Because Zhang Hao hasn't answered yet, the prize showroom fell silent again. Everyone can almost hear their own heartbeats, and no one of them breaks this handy piece. Because of this, everyone heard the sound coming from the next room. Smell everywhere, my dear. Where might they hide in? This is Filch talking to Mrs. Loris. He is really not a qualified night watchman. In this case, shouldn't he appear silently? Zhang Hao complained inwardly, while waiting for Harry to choose a route to escape. However, after waiting for a while, Zhang Hao found that everyone was looking at him. Okay. These little guys have been terrified. Zhang Hao made a decisive decision and led them to the door far away from Filch. I'm so thankful that there are more than one door in the prize showroom, otherwise they will definitely be blocked inside. Naviway's robes just past the corner, they heard Filch walk into the prize showroom. They are somewhere here, Filch whispered, probably hid. Look for it. Zhang Hao looked at the only way to escape, dragged Hermione and ran away. The few people behind also followed closely. The hapless Ron and Neville didn't know who tripped first, and they crashed into a set of armor together. Wow! This sound can almost reach the principal's office. Harry yelled at the risk of revealing his identity, run! A group of people bypassed the doorpost and ran through corridor after corridor. They don't know where they are or where they are running. Finally they stopped near the curse classroom, which was about a few miles away from the prize showroom. What a bad luck! I didn't expect to meet Filch. Ron said angrily, it would be over if he caught him just now. He seems to know that someone is going to the prize showroom, someone must have revealed the news to him. Hermione said suspiciously, and she turned her gaze to Malfoy. What do you want me to do? Malfoy was a little guilty, and he deliberately said forcefully in order to conceal, could it be that you suspect me to inform? Zhang Hao relentlessly opened up and said, it was originally your secret, what can't you admit? Everyone looked at Malfoy with contempt, never expecting him to do such a thing. Okay. I admit that I did it, can't it? Malfoy's lungs were about to explode. He glared at Zhang Hao and said angrily, you were going to be caught tonight, Ge Landfinder may be deducted a lot of points. Having said that, I think you should thank this Slytherin traitor. Chapter 31, The Rancid Smell of Love. Who is the traitor? Zhang Hao said displeased, even without me today, they can still run away. You idiot, do you think all your plans can be successful? Harry stood in front of Malfoy and said incomprehensibly, how can you do this? I'm so disappointed in you. Malfoy was about to refute, when Pippi walked through a door. This mischievous ghost screamed happily at the sight of everyone, as if it wasn't enough to express his perversion. Shut up! Pippi, please! You will kill us like this! Hermione whispered. Tisk tisk tisk! Naughty! Naughty! You will be caught! Pippi chuckled and said, the nasty first-year kid head, wandering around in the middle of the night. Ron shouted, as long as you don't betray us, we won't be caught, please, Pepe. No. I should tell Filch. There was a mischievous light in Pipigui's eyes, and he said solemnly, this is for your good, you know. Malfoy, who was already very angry at this moment, finally couldn't help it. He threatened, Pippi. Do you want to be taught by Barrow the Blood? I know you are most afraid of Barrow the Blood. Oh! I'm so scared, Pippi is so scared. Pippi pretended to be scared, and then pierced a wall while shouting. Students don't sleep. In the hallway where the spell lesson is given. Although everyone can no longer see Pippi, they can still hear his roar resounding through the castle. Everyone knows that Filch must be able to hear this voice. Without Zhang Hao taking the lead, everyone ran towards the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there is a heavy wooden door. There is a lock on the wooden door, which looks old and strong. It's over. Ron and Malfoy whimpered. the two little wizards from pure-blood families were most afraid of being expelled from school. Filch's footsteps also came from the darkness. Zhang Hao decisively drew out his wand and said to the door lock, "A Laho cave is open." Click! The door lock opened, and everyone rushed in and closed the door quickly. They lie behind the door, listening nervously to the movement outside. Filch and Pepe Ghost have been arguing. One wanted to know where the students were hiding, while the other just kept hiding. One person and one ghost walked away noisily. "Let's go. I don't think we will have any problems." Harry spoke subconsciously, completely ignoring what was behind him. "Aha! What a big dog!" Zhang Hao's voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked back and took a breath. At this time, they finally remembered Dumbledore's warning before the school banquet. The curse classroom is on the 4th floor. Isn't this the corridor on the 4th floor that the principal warned about? No one knew what was in this corridor at the time, not even the Gryffindor prefect, Parky. And now, everyone present finally knows why it is forbidden to approach here. A big monster-like dog with eyes as big as a dinner plate. It has 3 heads, 3 pairs of fierce eyes turning steadily, 3 noses twitching and trembling towards them, and 3 drooling blood bowls. The saliva was like a slimy body, hanging from the yellowed dog's teeth. This big guy almost filled the entire room, and it gave a huge sense of oppression just standing there. Maybe this guy is still in a state of surprise, so he forgot to launch a brutal attack. But Zhang Hao knew that this state would not last long. He opened the door and rushed out the door. Others are waking up from a dream, and they follow closely. The moment they rushed out of the room, the big dog finally reacted. It roared manic, and its huge dog head hit the wooden door vigorously. Fortunately, everyone ran away. Although it was thrilling, they had already escaped the danger. Leave separately and go back to the dormitory separately. We have to hurry up, but don't be blocked by Filch. Zhang Hao pulled Malfoy and ran towards the Slytherin dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Malfoy calmed his mind. What happened tonight was really exciting for him. What do they want to do? Keep such a thing in school? He said furiously, "I want to tell my dad about this, and I must let him get that guy away." "No. I don't think you should tell anyone about this." Zhang Hao warned, "Don't forget that although the big guy is in school, as long as you keep the warning in mind, there will be no danger. Your father can take it away. The school is gone, and Dumbledore can expel you from school. Think about it." Malfoy thought carefully, and finally gave up some unrealistic ideas. After he cursed "damn," he put his head under the quilt. Zhang Hao also slowly sank into the mysterious illusion. During this time, his understanding of magic became more and more thorough, and the speed of learning magic became faster and faster. Although most of the night has passed, there is enough time for him to learn another simple magic. The next morning, Slytherin and Gryffindor took the same potions lesson. Everyone kept silent about what happened last night, and Harry and Malfoy's relationship seemed to have eased a bit. There is always something inexplicable when the two look at each other. Zhang Hao feels a chill in his back. How come there seems to be a rotten smell of love between the two of them? He shook his head, trying to throw some weird thoughts out of his mind. But sometimes the more he wants to do one thing, the harder he succeeds. Those weird thoughts are like taking root in his mind, becoming stronger and stronger. So, the gaze he looked at Harry and Malfoy became more and more weird. And the two parties didn't know that Zhang Hao arranged them in his heart. After class, Harry found Zhang Hao and Malfoy and said that there was something to tell them. Zhang Hao and Malfoy looked at each other, and then came to the auditorium with Harry. Hermione and Ron were also there. Among the people involved last night, Neville was the only one left. 5 people sitting together, Malfoy was particularly uncomfortable. Among them, 3 of them were all targets he hated, and one of them made him hate to the bone. "What's the matter for calling me here?" "Potter," Malfoy said weakly, "don't tell me, what are you planning for something extraordinary? If you don't want to participate, you can go, I didn't force you to come. Harry said angrily, what I want to say is related to what happened last night. If you are smart enough, maybe I don't need to tell you. Malfoy was silent about Harry's drive. He said that he didn't want to mix up, but in fact he felt like a cat scratching. Okay. Who is not curious yet? He just wanted to know what the heinous guys like Gryffindor had discovered. Chapter 32, Speaking at Hogwarts. Seeing Malfoy refused to leave, Harry said again, if you promise not to say it, I might tell you some secrets. What about him? Malfoy glanced at Zhang Hao, frowned and asked, don't he need a guarantee? Harry also glanced at Zhang Hao, shook his head and said, I believe Hao, he will definitely keep a secret. Oh! Potter! You are really... Malfoy said incomprehensibly, you believe he doesn't believe me? Why? Because you have a prior conviction for whistleblowing, do we still need to talk about it? Hermione rolled her eyes and said. Malfoy was speechless, he turned his head angrily and snorted coldly. However, this can't be mixed up. Malfoy, swear. Or leave. Harry stared at Malfoy and emphasized again. Okay. Malfoy had no choice but to solemnly swear, I, Draco Malfoy, swear by my family's reputation, that I will never tell anyone what I heard today. Harry smiled satisfied when he heard the words. He asked in a low voice, how? Did you observe that room carefully yesterday? Did you find anything worth noting? Zhang Hao suddenly, he certainly saw it. There is a door under the three-headed dog, and that door is obviously connected to a secret space. He nodded and said, yes, I did find it. Under the body of the three-headed dog, there is a 3-foot square door. Look, I said Hao will pay attention. Hermione showed a smug expression and praised, if I can notice, Hao will definitely notice. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, both showing helpless expressions. And Malfoy, at the moment like a fool, at a loss. Oh! It's too much. He recovered, staring at Zhang Hao and asked, you paid attention last night, but you didn't tell me. What? You didn't find out? Zhang Hao pretended to be surprised, and said in surprise, I thought you saw it too, so I didn't tell you. It seems that you are worse than I thought, really weak. These words were like a sharp blade, and they pierced Malfoy's chest hard. He ate Huang Lian like a dumb and couldn't say a word. Harry's trio was dark in his heart. It's not common to see Malfoy deflated. At the same time, they also remain vigilant towards Zhang Hao. Because he has a poisonous tongue, he is not sure when he will be able to pierce people's hearts. The next 5 people studied, trying to find out what was hidden under the door. But there are fewer clues at hand, they can only be sure that it must be something very precious or dangerous. Zhang Hao knew that there was a magic stone hidden under it, but he definitely couldn't tell. This makes him feel uncomfortable, maybe all the people who travel through have this feeling. Finally, Harry stared at Malfoy and warned, don't forget your vow, Malfoy. Oh! That's enough. Potter! Malfoy said impatiently, you shouldn't doubt the bloodline glory of a pure-blood wizard. Harry spread his hands and said, it's really a loss of what you did in the past. I said you guys are tit for tat. Zhang Hao persuaded, let's trust Malfoy, he is still a child. Malfoy almost spit out blood, he would rather not trust this kind of trust. In short, the mystery of the secret room guarded by the 3-headed dog is gone. For children, many things can only stay hot for 3 minutes. As the weekend approaches, both Harry and Malfoy have forgotten what happened on Thursday night. Because of Zhang Hao's interference, Harry was not selected for the Quidditch team by exception, but this did not prevent him from getting in touch with Quidditch. The senior students have started a new round of Quidditch training this week, and this training does not deny the visit of the junior students. Of course, it's a different story if it's a competitor. So, the freshmen who had nothing to do, except for the nerds in the library, almost all came to the Quidditch stadium. Zhang Hao was not spared either, he was dragged by Daphne. How? I think you should be a little more active, how can you always be in the library? Daphne was very dissatisfied with Zhang Hao's frequent use of the library, because then they would not be able to play together. More importantly, Zhang Hao never told her a joke when she was in the library. Yes, in the 2 weeks after school, Zhang Hao often told Daphne some funny jokes. Those funny jokes from later generations are so damned in this era that no one can resist its charm. But there is a prerequisite, that is, you must be able to understand it. Zhang Hao's translation is no problem, but because of the differences between Chinese and Western cultures, the jokes in some of the verses will become very obscure. This requires him to explain little by little. When he is bored, he will be very serious, and when he is busy, he will be perfunctory. This changeable attitude often annoys Daphne. The little girl has not given him snacks for several days. How? You said last time that every household in your village has a radio? What is that radio? Can you tell me more? Although Daphne was angry, she did not give up exploring the magical eastern country. She asked expectantly, I almost forgot that story, can you tell me again? All right. Zhang Hao said casually while observing the Quidditch training. www.novel.com, our village is very backward, and people can only communicate with each other by radio. The roads in the village are also because of the unevenness, the car is completely impossible to drive, so every household in our village has a tank. Weasel often steal chickens, so every household in our village prepares AK-47s and grenades. As long as the weasel comes, everyone will rush. Go up and grab it and bake it. You don't need too much seasoning, just sprinkle some cumin. The kids next door are crying. The radio is a communication tool, which is faster than the owl. But the distance of message transmission is relatively short. If you want to transmit messages from a long distance, you need to use long-distance phones. A tank is a kind of steel monster. It can fight planes and bad guys. Some short stories were told by Zhang Hao. I don't know when, he was already surrounded by people. Daphne, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Malfoy. In fact, wizards are also humans, and they are also curious about everything. If someone opens the door to a new world for them, they will also be fascinated by it. Many things that Zhang Hao talked about, even Hermione, who was born in a Muggle family, had only heard of it, and she was also listening with gusto at this time. Little wizards want to see new things. Malfoy, who had a great prejudice against Muggles, had a disdainful expression on his face, but he was full of expectations in his heart. For the first time, he had doubts about the ideas instilled by his parents. Are Muggles really that unbearable? It doesn't seem to be the case. A person's mentality changes are always affected by the environment. If he is not affected, it can only mean that the impact is not large enough. Obviously, what Zhang Hao did has seriously affected the right and wrong view of a certain pure-blood believer. Chapter 33, Pansy and Number 039, S. Accidental Discovery. Time passed quickly, and more than a month passed in a blink of an eye. Life at Hogwarts, on the whole, is both plain and novel. Similar to most Muggle schools, life follows a 3.1-line trajectory of class, eating, and sleeping. There are also abundant extracurricular activities between classes, and there are also complicated behavioral relationships among students. At least from Zhang Hao's point of view, it is true. Learning magic is no different from learning natural science and technology, and the harvest also makes him happy. In more than a month, he learned most of the conventional magic. He didn't deliberately show off, but his performance in class has shocked everyone. Professor Flitwick would praise genius every time he saw Zhang Hao, and even the greatest Dean Dumbledore in Hogwarts history was shocked. Now before Zhang Hao, there are still two magic problems. One is the patron saint curse, and the other is apparition. These two spells are both high and deep, and the latter even has a 17-year-old cast limit. But thinking about the importance of these two magics, Zhang Hao felt it necessary to learn them in advance. Apparition, needless to say, this is a must-have magical skill for home travel. Is related to mobility, and it cannot be overstated. And the patron saint curse, this is the magic that most restrains dementors. If they don't have the patron saint curse, most wizards will be in a dilemma of powerlessness to resist the dementors. Azkaban is terrible because of those ugly dementors. Zhang Hao doesn't like to put his fate in the hands of others. He has always pursued his own strength and tried his best to make up for all the weaknesses in his body. At the same time, he also tried his best to use everything and think of ways to increase his influence. Even if the Slytherin students hated him very much, he tried his best to blend in. The fundamental purpose of this is to control these wizards one day. For the strong, strength and influence complement each other, and the two are indispensable. Zhang Hao thought that what Voldemort could do back then may not be impossible. And in his opinion, Voldemort's work is actually very rough, almost without technical content. If you want to form a real trend, you can only make most people have the same ideas as yourself. Voldemort may have realized this, otherwise he would not be a pure-blood platform as a half-blood wizard. He was wrong in setting the wrong goal, and he put himself in the position of the big devil from the beginning. Isn't this encouraging the brave to form a group to push? Zhang Hao felt that if he changed another way, he could probably do better than Voldemort. But until then, it's more important to improve your strength. Guardian Mantra must be learned, and apparition must also be studied. Can't use Phantom Shift, can't Phantom Shift modify yet? Isn't all the existing magic created by people? Others can create, why can't I create? There is a mysterious illusion, Zhang Hao is so confident. Both creating magic and modifying magic are very dangerous, and serious magic accidents can cause wizards to die. But Zhang Hao does not have such scruples, creating magic in a mysterious illusion and using magic in reality. Although he hasn't tried it yet, he thinks this idea is very feasible. After all, in the past few years, he has created many novel things in the mysterious illusion. The effect of practicing in the mysterious illusion is equivalent to practicing in reality, and there is never any danger. Even if there is a certain degree of uncertainty in creating new magic, Zhang Hao thinks it is necessary to fight it. If there is no risk in life, how boring it would be to live. As for the Guardian God spell, Zhang Hao has found the spell, but he has not had time to practice it. He plans to learn the Patroness Mantra tonight and start to transform apparition tomorrow. How to say you have to transform your own apparition? This kind of spell has a special name in the game world, it seems to be called an exclusive skill. Is just like Snape's superhero wooing, not only powerful but also suitable for him. Zhang Hao was filled with longing when he thought of this, and he wished to take action immediately. But before that, he had to finish the potions class in front of him. When it comes to the difficulty of the Hogwarts course, I am afraid there is nothing more difficult than the potions class. Even the confusing divination class in the upper grades can easily be fooled. But the potions class is not good. No matter how well you learn in other courses, you have to succumb to Professor Snape's lewdness here. Every time he attends the potions class, Zhang Hao has the illusion of being dominated by the chemistry experiment class in his previous life. After a class, Harry was tossed about his life by Snape again. Malfoy still spared no effort to mock him, the relationship between the two became more and more complicated. On the bright side, the two quarreled as soon as they met, but they seemed to have some tacit understanding, and they could always meet unexpectedly in some places. Zhang Hao felt inexplicably that it was probably related to the kiss between the two of them during their first flight lesson. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" In the corridor, Pansy Parkinson stopped Zhang Hao. This little girl who has always discriminated against half-blood wizards looks very nervous at the moment, and it feels like Zhang Hao would eat her. Let's talk. What do you want to ask? Explain beforehand, I may not answer some questions. Zhang Hao was also a little surprised. If he remembers correctly, this is the first time Pansy has taken the initiative to speak to him. Pansy hesitated. Are you really from a Muggle family? Do you still have to ask? Zhang Hao said helplessly, I came from a Muggle family. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is estimated to be known to the entire school. Oh. That's great. Pansy seemed to be relieved, and then said, I found a hidden room in the castle, but I can't open the door. It needs a Muggle family background. I can't find a more suitable wizard than you. I mean, I don't know other wizards from Muggle families except you. Zhang Hao looked at Pansy, and after a while, he frowned and said, a door? You need a wizard from a Muggle family to open it. Yes, that door is very hidden. I discovered it by accident. Pansy looked impatient, she grabbed her hair and said, actually, I found the door a long time ago, but you know, I hate it. Muggle, so I left it behind. But the door keeps appearing in my mind and I'm so annoyed that I want to open it. An unforgettable door? When Zhang Hao was curious, he was also a little wary. This ancient castle is so huge. Under the blessing of various magics, its internal space is even larger than seen from the outside. No one knows how many undiscovered rooms in this castle, no one knows what secrets are hidden in those rooms, and even some rooms are in front of them and no one can find them. And these rooms may require certain conditions to open. If those conditions are not met, even if they have excellent magical abilities, they are useless. The House of All Requests is the best example. Before it was discovered, no one knew how to open it. Could it be that Pansy accidentally discovered a room as mysterious as a room for requests? Chapter 34, Hayashi Nakaji-ya. Hogwarts corridors are almost the same. Either the walls are engraved with reliefs or the empty armor stands on both sides. At this moment, Zhang Hao and Pansy are walking in a corridor with armor. Pansy looks very cautious, the arrogance of the past is gone. The pure-blood wizard who used to be Slytherin was always arrogant in front of the mixed blood, but everything has changed since Zhang Hao joined. No one can hold a proud head in front of Zhang Hao, because no one among the freshmen of Slytherin College is stronger than him. Even senior students gave him 3 points courteously. After all, even if many people graduate from Hogwarts, they may not be able to master all the magic taught in class. Geniuses can be courteous everywhere, this is not empty talk. There were only 2 footsteps in the corridor, and Zhang Hao doubted the existence of the mysterious room. Pansy is a Slytherin student after all. If she intends to engage in conspiracies and tricks, it is really not uncommon. There is a famous saying that a pure-blooded wizard who can't engage in conspiracy and trickery is not a good Slytherin. Zhang Hao took this sentence deeply, and said in his heart, does this little girl want to kill me? Hiss. The more you think, the more likely it is. The secluded corridor seems to have no end. This kind of environment was already very depressing, and Zhang Hao had an ominous premonition in his heart, and the atmosphere suddenly became terrifying. The little girl next to her seems to be a monster that chooses people and eats at any time. Zhang Hao stared at Pansy closely, without blinking his eyes. Hey! Why are you looking at me like this? Pansy said angrily, go back to the common room if you don't want to go. Do you think I want to harm you? I was most afraid of the air being quiet. Pansy's sudden outbreak dispelled the atmosphere of terror. Zhang Hao came back to his senses, unavoidably amused by his performance just now. A dignified adult would be frightened by the scene of his own brain replenishment. He didn't know what to say. Pansy's bulging face gave Zhang Hao the urge to pinch. He suppressed this impulse and said with a dry cough, girls are not cute anymore if they are fierce, just smile. I'm sorry. I can't laugh at you. Pansy rolled his eyes unceremoniously, then pointed to the front relief and said, the mysterious door is there, staring at the night for a while, blank text will appear everywhere. Zhang Hao followed Pansy's guidance, and he did see a relief. A knight and a witch are engraved on the wall. It seems that the knight is chasing the witch. Both wear 15th century costumes, ancient knight armor and witch robes, broad knight broadsword, and one person high ancient wand. There are lightning and thunder around, and there are ghosts of angels and demons. Although Zhang Hao has studied the history of European development, that kind of research only involves fur. This kind of vague relief seems to be only a description of a fragment of mythology, and he is completely unable to interpret the substantive meaning from it. But there was one thing that shocked him, and that was the look in the knight's eyes. It is a kind of fanatical, pious, and indomitable look. Only these eyes are the most glamorous in the relief of the whole face. These eyes don't look conspicuous, but as long as you notice them, you will be attracted to them unknowingly. Zhang Hao felt a faint mental wave invading his mind, and this mental wave was blocked by a clemency before he succeeded. He glanced at Pansy thoughtfully, and finally understood why the little girl often thought of this relief. Obviously, this relief has been given a lot of profound magic, some of which can even affect people's thinking. And Pansy inadvertently got a kind of magic that is opposite to the effect of Pansy. This kind of magic can plant a certain idea in her heart, and then this idea will thrive, and finally force her to find someone to open the door. At present, it seems that this kind of magic will not directly harm people. Zhang Hao, as Pansy said, stared at the knight for a moment, and words appeared in the blank space between the knight and the witch. Later, please show your magic talent. If you are strong enough and have an unclean background, maybe you can get my gift. Entering this door is your lifelong blessing. This text did not disappear quickly, but gleamed with dim magical light. Zhang Hao turned to look at Pansy, and asked in confusion, "Is the text you saw before the same as it is now?" Pansy put her hands around her chest, and nodded coldly, "Yes. There is no change in the text." Zhang Hao touched his chin for a moment, and then asked, "It doesn't say that you must be a wizard from a Muggle family to open it. How did you know?" "Idiot! Why didn't you say it?" Pansy said contemptuously, "Isn't it just you wizards who came from a Muggle family?" Zhang Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Indeed, in the eyes of purebloodism, people other than pureblood learning magic is a defilement of magic. From this perspective, the wizard who came from a Muggle family is indeed from an unclean background. Zhang Hao thought for a while, and cast a disarming curse at the stone wall. Explanamos. Boom! The curse hit the blank space of the mural, creating a circle of illusory waves. www.ltnovel.com. The door did not open, and there was no force feedback on the wall. Zhang Hao put his hand on the wall and felt the flow of magic on the wall. However, this wall is really like the surface of the water, and his hand passed through the wall as soon as he put it on it. My fingertips feel a little cool, like wind blowing on my fingertips. Whew! Before Zhang Hao had time to react, he was sucked into the wall. What? And Pansy was so scared that she screamed and fainted on the ground. For a while, the corridor fell into silence again. There is a subtle breeze blowing in the woods, and a delicate wooden house sits on a sturdy tree. This wooden house has even grown together with the whole tree. They are not separated from each other, and wind and rain cannot separate them. The leaves are hidden, but there are gaps for sunlight to pass through. There are vines and flowers hanging on the wooden house, and dewdrops are hanging on the vines and flowers. These dewdrops gleamed in the sunshine, and they look beautiful. There is a nursery under the big tree, and large tracts of potions are being taken care of in order. The whole picture is like a fairyland on earth. However, the void suddenly fluctuated, and a figure fell from midair and hit the nursery. The figure seemed to get up quickly after landing, so he avoided the bite of a potion. Damn! Where is this? Is it the Forbidden Forest? The person with a unique way of playing was Zhang Hao, who had just disappeared from Hogwarts. He stood up and looked at the surrounding environment, trying to confirm where he was. But soon he gave up because there were trees all around, and he couldn't even tell the direction. Chapter 35, Mysterious Lilith. Zhang Hao thought he was in the Forbidden Forest, and he felt a little disappointed in his heart. That kind of beating frequency is too fast. I didn't jump so fast when I learned of the crossing back then. The Forbidden Forest is also often called the Dark Forest. This is a large forest with all kinds of strange creatures living in it. Horseman, werewolf, unicorn, night cheater, eight-eyed giant spider. There are even rumors that a real dragon might be sleeping in the Forbidden Forest. In the general sense, a dragon is just a dragon. In appearance, it has a big hideous face, a pair of sharp dragon horns, a huge torso, a pair of fleshy wings connected to the front paws, 2 strong hind legs, and long legs. Long tail. This kind of dragon is very common, even muggles can see it occasionally, so the Ministry of Magic often clears the memory of the muggles who saw the dragon. But giant dragons are different. They not only have a larger body than ordinary dragons, but also have 2 more powerful forelimbs. This type of dragon resists any magic and has an almost endless lifespan. They are not tamed by anyone. Even the ancient magic world, not many people have seen them. And those who have seen them all call them the Dragon King. In short, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. Some ferocious magical animals can be tricky even if an adult wizard encounters them. Although Zhang Hao knows a lot of magic, he doesn't have much practical experience at all. I really met some ugly guys, I'm afraid he can only catch blindly. Guest from the old castle, I feel your hesitation. Don't worry, nothing here can hurt you. Zhang Hao was looking around blankly, and suddenly there was an ethereal voice above his head. He quickly raised his head and looked up, only then did he find that there was a beautiful wooden house on the big tree beside him. And on the trunk in front of the wooden house, a dim figure was standing. A breeze blew away the white mist in the forest, and the figure gradually became clear. She seemed dissatisfied with this way of going on stage. She jumped directly from the big tree and landed in front of Zhang Hao. Silver eyes, tall nose, bright red lips, and flawless skin make up a beautiful face. The golden hair hangs down like a waterfall, and is by a piece of grass, which looks more supple. The private parts of her body are covered with flowers and leaves, and the whole looks full of natural atmosphere. She is like a flawless jade sculpture, every inch of skin exudes a soft light. Among human beings, Zhang Hao has never seen such a beautiful existence. In humans, it seems impossible to have such a beautiful existence. This is not a human being. She has a pair of pointed ears, just like the legendary natural spirit. Hello, my name is Lilith. Lips and teeth opened and closed, Zhang Hao's hair exploded. Lilith, who looks so perfect in appearance, has 2 pairs of sharp canine teeth in her mouth. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Hao complained, but politely said, Hello, my name is Zhang Hao. Where is this? I feel the tension in your heart, I hope you don't care about my appearance. Lilith said gently, Since you can come here, you must have passed its on-screening. I will follow her last wish. Let you board the wooden house and take away her relics. Sorry. Can you tell me who Edson is? I don't seem to have heard of her. Zhang Hao recalled for a while and confirmed that he had not heard of Edson. He asked cautiously, I am here because of her arrangement? What is your relationship with her? I can tell you not much. Lilith shook her head, pointing to the wooden house on the tree and said, I think you should look at what she left for you, maybe you can know everything from it. Zhang Hao looked up, and vines were slowly growing on the thickest tree trunk in front of the wooden house. These vines grow and weave into a strong rope ladder. There is no doubt that this must have been done by Lilith. This big beauty with weird physical characteristics really possesses powerful magical powers. At this point, Zhang Hao relaxed a lot. Since the opponent possesses a powerful force, he doesn't need to be circumspect to harm him. Since there is no resistance, then accept the arrangement. Go. Young man, everything you want to know is in the wooden house. Lilith said with a smile. At this time, the rope ladder also extended in front of Zhang Hao. He only hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the rope ladder. The vines are still exuding the fragrance of vegetation, and the lower end has been rooted in the soil, so the rope ladder has become very stable. But even so, Zhang Hao was tired and sweating when he arrived at the wooden house. This wooden house is too high, maybe not so high before, but trees always grow, don't they? Go in. Lilith did not know when she also boarded the platform in front of the wooden house. She said in an expectant tone, I am waiting for you here. If Edson mentions me, please let me know. Of course, I will. Zhang Hao nodded and said, I think Edson will definitely mention you as long as he doesn't forget you. After he finished speaking, he went to pull the door of the wooden house. The door was not locked. It opened with just a light pull. He was about to step into the wooden house, suddenly turned to look at Lilith, and asked strangely, Miss Lilith, have you ever passed this wooden house? No, Edson doesn't allow me to enter this wooden house. Lilith said with a loss, I respect her, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, so I won't violate her orders. Zhang Hao was skeptical about this. He stepped into the wooden house and carefully examined everything in the wooden house. This is a clean and tidy hut, estimated to be less than 1/3 the size of the curse classroom. The room was spotless, but Zhang Hao could still feel the breath of time. In the Muggle world, the house will become cold, decayed, and dusty if it stays for a long time. These characteristics can be counted as the breath of the years. Even if the house is cleaned immediately, the breath of the years will not disappear immediately. Only when people live for a period of time, popularity will replace the breath of years. And the wooden house where Zhang Hao is, it feels like an old house that has just been cleaned. Looks very fresh, but lifeless. Because of this feeling, Zhang Hao finally believed Lilith's words. There are not many furnishings in the wooden house, a bookshelf, a desk, a chair, a wooden bed, and an oil lamp. There is a diary on the desk, signed, Edson Thacker Enberg. Zhang Hao picked up the diary and found that there was a sheepskin scroll under the diary. The exposed part of the sheepskin scroll only wrote one sentence. To someone destined in the future, I hope you can fulfill my little wish. Zhang Hao slowly opened the scroll, and the text on the scroll jumped in front of his eyes. Dear destined person, I don't know when you will be here, and I don't know if you are ambitious. But I believe that you, like many wizards who are separated by blood, still bear the strange look. May the wealth I leave behind can help you through the catastrophe and lead the confused people into the right path. The witch reborn from the persecution, yours sincerely, Edson Thacker Enberg. Chapter 36, Descendants of Succubus and Elves. Zhang Hao rolled up the sheepskin scroll and opened the old diary again. The material of the diary is also parchment paper. The fonts written on it are very delicate, but many of the words are weird and do not quite match the current English vocabulary. The date marked on the first page is 1476, which is more than 500 years ago. Zhang Hao frowned after looking at it for a moment. Many words had to be translated slowly, otherwise they would not be able to form smooth sentences at all. He closed the diary and came to the bookshelf again. The bookshelf is made of very elegant materials, with simple patterns carved on it. The owner seems to have cast some kind of protective charm to keep the color of the bookshelves unchanged over the years. This is an amazing achievement. Under normal circumstances, the magic that someone casts will expire with the passing of life. Zhang Hao has never heard of a wizard whose magic still has effects many years after his death. Oh no! Voldemort counts as one, but he is not completely dead, not reference. Zhang Hao's heart moved, and he couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion. Could it be said that Edson is still alive? She also made a Horcrux? When the thought of appeared, Zhang Hao suddenly became a little frightened. He drew out his wand and put a lot of protection on himself. However, nothing abnormal happened in the wooden house, and there was no aggressive atmosphere unique to black magic. Zhang Hao stabilized his mind and focused on the bookshelf again. Took out a few books at random, all of which were exquisite ancient books bound in parchment. The headache is that these books, like that diary, need to be interpreted slowly. Zhang Hao put the books back, and walked out of the wooden house with only the diary. Lilith is sitting on a tree trunk, humming softly in a small tune. Those jade-white legs swayed, making Zhang Hao a little dizzy. "Hi! Did you gain something?" Lilith said briskly. Not for the time being, the books left by Edson are a bit incomprehensible to me." Zhang Hao shook his head, he was still wary of Lilith. So far, all Lilith's information is a one-sided word, which makes him unable to believe it completely. He asked cautiously, "Have you read those books? Can you explain the contents for me?" "Oh. Sorry, I don't understand human words." Lilith said distressedly, "Edson passed away before I had time to teach me words. She was afraid that I would destroy the relic, so she cast a spell on that door." "Edson only taught you magic?" Zhang Hao tried his best to behave naturally, inquiring about Edson-related information bit by bit. "No. Edson didn't teach me magic either." Lilith said helplessly, "My magic comes from blood inheritance. I don't understand the magic of you human wizards." Zhang Hao was a little surprised when he heard that, relying on blood to inherit power, this is an ability that ancient races only possess. House elves, fairies, dragons. Many magical creatures can gain power through bloodline inheritance, and they are born with incredible magical abilities. At this point, Zhang Hao became more curious about Lilith. He tentatively asked, "Can you tell me what race you are?" "Of course, there is nothing to hide." Lilith played with her hair and chuckled, "Edson said that I was a descendant of elves and succubuses. When she adopted me, my parents had already passed away." Zhang Hao was a little silent when he heard that he was a succubus again. This is the third time he has heard of this race. In the history of magic, Merlin was described as a half-devil with demon blood. More uncertain records claim that Merlin's father was a succubus. The male succubus is also known as the succubus or nightmare. Mortal women are often seduced by such creatures unknowingly, and thus lose their virginity. In Merlin's old age, he seemed to be the same as his mother, who had also been tricked by the succubus. He was deceived by a female succubus named Vivian and locked in an oak tree. If this legend is true, it should have occurred around 500 AD, which is more than 1,400 years away from today. Lilith was born more than 500 years ago, and she is the descendant of succubus and elves. Maybe this girl is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Realizing this, Zhang Hao became more vigilant towards Lilith. He patted the diary in his hand and smiled, "Can I bring this diary back to the castle for study? I think it may take a while before it can be fully interpreted." "Please feel free." Lilith said indifferently, "Since Edson left these to you, you have the right to deal with them." Zhang Hao looked around again, and said embarrassedly, "Then how should I go back? Where is this place?" "This is the depths of the dark forest." Lilith pointed to a tree hole beside the wooden house and said, "You can go back to the castle from there." Zhang Hao glanced at the tree hole and then at Lilith. He wanted to invite Lilith to the castle with him. It would be the most sensible to leave this unknown creature to Dumbledore. But before he spoke, he subconsciously denied this idea. Finally, he just said softly, "I will come back to see you, goodbye." Then, he stepped into the tree hole. In the next second, there was a soft sound of swish from the tree hole. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lilith retracted her gaze and began to hum softly The Unknown Minor. Same as when he came, Zhang Hao was swallowed by a force of suction the moment he stepped into the tree hole. Just a moment's effort, he returned to the previous corridor. "Hey? Why is this girl lying on the ground? Asleep?" Zhang Hao looked at Pansy on the ground, feeling very puzzled. He knelt down and patted Pansy on the cheek, then yelled softly. Pansy woke up and asked in confusion, "Where is this? What's wrong with me? How do I know? I still want to ask you." Zhang Hao said, "Get up quickly. Isn't it cold on the ground?" Pansy slowly got up, looked at Zhang Hao and asked suspiciously, "Where did the door key teleport you to?" It seems to be a corner of the Forbidden Forest, where there is an empty wooden house." Zhang Hao didn't want Pansy to know too much, and said half-truth, "I wandered there for a while, but only found the one who came back. Portal, so I came back." S diary was put into his robe, and no one could see it. "Oh. It's boring, then go back." Pansy seemed to believe it, and said disgustingly, "I won't be here again." "This kind of result couldn't be better," Zhang Hao said quickly, "You are right, I won't be here anymore." As they said, they walked back along the way they came. From far away, the conversation between the two can still be heard. "By the way, why did you come here last time? This is already the 3rd floor underground. I listened to the pen fairy story you told, and I want to try it. So come here." "Okay. Fool. Pen fairy can't play alone." Chapter 37, Halloween Dinner. Halloween is coming soon. This is a very important holiday in the West. The students are looking forward to this festival, because such a festival will definitely have a grand banquet. Apart from anything else, the exquisite food alone is attractive enough. But Zhang Hao didn't have much interest in these, he only had the yellowed parchment diary in his eyes. After returning from the wooden house in the forest, he often went to the library to look up the name Edson. Finally yesterday, he found Edson's information in the book Hogwarts Principles. Edson's full name is Edson Thacker Enberg. She lived in the 15th century and was one of the headmistresses of Hogwarts. She is also a social historian, mainly studying Muggle society, and died in 1503. There are so many records in the book. Compared to other principles, this little text is simply pitiful. Maybe Edson's portrait is still hanging in the principal's room. If you want to know more about her, you can talk to her portrait. It's just that Zhang Hao has no reason to go to the principal's office. He can only learn about Edson through his diary. Although the ancient English is troublesome, it doesn't seem to be difficult to interpret them as long as you use your heart. Zhang Hao turned to page 6 and took out the pen and paper as usual, reading and thinking about vocabulary. September 8, 1476. The sun is shining brightly. I was discovered by those hypocritical knights again. They are dressed in the cloak of priests, using the magic created by Merlin. They cut the butcher knife to the same kind. Use our blood to fool mortals. Witch, wizard. As long as they find out, we'll never escape their pursuit. I don't know how long I can hold on. But I believe this disaster will one day be eliminated. The previous article is basically such a record, and Edson seems to be being hunted down. She is hiding in Tibet, and she won't have a birthday in a few days. I didn't expect this female headmaster to experience this kind of suffering. Zhang Hao combined the history of magic to speculate that Edson seemed to have been hunted down by the Crusaders. In the Crusades, some wizards with hypocritical masks seem to be called priests. In the European Middle Ages, Muggles slaughtered wizards. This history was originally like a joke. But Edson's diary gave Zhang Hao a new understanding of the war between wizards and Muggles. Not to mention the Middle Ages, even now it is not easy for Muggles to slaughter wizards. Don't look at Muggles' technological development day by day. There are more and more advanced weapons, but these weapons are still not enough to deal with wizards. Because no matter how advanced the weapon is, it is still Muggles who use it. Phantom Shift, Phantom Curse, and Imperious Curse are set, it is not certain who the advanced weapons are fired. So, Muggles and wizards can't have any advantage at all when they go to war. It is even more difficult to slaughter wizards with the cold weapons of the Middle Ages. But the facts are beyond doubt, the wizard did fall into a disadvantage for a certain period of time. The reason for this result is the appearance of traitors among wizards is the most reasonable explanation. Of course, the possibility of magic being behind at that time is not ruled out. Technology is advancing, so is magic. Is at the same initial stage, it is really hard to say who is higher. However, according to the records in Idzon's diary, the reason why wizards fell in the middle of the war seems to be because the traitor has a greater impact. Zhang Hao closed the diary and put it in the pocket of the wizard robe. This wizard robe was cast by him without a trace of stretching curse, and the space in his pocket was enough to hold an elephant. The dinner was about to begin. He tidied up his clothes and walked to the auditorium. I ran into Daphne on the road. She was with Hermione and Pansy. They often listen to Zhang Hao telling stories together. Although they get along harmoniously, it is the first time to get along with each other like this. How? Why are you here? Daphne was still very happy to see Zhang Hao. She laughed and said, "We are going to summon the pen fairy, do you want to be together?" Summon the pen immortal at this time. Zhang Hao was a little inexplicable, he asked inexplicably, "Should I summon the pen immortal at midnight?" Daphne is too timid. Hermione whispered, "She's afraid the ghost summoned is too fierce." Hermione. "How can you tell him?" Daphne said embarrassedly, "This is our secret, you shouldn't tell anyone." Hermione stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, but her usual serious face was gone. Zhang Hao said wonderingly, "Hermione, when did you become interested in pension? Don't you like playing games?" "Oh. I think you have misunderstood, how?" Hermione explained, "I just want to know whether the ritual of summoning the pen fairy can really summon ghosts. After all, the cause of ghosts has always been a mystery. Perhaps the mystery can be solved by summoning the pen fairy." Question. Hermione was still the same Hermione, she just considered summoning the pen fairy as a subject to study. "I am afraid I will disappoint you," Zhang Hao said with a smile, "summoning the pen fairy is just a muggle game. This game may not be able to summon ghosts. It's okay to try, what if you succeed?" Hermione shrugged. "Did I say you talked enough?" Pansy on the side was already impatient, and she grumbled and said, "If you don't leave, you won't have a chance to have dinner." Hermione and Daphne looked at each other www.novel.com and said in unison, "We're gone, see you later." After saying this, the three little girls happily ran to the underground classroom. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly, and could only walk towards the auditorium alone. At this time, the auditorium is already full of various decorations, pumpkin lanterns floating in the air, colorful ribbons everywhere, and empty tableware. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceilings, and another 1,000 bats hovered above the dining table like a group of low clouds. The airflow they led made the candle flames in the jack-o'-lanterns keep flashing. Dumbledore spoke regularly, and then various delicacies appeared on the plate. At this time, all the students' faces were filled with smiles. Zhang Hao couldn't help sighing, food really is the most conquering thing in the world. Halfway through the banquet, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the auditorium, his big scarf worn crookedly on his head, his face was full of horror. Zhang Hao stared at Quirrell with a sneer, and mocked in his heart, "This play is true enough." Everyone is staring at Quirrell at this moment, but nobody cares about Zhang Hao's gaze. Quirrell walked to Dumbledore's chair, leaned on the table, panted and said, "The troll in the underground classroom I thought you should know." When he finished speaking, he fell to the floor and passed out. The auditorium suddenly became a mess, and the students who had not passed the storm yelled, panicking like a lamb being disturbed by wolves. Dumbledore's face was sinking, he put his wand against his throat and shouted, "Quiet!" The auditorium was quiet, and he continued, "Premier, immediately lead the students from each college to the dormitory." Chapter 38, Attacking Troll. The deans of each dean led the students back to the dormitory, and there were discussions along the way. Oh my god! How come there are giant monsters in the school? This is horrible. I think Pippi might have put it in. This can add some fun to Halloween. Stop nonsense, Pippi doesn't have that great ability. Professor Quirrell is so bad, he was shocked by a giant monster. At this time, Zhang Hao in the crowd suddenly remembered that there were 3 little girls who didn't know about the giant monster. Really bad. I should have stopped them, but they might not listen to me at all. Zhang Hao thought. He had already left the team. Malfoy was next to him, and he followed him when he left the team. Hey! Are you breaking the school rules again? Malfoy was as annoying as ever. He was like Gryffindor's Neville, always on the line with Zhang Hao. You idiot! Zhang Hao said grimly, I'm looking for Daphne and Pansy. Didn't you see that they were not in the team? Malfoy glanced back, but he didn't see Daphne and Pansy. He asked blankly, do you know where they went? Of course it is the basement. Zhang Hao said casually. Oh! God! Malfoy was shocked. So, they don't know about the trolls. You just reacted to it. Zhang Hao said angrily, otherwise, why should I look for them? The two immediately left the team in tandem. It's all to blame on you. Malfoy said numbly, who told you to tell them all those messy stories? Tisk tisk. I remember, you were very happy to hear it at the time. Zhang Hao mocked, or I won't tell the story in the future. Malfoy immediately kept silent. Zhang Hao's short story has long become Hogwarts' most interesting inter-class entertainment. Even if Malfoy was unwilling, he still had to admit that if Zhang Hao didn't tell the story, their life would be 100 times boring than it is now. The two met Harry and Ron at the corner of the corridor in the basement, which was a very unpleasant encounter for Malfoy. Oh! Merlin's beard! Malfoy said disgustingly, Potter. Is anyone in your Gryffindor missing? How do you know? Harry said subconsciously, Hermione is gone. I heard someone say that she and the Slytherin people went to the underground classroom. Malfoy looked at Zhang Hao and asked boredly, don't tell me that the girl who hates you as much as you is also with Pansy and the others. Zhang Hao nodded and said, congratulations, you guessed it. They teamed up to play the Pen Fairy. This is really a terrible story. Ron swallowed and said, how? Do you think there are evil spirits in this world? If so, we may not only face trolls, but also one horrible evil spirit. In Europe, ghosts are called ghosts, and evil spirits are called evil spirits. Regardless of the Muggle world or the magic world, there have always been legends of ghosts and evil spirits. Normal ghosts are not harmful to wizards, just like those ghosts in the castle. Although they sometimes look fierce, they can actually not harm any wizard at all. Even in the face of mortals, ghosts can only harm them through intimidation and fright. The evil spirits are different, they are cruel souls. The most famous evil spirit is probably the Mary that people are familiar with. This demon in the mirror is often summoned by people, some succeed and some fail. Those who think the summoning is successful are unclear, and those who think the summoning fails directly deny the existence of evil spirits. So until now, people cannot be sure whether evil spirits really exist. This is the same in the wizarding world. Some people vow to destroy evil spirits, and more people who have never seen evil spirits deny the existence of evil spirits. Therefore, evil spirits are more mysterious and terrifying in people's hearts. If evil spirits are also included in magical creatures, they will be the most difficult to study. Okay. Pull away. Whether the evil spirit is good or not, let's not mention it, at least now Ron and Malfoy are very scared. The two have the urge to shrink, but because of face, no one said anything. Zhang Hao and Harry didn't have any strange expressions, their hearts belonged to the stronger category. They trot all the way and finally came near the women's toilet. There is a foul smell here, which is a mixture of smelly socks and public toilets that have never been cleaned. Then, they heard a deep grunt. Accompanied by it is the sound of a huge footboard dragging on the ground. Harry pointed to the end of a passage and whispered, "Look over there." Zhang Hao turned his head to look, only to see a behemoth walking towards them. This behemoth walked casually under the moonlight, and its figure became clearer. It is 12 feet tall, and its skin is dull and grey like granite. The huge and stupid body is like a huge pile of mud, with a small bean-like head on it. Its short legs are stout like bridge piers, and underneath are flat, stubby big feet. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It was holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. Because its arms were too long, the wooden stick could only be dragged on the ground. This is a troll, a stupid magical creature. Damn! Malfoy said in horror, "Where are Daphne and others? Aren't they already eaten by this big guy?" Zhang Hao licked his lips and said, "If you want to know, knock down the monster and ask. His wand is already hungry and thirsty. After learning magic for so long, there is no one around him who can fight. He feels as lonely as Dugubeg's defeat. This giant monster is a perfect sandbag." But other people didn't think so. Ron exclaimed, "Are you crazy? That's a troll, and an adult wizard may not be able to deal with it alone. Look at Quirrell's appearance, it must be more difficult to deal with than other trolls." "Ron is right," Harry agreed. "We should find Hermione first, and then hand the trolls to the professors." "Where is it going?" Malfoy stared at the troll, not daring to move, for fear of attracting the troll's attention. The giant monster stopped by a door, peeping inside, twitching its little nose to sniff the smell. They are good at using their own stench to create a hunting environment, which makes it easier for them to smell the smell of meat. Suddenly, it lowered its head and slowly got into the room. "That is the women's toilet on this floor. Nothing is stronger than there in terms of the weight of yin qi. Zhang Hao believes that if you want to play with the pen fairy, then the women's toilet must be very suitable." "What? Help! Troll!" Sure enough, almost the instant the troll entered the women's toilet, 3 different screams were heard there. Chapter 39, Trolls? "I like this sandbag!" Harry exclaimed, "It's Hermione!" "Oh! God!" Malfoy also called out, "And Pansy and Daphne!" Zhang Hao stood up and said, "It seems that we must face the giant monster." After he finished speaking, he rushed to the women's bathroom. This was the first time in his life that he went to the women's bathroom openly. The remaining 3 guys struggled a bit, and followed cowardly. When Zhang Hao ran to the door of the women's toilet, the monster had already forced the girls into the corner. The girls were so scared that their legs were weak. At this time, if they still had the strength to escape, they might be able to run away before the trolls attacked. After all, trolls are very clumsy. They are hungry almost every day in nature, and they sometimes eat carrion in order to fill their stomachs. It's a pity that the girls don't dare to act rashly now, and they are afraid of angering the trolls. At this moment, they are like little sheep in front of the big bad wolf, they can only hide in the corner and shiver. But even if they didn't do anything, the trolls would not let them go. The fierce giant raised the big stick in his hand. As long as the big stick falls, someone will be injured or even killed. Zhang Hao thought, and the wand had jumped into his hand. He pointed to the troll and shouted, "Paikufia Kasai steals Talus." This is a petrification curse. People who are attacked by this type of curse will stiffen all over, and it will take a long time before they can move. But the troll was only staggered by this spell, and the skin on his back became deeper, and his actions remained unaffected. The book says that trolls have strong magic resistance, and it really is true. Zhang Hao secretly sighed in his heart that for wizards, monsters with high magic resistance are really difficult to deal with. Although the spell didn't hurt the troll was still very angry. It turned its head fiercely and looked at Zhang Hao with hatred. "Oh my god! It's over here!" Malfoy grinned and said, "Will it attack us? Does this need to be said?" Ron was almost crying, and he stepped back while saying, "Not only will it attack us, it will also kill us." "Don't be so timid," Harry said bravely, "we want to help. How? We want to defeat this monster." "Okay. I have to say that the savior Harry's courage is indeed stronger than many others." At this time, Zhang Hao released a second spell, Directo. The smashing curse still has no real effect. This powerful spell only caused the monster to retreat by 2 steps. Roar! The big man became even more angry. It roared, holding a huge wooden stick, and strode over. Ipieta Menta. This is an obstacle spell, which can only slow the pace of the trolls. Explanamos. Zhang Hao moves gracefully and calmly, his spells are clear and unmistakable, and his magic is surging and agile. Stoob. The giant monster still received no substantial damage, but he couldn't rush to Zhang Hao either. Although these regular spells will not cause damage to it, they can cause a powerful impact on it. Stick legs and stop dead. The giant monster moved a few steps forward and was beaten back a few steps. It really became a huge living sandbag. Does he need our help? Ron and Malfoy had their eyes widened and their mouths open. The trolls, who were terrifying in their eyes, couldn't move forward even 1 step now. Of course he needs help, the spell is almost useless to trolls. Harry said jealously, "Isn't it?" People regarded him as a legend who defeated mysterious people, but he didn't remember most of the spells used by Zhang Hao. But this kind of jealousy only lasted for a short while, because the gap was so large that the jealousy would turn into a helpless look up. Ink show. Suddenly, Zhang Hao cast a spell on himself. He was like an inflated doll, and it began to grow rapidly. In just a moment, he has become taller than the monster. All the people present had their mouths widened, as if they had seen God. The giant monster also widened its eyes. It raised 1 foot, not knowing whether it should fall or retract. Its simple cerebellum can't understand it at all. How can a prey that was so small just now become so big in the blink of an eye? Too frightening. It hesitated to run away. Zhang Hao didn't give the troll a chance to hesitate, he put on a Wing Chun posture and rushed to the troll. The troll took 2 steps timidly, and then became angry again. He raised the stick and smashed it at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao shouted, "Yugadam Leviosa!" The big stick was suspended in the air, slowly drifting towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao grabbed the big stick and hit the monster's head hard. The troll hurriedly blocked it with his arm, but it didn't help. Zhang Hao shot after shot, and the giant monster he was hitting screamed. At this time, there was a violent knock on the door and loud footsteps from behind. The roar of the giant monster and the collision of magic caused a lot of noise, and these sounds could be heard in the entire castle. The professors at Hogwarts finally found it along the way. The first one to flush into the women's bathroom was Professor McGonagall. "What the are you playing?" she said coldly. "You actually cast a magnifying spell on yourself? What a fool!" Snape and Quirrell followed closely www.novel.com and were fortunate to watch this great war. Quirrell only glanced at the troll, and then sat on the toilet sobbing. His performance was worse than that of a little girl. The effect is really good, but this way of fighting seems a bit savage. Snape said without a smile, "Mr. Zhang Hao, can you stop it? You can leave it to us." It just so happened that the troll was shaky after being beaten. When the stick fell again, it finally staggered to the ground. The dull impact set off a wave of air, blowing everyone's wizard robes into a hunting sound. Zhang Hao glanced back and found that everyone was staring at him in a daze, so he dropped the big stick in his hand. "Sorry. It's been a long time since I was so enjoyable." He smiled, "This big guy is very suitable for sandbags. I like it very much." Everyone was talking secretly, some people kept asking themselves in their hearts, why is the gap between people so big? Professor McGonagall said angrily, "I think you can change back first." Zhang Hao quickly cast a spell and stopped immediately, releasing the magic on his body. His whole person quickly became smaller, and he quickly returned to his original shape. The girls who were blocked by the monster in the corner also quickly bypassed the monster and returned to the crowd. "Why are you here?" Professor McGonagall asked harshly. "Hermione, tell me. Why are you here?" Hermione glanced at Zhang Hao, and said cautiously, "I'm sorry, Professor. We thought we could deal with giant monsters. I didn't expect giant monsters to be so powerful." Professor McGonagall glanced at Zhang Hao and said coldly, "You should really thank Mr. Zhang. If it weren't for him, I think you will be killed by the monster." Chapter 40, Hermione. "You are betraying Gryffindor." A few students quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter, and Zhang Hao even said the spells he had used. Then, I was waiting for the professors to lose their minds. This troll incident involved 2 colleges, and Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points for each of the 2 colleges. She hesitated a little, wondering if she should give Zhang Hao extra points. Firstly, Zhang Hao was Slytherin College, and secondly, he had violated the school rules by appearing here. If points are added, does it mean that students are encouraged to violate school rules? This is what makes Professor McGonagall difficult. She intends to fool the past. But Snape would not let go of a good opportunity to suppress Gryffindor. He said indifferently, "Mr. Zhang Hao demonstrated excellent magic skills. He not only defeated the trolls alone, but also saved the threatened classmates. I think he should be given 10 points." Under the same roof, Professor McGonagall could not fail to give Snape face. She reluctantly said, "Okay. Then give Mr. Zhang Hao 10 points. The rest of you must work hard to learn magic. I hope that next time you encounter an accident, you can show more than arrogance." She once again warned the students in Gryffindor, and then said to everyone, "Hurry up and go back to their respective colleges to enjoy the Halloween dinner. I hope you still have time to eat." This incident of Gryffindor and Slytherin fighting side by side is over here, but the impact of the incident is far more than that. Slytherin's common room was crowded with people, and students were enjoying their food while discussing trolls. When Zhang Hao and his party came back, everyone looked at them. Premier Gemma Farley asked, "Where did you go? How did you come back?" The students who had returned to the lounge earlier had no idea what happened afterwards. Of course, it was impossible for them to know what Zhang Hao did. Gemma, I think someone will tell you something. Can you let me eat something first?" After a fight, Zhang Hao felt hungry again. It seems that the consumption will increase as the body grows larger. Is this the side effect of casting a big curse on yourself? Malfoy, come and tell me. Seeing that Zhang Hao had already started eating, Gemma could only ask Malfoy. You still ask Daphne. But how could Malfoy help Zhang Hao to announce his brilliant record? He lacked interest and said, "I think she would be happy to tell you." Then, Gemma looked at Daphne again, and she said solemnly, "Daphne, don't find any more excuses." Oh! Of course, Daphne glanced at Zhang Hao, and when he saw that he had no reaction, she said enthusiastically, "You must not have thought of what happened, let me tell you. Zhang Hao defeated a giant monster." As Daphne told her, everyone gradually forgot to chew. Almost everyone opened their mouths wide, and occasionally someone would look at Zhang Hao dumbfounded. The admiration in their eyes is as if the surging river is endless, and as if the yellow river is overflowing out of control. Daphne's words are getting more and more vigorous, and she even starts to add more energy and jealousy. Malfoy felt that if Daphne was allowed to talk about it, Zhang Hao would be myth. "Oh! Daphne! You have enough!" he said disgustingly. "Go on, that is much better than Dumbledore." "Ha ha ha ha! It's really exaggerated, but it's still wonderful. Is this true? Draco?" Daphne fell in love with Zhang Hao at first glance. She must have praised Zhang Hao a little too much. "I think you should talk about this matter, aren't you on the scene?" "Yes. Draco, talk about it. We want to hear another version. Everyone burst into laughter, but there was not much malice. Daphne blushed, she waited for Zhang Hao in a sneaky glance, and spit out her small tongue. You people are so boring. Malfoy said annoyingly, and then compromised unscrupulously, okay. Since you want to know, then I will tell you about it. Actually, he quite likes the feeling of holding the moon among the stars. Even as a bystander, it seems to be honorable. The Slytherin side is lively and the Gryffindor side is not peaceful. The Lions learned that they had been deducted another 5 points, and all of them were a little autistic. Passy stared at Ron, and asked angrily, what did you do? How can the college deduct 5 points? How can Ron have the mood to tell a story? This time he and Harry both acted as green leaves, and the whole process didn't even use soy sauce. This is a huge blow to him who loves the limelight. Now, he is depressed and just wants to bury his head and eat. Harry is the same, the two brothers and sisters are in the same body, and they both feel weak. Only Hermione, not only did she not feel lost, she was also very happy. Like Daphne, she has begun to idolize Zhang Hao. Which girl does not have the story of the hero and the dragon in her heart? In the hearts of Hermione and Daphne, Zhang Hao is the brave man. He appeared at the most critical moment, defeating the troll with the most powerful posture. She remembered every spell and every action he made. She recounted while reminiscing, even forgetting her own situation. At this moment, everyone in the Gryffindor Lounge www.novel.com looked at Hermione with strange eyes. Although they were also impressed by Zhang Hao's superb magic skills, they would never forget his Slytherin identity. Enough! Ron said angrily, Hermione, he is a Slytherin. Hermione suddenly realized, she blamed herself a little. How can I praise a Slytherin in front of so many Gryffindors? Oh! No. Zhang Hao must be too dazzling, I'm unintentional. Hermione was finding reasons for herself in her heart, and she said with a guilty conscience, what's wrong with Slytherin? Zhang Hao is different from other Slytherins. What's the difference? Ron spread his hand, he is really good, but why is he so good? Because he has ambition, it is ambition that drives him to become stronger. No. That's not the case. Hermione subconsciously defended, he is a genius, he could have become so strong. It doesn't matter whether he has ambitions or not. Oh. You're right. Ron grinned. He is a genius, we are all idiots. But we have a lot to learn, what about him? He has almost finished learning regular magic, and this is the number 1. It's only the semester. You said he will learn black magic in the future. Harry felt that something was wrong, and he pulled Ron's sleeve. Hermione was a little surprised. How could Ron, who was usually dumbfounded, say such insightful words? I don't want Ron. Why do you think this way? Hermione said incomprehensibly, do you think that after learning regular magic, you should learn black magic? Zhang Hao is not that kind of person. Hermione. You are betraying Gryffindor. Ron said in a low mood, there is one thing you can't deny, that Slytherin often gives birth to dark wizards. Chapter 41, The Essence of Magic. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor Lounge is getting colder and colder, and with a word from Ron, the coldness has reached a freezing point. Hermione had a guilty conscience a long time ago. She gave Ron a vicious look, then got up and left the common room. The little girl returned to the dormitory and began to review her head alone. She doesn't think that what she said is wrong. If she must pick out a mistake, she shouldn't say that in the common room. The next day, Zhang Hao's single dumping against giant monsters had spread throughout Hogwarts. Men are good looking. Many people say that it doesn't matter how others look at them, but in their hearts they want others to look at them differently. Those who have a very high level of mental cultivation, at least are not addicted to others' praise, they will not hate praise. Zhang Hao's mental state cultivation is not extremely high, but his ups and downs have been 2 generations, and some things have long been seen. To put it bluntly, he now has some meaning of playing with the world. He will be upset when being scolded by others, and secretly upset when being praised by others. This is the mentality that a normal person should have. This troll time, he believes that his vanity should be greatly satisfied. Singles out the giant monsters. This is a great achievement for the underage wizard. He thought he would enjoy the same treatment as Harry. Everyone on the road would greet him, someone would pass by him and turn back again, and he would pause when the professor rolls his name. But none of these. Although people looked at him with admiration, they were not fanatical. Okay. Although the trolls are powerful, they can't compete with the old Volkswagen after all. If Lao Fu knows that Zhang Hao compares him to giant monsters, I wonder if he would cry in the toilet. Since vanity was not satisfied, Zhang Hao put the matter behind. He went to class when he had class, and interpreted Idzan's diary when he didn't have class. At night, I study magic improvements in the illusion. High-level magic such as phantom shift is already very mature, but it is extremely difficult to improve. Zhang Hao has been studying for a long time, but there is no progress at all. Ministry of Magic Limited, only wizards over the age of 17 can learn apparition. This rule really makes sense, because only adults can fully control their thoughts. And the most important thing to perform apparition is to strictly control one's own thoughts. If you lose your mind during the casting process, it will produce a very terrifying consequence split. The so-called split body means that a part of the body has arrived at the destination of apparition, while the other part has remained in place. This kind of encounter, thinking about it, feels terrifying. Based on this characteristic, the wizards summarized the 3 elements of apparition, namely the 3D principle. The so-called 3D principles are goals, determination, and calmness. The first principle goal, focus your consciousness on the destination, and try your best to think of the empty space of the destination in your mind. If someone thinks of a wall when casting apparition, maybe he will find himself buried in the wall after the cast is over. Second principle determination, make up your mind, thinking that you must move to the target, so that the thought of going there will flood your body from your brain. This step is also the one that is most likely to lead to splitting. If the determination is not strong enough, it may be distracted during the casting process. In this way, the casting targets may become 2, which is strange if they are not divided. The third principle calmness. What is calmness? Calmness is freedom, the feeling of not being bound. When space can't restrain you, isn't it up to you where you want to go? As long as the 3D principle is fulfilled, the apparition is almost not much more difficult than eating and drinking. Zhang Hao practiced in the mysterious illusion for many days, and finally found the right feeling. Thanks to Hogwarts, there is no way to apparate, otherwise he is afraid that he would use apparition every day in class. The official apparition is completely understood, but what about the apparition that belongs to me? I have no idea at all. Zhang Hao is a bit distressed, and it is necessary to modify the situation of the apparition. Aside from other things, it's best to change it to use it at Hogwarts. In this way, even if you do something maddening, it will be easy to escape. Perhaps, I should start with simple magic. How about lighting spells? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment in the illusion, and decided to revise the research direction. Lumos. The fluorescent light flickered, and the tip of the wand seemed to be equipped with a light bulb, emitting a soft light. This kind of light is not dazzling, and it has no attack power at all. The improvement direction of the lighting spell is to either make the duration longer or increase the intensity of the light. Or both. A big flash? Add a little flash, and the output depends on A. Zhang Hao twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling that the painting style was a little abnormal. However, he has determined the research direction. Among modern thermal weapons, the power of flash bombs is not small. If you get a flash from the front and you can't open your eyes for a long time, it's light. If it's serious, it's not impossible to blind yourself permanently. So, how to improve the lighting spell into a big flash technique became Zhang Hao's next research topic. While casting the lighting spell, he experienced the brightness changes. He increased his willingness to illuminate little by little, and the light at the tip of Yu reading www.yukansha.com's wand became stronger and stronger. But after the brightness reaches a certain level, no matter how strong his wishes, the brightness will not increase anymore. This is the limit of the spell, the barrier between the spells. There are three main factors that affect the power of the spell: will, magic, and skill. Magic power, needless to say, under normal circumstances, most wizards have similar magic powers at all ages, and even a few wizards, even if they have different talents, they will not be too exaggerated. And some wizards with outstanding magical powers probably all have their own secrets. Zhang Hao believes that Voldemort and Dumbledore fall into this category. The technique is also easy to understand. No matter how powerful the spell is, it has to hit someone to be effective. With the same spell, there will definitely be a difference between hitting the forehead and hitting the sole of the foot. When the skill and magic power are not much different, the final decision on the power of the spell is only the will factor. Will is a very abstract thing. Human will can be a strong desire or a collection of various emotions. In the process of releasing magic, the will is the guide of magic. Different spells need to be matched with different emotions. The stronger the matched emotions, the stronger the power of the spell. The guardian spell requires happiness, the apparition requires freedom, and the killing spell requires killing intent. In conclusion, Zhang Hao discovered that the essence of magic seems to be the ultimate expression of wizards' emotions. Voldemort's killing curse is so powerful, probably because he really likes to kill. Understanding the essence of magic, Zhang Hao has a new doubt. What role did that spell play in the process of casting it? Faced with new problems, Zhang Hao fell into deep thought. Chapter 42, Quidditch Start. After entering November, the weather became very cold. The mountains around the school are grey, and some are even covered with snow and ice. Black Lake was also frozen, and the surface of the lake was as cold and hard as hardened steel. Every morning, the ground will be covered with silver frost. The Quidditch game is about to begin, and most of them are looking forward to this game. The freshmen are a little bit more envy when they look forward to it. No one does not yearn for the sky, and there are not a few people who overcome their fears. Zhang Hao was sitting at the gate of the castle this day, thinking hard about the role of spells in magic. Harry and Hermione found him. Of course, there was Ron, who was reluctant. How? I found a big secret. Harry whispered. Snape wants to get past the guard of the three-headed dog. He wants to get under the board door. Although Zhang Hao didn't remember the original plot clearly, he knew that Harry and Snape didn't like each other, and he knew that Snape could never have a problem. So he asked disapprovingly, Harry, if you are just guessing, don't tell me. No. I have evidence. Harry said firmly, I borrowed a book from the library and it was taken by Snape. I went to ask him the other day and saw a blood dripping on his leg. Wound. Also, he said a word, I don't think you can guess. What did he say? Zhang Hao was a little curious, and it seemed that Snape did say something strange. I remember, he said that. Harry followed Snape's tone and said stiffly, damn thing, how could you stare at three heads at the same time? Zhang Hao nodded, this sentence is really suspicious. However, this is not without reason to explain. I don't think that with this sentence alone, it is not certain that Professor Snape wants to do bad things. Zhang Hao tried to reverse Snape's image in Harry's mind. He smiled, I think it is likely that he discovered the real attempt. The stealer, he might be the first to stop someone. It's not impossible, right? Harry. Look. Harry, I already knew that he would definitely not think Snape was doing bad things. Hermione said helplessly, I persuaded you before I came. I know Snape is not good, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore strictly kept. Harry was silent, but he still thought Snape had a problem. To be honest, Hermione, you always think that all teachers are saints. Ron said rudely, I agree with Harry's view that people like Snape can do everything. Now the problem is. The point is, what is he looking for? What is that big dog watching? This is like a conclusion, as if Snape is the bad guy. Zhang Hao felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The red-haired idiot seemed to be targeting him and Hermione. Oh! Including poor Professor Snape. The discussion finally broke up, and Harry and Ron left together. Hermione stayed. She felt a little confused and seemed to need someone to talk to her. How can we always be friends? Hermione said worriedly, recently, the students in Gryffindor looked at me with strange eyes. They thought I was betrayed. I was at the Halloween dinner. Speaking to you in public in the Gryffindor common room, they thought I had betrayed Gryffindor. Speak for me, a Slytherin in front of so many Gryffindors? Hermione, how is your sanity? Zhang Hao was taken aback when he heard the words. He thought suspiciously, this little girl, won't you like me? Innocent little girls don't think too much, but some adults sometimes feel very unpredictable. The more you know, the easier it is to think about it. I don't know why I just blurted it out at the time. It was a feeling of unpleasantness. Hermione grabbed the messy hair and said distressedly, I just think that you are so powerful and you should be everyone's role model. But the Gryffindor classmates don't understand me. Hermione, you can't expect everyone to be as self-motivated as you. After all, for most people, it's easier to play. Zhang Hao put aside those weird thoughts, softly comforted, you only need to be yourself just fine, there is no need to worry about the opinions of others. Two young figures were sitting on the big rock at the entrance of the castle, and the morning sun fell on them, making them feel warm. The content of the chat gradually became boring, and Zhang Hao began to tell jokes on a routine basis. Following the humorous jokes, Hermione smiled again. Young people's worries come and go quickly, and the previous unhappiness has long been wiped out. When the two separated, Hermione's footsteps had returned to briskness, like a little sparrow flying on the branch at any time. Zhang Hao looked at the petite figure and couldn't help but exclaimed, it's nice to be young. I'm old after all. A few crows flew in mid-air, and they croaked a few times, as if they were laughing at someone. www.ltnovel.com. The next day, the Quidditch pitch was full of people. This is the first game of the new school year. The students put the enticing smell of fatty sausages behind their heads, and their full attention is on the Quidditch court. I will participate in Quidditch next year, I swear. Malfoy vowed, I bet I must be the best seeker. Zhang Hao guessed that Harry would join Quidditch next year. He had already thought of the scene where Malfoy was pressed to the ground and was very abusive. Unconsciously, he actually laughed out loud. Hey! What are you laughing at? Malfoy said angrily, do you think you are more suitable to be a seeker than me? Should we compare? As the time gets along longer and longer, the relationship between Zhang Hao and Malfoy becomes more and more like roommates in college. It's a relationship that is closer than strangers and stranger than friends. Sometimes they care about each other, and more often they mock each other. There is actually not much malice in this, I am afraid there is more conflict of mood. There is no doubt that Malfoy is often at a disadvantage. I said Draco, can you not be so serious? Zhang Hao said amusedly, I never said that I would participate in Quidditch. This is just a kid's game. Shut up. Malfoy said shyly, how can you say Quidditch like that? I think this is the most meaningful sport in the magical world. You don't understand Quidditch at all. Really? Zhang Hao said disapprovingly, a group of people worked hard for a long time, but the seeker caught the golden snitch and ended the game. With all due respect, this is too heroic. A team sport, but one person can do it. To offset everyone's efforts, do you think it's fair to others? Chapter 43, Unscrupulous Flint. Is a hero bad? Who doesn't want to be a hero? Malfoy muttered, "Don't tell me you don't want to be a hero? I don't think you dare to compete with me, right? What good is it for you to force me to compete with you?" Zhang Hao said helplessly, "Think about it carefully, if I win, you will become a Slytherin seeker. Then you won't be out of work." Malfoy looked a little worried, he obviously thought about it. In the next second, his heart was ignited with honey confidence. "No. You can't beat me, because I will be the best seeker," he proudly said. "You should have seen my performance in flight class, right?" "Yes. Your performance in flying lessons is really good." Zhang Hao had to admit, he said with a smile, being a seeker not only needs to fly well, but also requires enough courage. Think about it, the golden snitch flies. How fast? What if you accidentally hit the ground or a pillar? Click! Your head is like a watermelon, it's fried everywhere. It was a child in the end. Malfoy was so scared that he seemed to have seen the terrifying scene depicted by Zhang Hao. A sense of guilt rose in Zhang Hao's heart. Isn't it too bad to scare children like this? In order to alleviate the guilt in his heart, he gently patted Malfoy on the shoulder, and comforted, "Don't be afraid. As long as you can overcome your fear, I believe you will be the best seeker." Malfoy stared at Zhang Hao, as if to say, "I believe you a ghost, you are a bad old man." Anyway, Zhang Hao felt that he had done everything he should. If Malfoy can't overcome even such a little fear, then he can't blame anyone if he can't be a seeker. The game started very quickly, and Gryffindor was so vigorous that it looked really worthwhile. At the very least, there are two big beauties on the other side of the house, which are much better looking than some people with the blood of giant monsters here. Harry once said that Marcus Flint seemed to have the blood of a troll, and Zhang Hao took this description deeply. I have to say that Flint's face is indeed a bit too hideous. As long as he stands there, he will feel like he will bite you at any time. Compared with that, Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell from Gryffindor are so beautiful. Especially Angelina Johnson in the 6th grade. This big sister looks very charming. She can't be called the Gryffindor garden flower. But because Katie Bell is still young, she is temporarily unable to compete with Angelina for the position of the garden flower. There is also a beautiful woman in Slytherin. She is a 5th grade elder sister named Elizabeth Swan. Every time Zhang Hao sees this senior, he thinks of the Caribbean. It seems that not only China has a high rate of duplication of names, but also the sparsely populated Britain. Because of these beautiful young ladies, Zhang Hao felt that the Quidditch game was not unattractive. His mood is also a lot more pleasant, at least watching Quidditch games is not a waste of time. But this joy only lasted a moment, because Flint's appearance was so bad. There were some technical competitions, but he turned them into a wild game for barbarians. He often bumped back and forth, trying to use brute force to knock the Gryffindor players off the broomstick. There were so many times, he almost succeeded. But Gryffindor goalkeeper Wood is very good. Slytherin organized several attacks and failed to score. On the contrary, Angelina Johnson used a very strong offensive method to easily break the Slytherin goal. In less than 20 minutes, she won 20 points for Gryffindor. Commentator Lee Jordan couldn't help but praised, "Oh! Look! Angelina Johnson has grabbed the ghost fly ball again. She is really an excellent chaser, and she is so charming." Lee Jordan is a black girl, who can make her say the word charming. One can imagine how beautiful Angelina is. Suddenly, Katie Bell was hit by a ghost ball in the back of the head and fell from the air on the spot. This hapless girl, I hope she is all right. Zhang Hao watched the game while praying for Katie. Everyone is very excited, and they cheer for their favorite players. Gryffindor under the lead of Angelina's fierce attack, the score rose steadily, and soon Slytherin was far away. Everyone in Slytherin was anxious, and Flint's movements got bigger and bigger. Flint's mind Zhang Hao is very clear, this guy wants to lead Slytherin to win the championship before graduation. He didn't hesitate to do this at any cost, and he didn't mind using any illegal means. Ms. Huoqi, who was the referee, warned him several times that he would not listen. It was extremely lawless. There is no red card in the Quidditch rules, and no player will be sent off. Finally, Flint grabbed the batter's bat and hit Wood's face with a stick. Wood immediately fell from the sky and fell into a coma. Gryffindor also lost the goalkeeper. There were protests everywhere, and the professors kept silent. They are all face-sinking, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but Flint, who is not afraid of boiling water, has nothing to do with dead pigs. After losing the goalkeeper, Gryffindor's defensive ability turned sharply, and Slytherin began to chase the score quickly. Seekers on both sides are still chasing the Golden Snitch very hard, but the Golden Snitch deserves the name of the thief. The one who flies is called fast. Seekers can't catch up no matter how they chase them. Before long, Slytherin's score surpassed Gryffindor. Yet. Great! Flint did a great job. Malfoy waved his small fist and almost jumped in joy. Zhang Hao said, lacking interest, "What's the point of winning a game in this way? It's boring. Only the winner has glory, nothing else matters." Malfoy said triumphantly. "That kind of feeling, it seems that he is in charge of all this. Thankfully, I'm not in Gryffindor, or I would smash his head." Zhang Hao said grumpily, "Sometimes you can break the rules, so can others. Flint's actions are like fighting on the street. It's the same as a rascal. No, he's worse than a street-fighting rascal. At least people do it for survival, and he just does it for trivial vanity. Do you compare a noble wizard with a street gangster?" Malfoy said disgustingly, "I have never seen a wizard like you so self-willed and corrupt. What happened to the street bullies?" Even though Malfoy's values are difficult to reverse, Zhang Hao still wants to save the child. He solemnly said, "If there is a street bully who happens to be able to help you when you are in trouble, then you hope does he help or not?" Malfoy thought about the situation, but suddenly he couldn't speak. After a while, he said bluntly, "I can't possibly encounter that kind of situation." Chapter 44, Reward for New Progress. A game ended quickly, and Slytherin won the final victory after Flint frequently violated the rules. Slytherin, except for Zhang Hao, almost everyone was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Of course, Malfoy felt a little unhappy because of Zhang Hao's lesson. Compared with Slytherin, Gryffindor's side can be described as gloomy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting in front of the fireplace. They were still talking about Quidditch games. "I bet that Zhang Hao boy must be so happy now." Ron said with a flat mouth, "Slytherin can win, it is simply the most ridiculous thing this year. As you have seen, Flint doesn't follow the rules at all." "Ron, I don't think Hao will be happy. This kind of victory is meaningless to him." Hermione whispered, "Trust me, I know him well. He is so proud that he is not at all because of this irrelevance. An important victory is happy. Come on." Ron said disdainfully, "I knew you would speak to him." "No." Hermione tried to explain, "I'm just making a case." "Humph." Ron hummed softly, obviously not believing Hermione's words. "I also don't think Hao would care about this kind of thing. He might be more interested in the spell." Harry stared at the fire, and said calmly, "I heard him teach Malfoy after the game, he treated Flinty's behavior is also very dissatisfied." "Look. Ron, am I right?" Hermione was obviously a little pleased, at least she was not alone. "You are all good people, just my little belly chicken intestines." "Right." Ron laughed at himself, and then stopped talking. The next day, the students went to class as usual. But after the potions class in the morning, something thrilling happened in the corridor. Everyone was walking in the corridor with armor, and suddenly a piece of armor suddenly fell and smashed it fiercely at Harry. The armor still held a sharp sword in his hand, and that sharp sword was facing Harry, as if the armor came back to life and wanted to hack Harry to death with a sword. What? Harry, be careful! Oh my God! Many people screamed when they saw this scene. They wanted to rescue Harry, but it was obviously too late. At this critical moment, Zhang Hao cast a disarming curse at Harry. Unprepared Harry was knocked into the air on the spot, so he avoided the fallen armor. Wow! The armor scattered to the ground, and the helmet rolled in front of Zhang Hao. Everyone stayed where they were. People's eyes moved between Zhang Hao and Harry, with expressions of rejoicing on their faces. Harry! Are you okay? Ron raised Harry nervously and asked with concern, You are so lucky, that sword almost cut you in half. This is not lucky. Hermione said solemnly, Harry, you should thank Hao, he saved you. Harry was obviously frightened, he stared at the corner of the corridor blankly. Two professors left there in a hurry, they seemed to be Snape and Quirrell. Harry thought he was right, he thought Snape must have brought down the armor. Thank you. How? After a while, Harry finally recovered. He said gratefully, If it weren't for you, I might be dead. It's okay, don't worry about it. Zhang Hao shook his head, and said with a smile, I'm going to Hagrid. It seems that the Phoenix Egg has news. Do you want to be together? Okay. It's the best, I want to talk to Hagrid, too. Harry nodded. Hagrid said he wanted to see me a few days ago. Today is another Friday, and neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor have classes in the afternoon. Zhang Hao and his friends went to Hagrid's hut, which was as simple as ever. Hi! Children, how are you? Hagrid greeted enthusiastically, and then took out his homemade rock cake to greet everyone. Although Zhang Hao didn't like to eat hard rock cakes, he put the rock cakes on the fire and toasted them crisply, and then began to take his mouth. This kind of rock cake has a special flavor and is easy to chew. How can rock cakes be eaten like that? Harry looked a little greedy, because Zhang Hao looked like he was enjoying eating rock cakes. Zhang Hao gave everyone a piece of baked rock cake, and then smiled and said, We are very flexible in eating. I think the rock cake is delicious like this. If you have a chance, maybe you can try the spicy rock cake. That might be better. Everyone was full of praise after they tasted the barbecue rock cakes, and then they all learned something and started a special barbecue on the rock cakes on the spot. Oh! I never thought that rock cake can be eaten like this. Hagrid smiled, You should have told me earlier. The rock cake is a food invented by Hagrid, but he estimated that this kind of food will be carried forward because of Zhang Hao's magical transformation. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally the topic reached Phoenix. Hagrid, didn't you say that there was news about the Phoenix? Zhang Haoman asked casually, Did someone find the Phoenix Egg? It looks like www.novel.com as if you don't care if you can get the Phoenix. Yes. You guessed it, someone did find the Phoenix Egg. Before everyone was happy, Hagrid threw out another bad news, but the Phoenix Egg is in an active volcano and it might be a little difficult to take it out. What does it mean to be a bit miserable? Harry asked, Can't you use magic to take out the Phoenix Egg? Of course, what else do you use without magic? Hagrid laughed, It's just that using magic directly on the Phoenix Egg has no effect. It's like a flying curse, and it won't work on the Phoenix Egg at all. If you want to get the Phoenix Egg, the wizard has to go deep into the magma. I think the Muggles must have no means to get the Phoenix Egg. Phoenix is immune to magic while alive, and after Nirvana becomes an egg, this characteristic will not change. Zhang Hao explained, Whether you want to kill the Phoenix or get the Phoenix Egg, you must rely on physical means. What should I do? Hermione said with difficulty, I saw so many, but I didn't find any spells that would make people fall into the lava. There are still ways, but it's very troublesome. Zhang Hao said leisurely, there is a potion that can turn a person into a magma snake. As long as this potion can be configured, there is no difficulty in diving into the magma. Who can make this potion? Harry shook his head and said, it must be difficult, right? Of course. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly, if it's not difficult, then my million Jin Jialong is too easy to get. This is what I want to say, Hagrid said at the right time, someone has prepared this kind of potion and is willing to find phoenix eggs for you. Since the phoenix egg was not delivered to me, he must have requested it. Chapter 45, Snape is still lying down. The person who configured the magma potion wants more rewards, Hagrid said angrily, he wants 2 million rewards, so greedy. The trio took a breath, 1 million Jin Jialong is not enough? Want 2 million? This person is really greedy. They all looked at Zhang Hao, wanting to hear what he said. Zhang Hao nodded and said, it's not impossible to give him 1 million more Jin Jialong. Let him get the phoenix egg. Okay. I see. Even if the reward was over here, Hagrid looked at Harry and asked, how are you doing? Harry. When it comes to this topic, Ron, who was originally lifeless, feels like he has changed. He exaggerated, Hagrid. You wouldn't expect it, Harry almost killed him in armor today. As soon as these words came out, Hermione and Harry's eyes changed when they saw Ron. Even if this is the case, your tone doesn't need to be so exaggerated, right? Really? What's going on? Hagrid was also taken aback, and he asked nervously, killed by an armor? This is incredible. It's true, Hagrid. Ron danced with his hands, as if he had experienced the thrilling scene. He said with a dazed expression, we were in the corridor at the time, and when we were walking, we saw an armor falling toward Harry. The sword in the armor's hand was slashed straight toward Harry, really just a little bit. Harry is about to be split in half. Thanks to. Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly became very embarrassed, and there was no sound in his mouth. The child seemed to remember that it was Zhang Hao who saved Harry, but not him. What's wrong? Red-haired boy, why are you hesitating? Hagrid was very dissatisfied with Ron, and he heard the point. Thanks to Hao, he used the disarming curse to knock Harry away. Hermione glared at Ron and said admiringly, Hagrid, you must not know how dangerous it was at that time. I dare say, if not. Hao reacted fast enough that Harry must be split in half. Why did the armor suddenly fall down? Hagrid said puzzledly, those armors in the corridor are like statues. You need a lot of strength even if you want to push them down. It's weird. Everyone finds it weird, that road is passed by people every day, and it happened to hit Harry at that time. Snape did it. Harry hesitated, and finally said affirmatively, when I was knocked down by Hao, I saw him fleeing from the end of the corridor. He seemed to be pushing Professor Quirrell, and I remember him with a full face. Fierce look. Snape did it? Zhang Hao felt helpless for a while, this hapless guy still couldn't escape the catastrophe. Nonsense. Hagrid was even more surprised. He frowned and said, why would Snape do this? Harry? Did you see that? Hermione looked as surprised as Hagrid, and she frowned, you haven't told us about this. I'm sure, Snape looks flustered. Harry said so, but his expression looked the opposite. His words are more like persuading himself, his hair and clothes, I will never remember him wrong. It must be him, after all, he hates me so much. It's obvious that Snape did this. Ron said categorically, after all, apart from Snape, no one at Hogwarts at all hates Harry that much. No. Snape can't do that, trust me. Hagrid shook his head and persuaded, Harry, Snape can't harm you. I know this better than anyone else. Zhang Hao believed Hagrid's words very much. After all, Hagrid was a student 50 years ago. He might have witnessed the love between James and Lily. Or maybe he knew how much he loved Lily for Snape. In this case, he believed Snape was not surprising. But Harry seemed to have decided that something was Snape at this time. He stubbornly said, "I also discovered some of his secrets. Before Halloween, he wants to pass the big dog with 3 heads. That big dog. Biting him, we thought he was trying to steal something guarded by a big dog." Ahem. Harry, that's what you think, but not me. Zhang Hao was a little dissatisfied with Harry's lead him, and quickly dismissed the relationship. Harry said helplessly, "Sorry, how?" Hagrid's complexion suddenly became very solemn. He put down the teacup again, and asked unhappily, "How do you know Lu Wei?" "Lu Wei?" Harry asked rhetorically, "Which 3-headed dog's name is this?" "Yet. It belongs to me. It was sold to me by a Greek guy I met at the bar last year." Hagrid completely forgot the whole thing. He was very excited when he mentioned Lu Wei. "I lent it to Deng. Bullied guard." When he said this, he seemed to wake up, and he said nothing. "What is the guard?" Harry asked eagerly. "Okay, don't ask any more." Hagrid said roughly, "That's secret number 1, understand? But Snape is going to steal it." Harry didn't give up, and soon brought it up again. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Zhang Hao took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, "Harry, maybe Professor Snape just wants to stop the real thief." He was right. Hagrid said to Harry solemnly, "Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do anything like that." The room fell silent for a while. It seemed that no one could convince anyone. "It's too late to stop him, and it may be too late if he doesn't act." Ron said depressedly, "Harry is almost dead today, and Zhang Hao may not be there next time." "I'm telling you, you are wrong." Hagrid said grumpily, "I don't know why the armor hit Harry suddenly, but it is absolutely impossible for Snape to do that, let alone harm Harry. Now, you all listen to me. You are interfering in something that has nothing to do with you. This is very dangerous. Forget about the big dog, forget about what he is guarding, this is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicole LeMay." Zhang Hao slapped his forehead. This silly big guy said he missed it again. "Aha!" Harry showed a tricky expression. He said meaningfully, "So there is a man named Nicole LeMay involved? Is it?" Hager said nothing. He was already furious. He didn't blame Harry, but was angry at his stupidity. Although some people are stupid, they cannot be blamed. If you can be smart, who would want to be stupid? By nature, some people cannot become smart even if they exercise the day after tomorrow. There is no doubt that Hagrid is such a person. Zhang Hao felt that such stupidity was not intolerable, because they couldn't keep conspiracy in their hearts. If one person despises another person for being stupid, then he must not know that there must be a smarter person despising him somewhere. Chapter 46, Back to the wooden house in the forest. Time passed day by day. Except for occasional gatherings with friends, Zhang Hao spent most of his time interpreting Itzan's diary. October 2, 1478. The weather is overcast. The team chasing and killing is even bigger. But I am getting closer to the wizard's fortress. Hogwarts. Just enter that castle. The priests can't help me anymore. I met a master pharmacist on the way. He gave me a recipe. Oh. He looks so old. Seems to fall to the ground at any time. I don't understand medicine. But he wants me to keep the formula. I guess that recipe is very important. Although the remaining road is not far. Can I really reach Hogwarts safely? It can be seen from this article that Edson regards Hogwarts as the first refuge. The medieval Muggle slaughter of wizards lasted for a long time. Muggles' records of this period of history began in 1480, but the history of magic is much longer. Ever since Merlin created magic, the cult has felt a crisis from wizards. Before Merlin, only priests in the religion could use holy arts with the help of fanatic beliefs. This is the oldest supernatural power. After Merlin, a supernatural power more powerful than the destructive power of holy arts appeared, and that was magic. Zhang Hao is very emotional about this period of history. Fortunately, the cult encountered civil strife at the beginning, otherwise the magic would have been stifled in the cradle. After the birth of magic, there are more and more wizards. The contradiction between the wizarding community and the religious religion is getting more and more serious. Generally speaking, the wizards are basically the one to be crushed. It is against this historical background that the four founders established Hogwarts, the wizarding fortress. In the future struggle, as long as the wizards come to Hogwarts, they will basically be free from the persecution of the religion. No wonder Hogwarts has such a high status in the magic world, it is simply a revolutionary holy land. Zhang Hao closed the diary, got up and left the lounge. Is still that dark corridor, and the armor on both sides is like a guardian, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. The relief of the night chasing and killing the witch is still the same, but when he saw this picture again, Zhang Hao felt a little bit more moved. This relief is not eye-catching at all, but as long as you focus on it, you will be attracted by the expressions of knights and witches. The enthusiasm and disgust on the knight's face, and the panic and anger on the witch's face all deeply expressed their respective positions. Hundreds of thousands of wizards have been persecuted for hundreds of years. And this picture is estimated to have appeared hundreds of thousands of times, and even in many cases, the encounters of many wizards are 10 times more terrifying than this. In that dark age, the punishment that wizards suffered was brutal. Explanamos. The disarming curse hit the blank wall, stirring circles of illusory ripples. Zhang Hao looked at the wall as if there was nothing, and ran into it head-on. Crack! The air made a short blast, and Zhang Hao immediately appeared under the wooden house in the forest. After learning to apparate, he finally won't be as embarrassed as before when he experiences teleportation. The air in the woods is still very fresh, and there are occasional bird calls around. Zhang Hao looked around, Lilith was not nearby. The rope ladder he climbed last time is still there, and he climbed the rope ladder to the wooden house. Compared with last time, there are more flowers on the door of the wooden house. These flowers all grow from the wooden door, as if the dry wooden door has regained its vitality. Hi! Are you here again? Lilith's voice sounded behind her, and she briskly said, "Are these flowers beautiful? I guess you will like them." Lilith, can you not suddenly appear behind me next time?" The sudden sound behind him made Zhang Hao startled in a cold sweat. "Sorry, I came back when I sensed the magic fluctuations here." Lilith said innocently, "The point of apparition is here. I can't control it more precisely." "Oh. In that case, I will forgive you." Zhang Hao will also apparate, of course knowing that apparition cannot be absolutely accurate. Lilith doesn't know his location, and of course she can't show up in front of him. Even if it works, it must be a coincidence. "Where have you been?" "In this forest. Do you have any other friends?" Zhang Hao asked curiously, "Is this forest huge? Are there any other intelligent creatures?" "There are many." Lilith smiled charmingly, and her sharp teeth didn't look so hideous. "Unicorns and horsemen still live in this forest. They are very kind. But they don't seem to like me. Every time they talk with me, they always end in a hurry." Lilith said this, her tone suddenly became very low. "Maybe they don't like you, but you are too beautiful." Zhang Hao comforted, "Sometimes being born too beautiful will make others repulse. It's like me, I'm very handsome, so someone always hates me." "Oh. Really?" Lilith smiled and said, "Are you lying to me? I tell you, although I haven't learned human words, I have also lived in human society." "Have you lived in human society?" Zhang Hao asked in surprise, "When did that happen?" "You don't have a worldly breath at all." www.novel.com I am the offspring of nightmare and elves. Not only will I fall into dreams, I will be possessed. Lilith smiled and said, in the past few hundred years, I will find someone to possess my body every once in a while and experience the life in the world. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was shocked. He asked calmly, you will still possess your body? Then can't you save your memory after possessing your body? Of course. Lilith said with a faint smile, I know what you want to ask, I can tell you clearly, I really don't understand human words. Zhang Hao was a little unbelievable. He laughed and said, could it be that all you possess are illiterate? You may have a misunderstanding about the magic of possessing, Lilith said calmly, playing with her golden hair, most of the magic of nightmare is used to increase strength, and possessing and entering dreams are the same. During the process of possessing, we can absorb the emotional power of human beings and enhance the magic power. This process is vague, and the memories acquired are also relatively deep fragments for humans. While writing is important to humans, relatively speaking, it may not be more memorable than certain experiences. Okay. I understand. We will study these issues later. Zhang Hao couldn't tell if Lilith was lying. He could only expose this topic, and instead said, I'm here this time, I want to see Edson the books left behind. Can I take those books too? I said, everything about Edson is up to you, you decide. Lilith said indifferently, she may have left some dangerous wealth, I hope you can make good use of them. She meant something in her words, which made Zhang Hao a little confused. Take a leave. There are a lot of things today, and we will do more tomorrow. Chapter 47, To Get Rid of Snape. Zhang Hao and Lilith talked for a while, then wiped out the books in the wooden house, and then they were about to return to the castle. Before leaving, he turned around and glanced at Lilith, and subconsciously asked, would you like to go back to the castle with me? The beautiful half-blood demon sat on the tree trunk again. She hummed an unknown tune, with a touch of melancholy in the calmness. No. She smiled and said, the human world may not tolerate me. Just as you fear me, I also fear humans. Zhang Hao fell silent when he heard the words. If Lilith hadn't lied, she would really have answered the old saying, people are afraid of ghosts for 3 points, and ghosts are afraid of people for 7 points. Lilith is sitting on a tree trunk, swinging her white legs, it's hard to believe that she has lived for hundreds of years. But Zhang Hao can see from her the vague loneliness and the melancholy that is not understood. He sighed inwardly, turned around and stepped into the tree hole. Christmas is coming, which also means that the holidays are coming. One morning, Hogwarts woke up from his dream. The snow on its body makes it look like it is wearing a thick layer of cotton. The twin brothers of the Weasley family used magic to control the snowball to chase Quirrell around, and finally hit the back of his turban with a snowball. Zhang Hao watched this scene happen, really sweating for them in his heart. He calmly added a force to the snowball, which was like an iron ball, knocking down Quirrell's turban. Qi Luo was stunned by the smash, but he picked up the turban as quickly as possible and covered it on his head. But it's too late, many people have already seen that face. After all, he is the focus at the moment. Who would turn a blind eye to him? Oh! What's on the back of Professor Quirrell's head? That's the real reason why he wears a turban, right? I didn't see clearly, he blocked it too fast. Yes. I can only see half of it, it seems to be a face without nose and eyes. I guess it must be a tattoo. I have seen a tattoo like that on the streets of London. It turns out that Professor Quirrell has this kind of hobby. It is really rare among wizards who like tattoos. Zhang Hao has some regrets, that face seems to take some time to bulge up. Before it bulged, it collapsed like a mask. It seems that wanting to expose Lao Fu, it will be impossible for a while. Is also tolerant of the old, otherwise at least one person will have to pay the price of his life today. Quirrell stammered to the Weasley brothers. In order to maintain the character, he still pretended to be very cowardly. In the end, it was Professor McGonagall's intervention that the Weasley brothers were punished insignificantly. Quirrell's personal settings have not collapsed, and Lao Fu has not been exposed, and the lives of the Weasley brothers have also been guaranteed. Everyone looks happy, but I don't know if Lao Fu has any grudges. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a little worried. What if Lao Fu found him doing tricks and attacked him secretly? This kind of worry only lasted for a moment, because he had confidence in his own strength. Besides, Lao Fu hadn't been able to kill Harry for so long, obviously he didn't have the conditions to kill casually. This incident was quickly forgotten, and Slytherin and Gryffindor were about to take the last potions class before the holiday. The weather is getting colder and colder, and it is not very warm in the basement. As long as he opens his mouth, there will be a cloud of white air in front of him. In order to see the situation in the cauldron clearly, the students had to get as close as possible to the cauldron. Sometimes the potion would be splashed on the face, and the hot skin would hurt. "I'm so sorry for some people," Draco Malfoy said in the potions class. "They have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because the family doesn't want them." He looked at Harry when he said this, and Zhang Hao did hear a trace of sympathy in his tone. Draco seems to have changed. Although he is still very bearish, but at least not too much. Well, during this period of time he was terrified by Zhang Hao. Because as long as he does something wrong, Zhang Hao will criticize him. Harry gave Draco a blank look, and went on to deploy the potion again. "You idiot, you really don't open which pot to lift which pot," Zhang Hao said helplessly. "Use your brain before you speak." "Cut." Draco threw a handful of powder into the cauldron and said disdainfully, "It's enough to use your brain, you are so smart, you can definitely solve everything by yourself. Isn't it?" He hates Zhang Hao, just like Ron hated Hermione before. Zhang Hao laughed blankly, and said casually, "I'm afraid your brain gets rusty, so you won't be able to tell Parvati and Padma." "Oh! I forgot, you couldn't tell at all. One of them is Gryffindor and the other is Ravenclaw. I have nothing to do with them." Draco said with a frown, "You are a Slytherin, can you not get involved with people from other colleges? Relationship? Make yourself like a traitor. I am a student of Hogwarts first, and Slytherin second. Isn't it?" Zhang Hao said disapprovingly, "Besides, true pride is buried in your bones. You put it on your face and it becomes arrogant." "Great, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com understand. Arrogant." Draco said disapprovingly, "So what? Humility makes people progress, pride makes people regress." Zhang Hao kindly said, "Child, will your magic be stronger than Dumbledore? When do you think he is arrogant?" Draco was silent for a moment, then suddenly reacted and exclaimed angrily, "Who do you call a child? Draco!" Before Zhang Hao could reply, he heard Snape's roar. Draco's voice was so loud that he had disturbed the Dark Lord in the potions class. He looked at Snape in fear, and whispered to Zhang Hao, "Help me! He will kill me!" "No! No!" Zhang Hao replied in a low voice, "Don't worry. He is a calm man, he won't get crazy and even kill himself. Watch it. He will definitely not deduct points." Draco obviously didn't believe it, he was weeping, waiting for Snape's trial. The facts were as Zhang Hao expected, Snape was really a calm man. He scolded Draco severely, but in the end he didn't deduct Slytherin's points. On the Gryffindor side, Ron said in disbelief, "Oh my god! He has never been so tolerant to us Gryffindor. He is so selfish." "This is not the first day you know," Harry said grumpily, "we have no choice but to find evidence of his stealing before he can be driven away from Hogwarts." "Yes." Ron first agreed, and then said frustratedly, "But we have been searching for so long, and even Nicole LeMay is not known." "Let's go to the library again today," Harry said vigorously. "In order to get rid of Snape, we must know who Nicole LeMay is." Chapter 48, Do You Want to Play in China? When I left the underground classroom after finishing the potions class, there was a corridor that was treated strictly by a large fir tree. There were 2 huge feet under the tree. As soon as Zhang Hao saw these big feet, he knew that Hagrid must be behind him. "Hey! Hagrid, is this the Christmas tree you found?" Zhang Hao smiled and said, "How about? Do you need my help?" As he said, his mouth was already chanting the mantra, Yugatum Leviosa. The huge red cedar tree floated away from the ground, and the children around it looked like God. Such a big tree just started, few first-year students can easily do it. "Oh! Are you showing off?" Draco likes to show off the most, but he is usually not the one to show off. So when he saw Zhang Hao's attention, he began to taunt him routinely, "I hate your nosy character. You are such a good person, do you want to save the world someday?" "Hey! Zhang Hao! I want to remind you that saving the world is the task of a savior. If you rob him of his job, would you say he will turn his face with you?" "Hey! Okay." While taunting Zhang Hao, he taunted Harry incidentally. Has evolved from a single ridicule to a group ridicule. This is also an improvement. Zhang Hao and Harry rolled their eyes and ignored Draco. "Malfoy, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak." Ron still likes to fight Draco for tat. As long as he sees Malfoy, he won't have a smile on his face. "Hey! Another great good man." Draco disregarded Ron and said contemptuously, "Your family is about to be broken, and you still care about others. You don't need to worry about it, Malfoy." Ron said bashfully, as if he was going to raise his fist to punch Malfoy. Harry was afraid that he would suffer, and stopped him to death. "Draco! This is too demeaning, Slytherin never despises the poor." Zhang Hao also persuaded, "You are rich does not mean you have the ability, it is just the fortune of the ancestors. Want to convince the crowd, you have to be convincing. If you have an outstanding performance in a certain area, I think Ron will definitely admire you. But now you don't have one, so how unmannered you are, he will hate you. Right? Ron." As he said, he controlled the red cedar trees to float away. Hagrid stretched out his hand to support the tree, as if afraid that the tree would suddenly fall. "Of course, if he is as outstanding as you, I will admire him very much." Ron spread his hands, "Unfortunately he will only mock others because of his own money." "Oh! I forgot, even if he is rich, he is not as good as you have. Money. Spend 1,000,000 Jinjialong to offer a phoenix reward. Tisk tisk, this is a great deal. I don't think Malfoy's dad will spend so much money on him to buy a phoenix for him, even if he spoils him." "What? It's Zhang Hao who offered a reward of a phoenix with 1,000,000 gold gallons." Malfoy said in astonishment, "Weasley, did you make a mistake? The fact that someone spent 1,000,000 Jinjialong to offer a reward for the phoenix has long been publicized by the Daily Prophet." Lucius Malfoy even sent a letter specifically to Draco, asking him to look for the mysterious Gold Master. He never expected that the Gold Master he had been inquiring for a long time turned out to be his roommate. "Oh! God! Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Draco said depressedly, "They all know that I am the only one being kept in the dark. How doesn't show off his wealth like you do? You can't imagine how much wealth he has." Harry saw Draco look like this, and he was so excited to sing his praises. He mocked, "Only an arrogant fellow like you can make those childish and rude behaviors." Draco's nose was crooked, and it was better for him to be laughed at than Harry Potter. The grievances at the beginning of school are not so easy to eliminate. "Okay. Don't talk about these useless things, it's better to think about where to go on vacation." Seeing that Draco's face was wrong, Zhang Hao quickly stopped the topic. "If you accidentally stimulate the child to blacken it, all the previous efforts will be wasted." He suggested, "Would you like to go to China to play with me?" This proposal successfully diverted everyone's attention, and the friends were a little moved. It's also good to go out and play. Hagrid encouraged, I heard that there are many magical creatures in the East. You will definitely learn more when you go there. I also really want to go there and take a look. How? Last time you said that the Chinese people always open tanks when they go out. Will it be dangerous for us to go? Daphne had been unable to speak before, and suddenly asked with a worried expression, after all, we don't know how to open tanks. Chug. Daphne, you are so funny. Hermione held Daphne's shoulders and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. She laughed and shook her head and said, how is just telling a joke? The tank is a Muggle chariot. How can it be driven into the street casually? Others also smiled. Daphne is indeed a little stupid. Many jokes told by Zhang Hao www.novel.com are regarded as real by her. At this moment, she also realized her mistake. Her face was red like an apple. How about? Do you want to play in the East? Zhang Hao smiled and relieved Daphne, and once again sent out an invitation. He saw that everyone hesitated, and he said, you think about it. If you make a decision, you can tell me earlier. Everyone walked and talked, and soon brought the big tree to the auditorium. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick are here, they are busy decorating Christmas decorations. Ah! Hagrid, did the last tree come in too? Can it be placed in the corner over there? Professor Flitwick first discussed the placement of the red cedar trees with Hagrid, and praised Zhang Hao's floating spell. Everyone moved together to help the professor set up the auditorium. Draco didn't know if he was affected by Zhang Hao or he had another picture, so he left to help. Although he had a bad face the whole time, he was not bad in terms of performance. The auditorium is beautifully arranged. The walls are covered with hanging ribbons made of holly and mistletoe, 12 towering Christmas trees are erected in all fours, some trees are hung with small shiny icicles, and some trees are densely shining. Candles. It's beautiful. Hagrid praised, then smiled, and asked, how many days are there for holidays? It's only one day. Hermione said happily, oh. This reminds me. Harry and Ron, there are still half an hour to eat, we should go to the library. Harry and Ron were originally admiring the beautiful decorations, and even indulged in the dazzling magic of Professor Flitwick. But when they heard Hermione mention the library, they turned their eyes back decisively, and said very well behaved, oh. Yes. You are right. Chapter 49, Hijacked. The Gryffindor trio has gotten up, but the Slytherin trio is still there, still admiring the beautiful view of the auditorium. Are you going to the library? Reading after a holiday? It's too hard, right? Hagrid was a little surprised. As he said, he followed the Gryffindor trio out of the auditorium. He walked further and further, and his voice gradually became quieter, but Zhang Hao felt that he seemed to be at odds with the Gryffindor trio. The Gryffindor trio recently searched for information about Nicole Le May in the library, which can't be concealed from Zhang Hao, who often messes with the library. Obviously, this is their last attempt before the holiday. If they can't find it before the holiday, then they can only wait for the holiday to end. Hagrid will definitely stop them when he knows it. This is where the contradiction lies. Zhang Hao didn't plan to tell them directly about Nicole May, because they would find it sooner or later. His casual intervention will only lead to unpredictable changes and even unnecessary suspicion. In short, some things can be done, and some things should be avoided. After all, he also covets the Sorcerer's Stone. Finally, the Christmas holiday has begun. Zhang Hao and his cousin first returned to London, and then took a plane to China. Zhang Qiu hasn't been to China for a long time, and she has a complex mood that is close to nostalgia. On the one hand, she is looking forward to this trip to China, on the other hand, she is afraid that China is too far from her imagination. Cousin, do you say that China has really risen? Zhang Qiu said curiously, I heard from my parents that China was in a mess when grandparents fled. This has only been a few decades. She had read the media description of China in the newspaper before. In the media's description, China was backward, poor, and far from the UK in every respect. Therefore, she has some doubts about the Huaxia described by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smiled and said, China may still be very backward in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of internet technology, I am afraid it has left the UK behind. High innovation is inseparable from his link. China has abundant resources on the land, and certain high-end materials can only be exported to others to earn foreign exchange when the technology is not in place. Once the technology is in place, these high-end materials will be fully utilized. An infrastructure requires a lot of low-end resources. Zhang Hao can do nothing in this regard. Under the influence of Zhang Hao, China at this time is very similar to the previous 21st century India. Is a batch of technology cattle, a batch of low infrastructure. The power of the individual is small, but when the individual's power reaches a certain level, it will also have a huge impact on the group. There was Einstein, a Jew, and Zhang Hao, a Chinese. They all had a significant impact on the world. The plane took off soon. But Zhang Hao felt something was wrong. Several white people in the cabin had been staring here, using their toes to think that they had no good intentions. Which country's spy again? As an influential genius, Zhang Hao often encountered various dangers before. The most common are enemy spies. They are almost pervasive, trying to take his life almost every moment. If it weren't for the good bodyguards around him, I'm afraid his grave would be several feet tall. Fortunately, he never ran around before, otherwise, no matter how good the bodyguards were, he would not be able to protect him. The plane took off steadily, and the white people hadn't moved anything yet. Zhang Hao guessed in his heart that if they wanted to do something, 80% of them would do it at a height away from the ground. The fact is true. An hour after taking off, the white men all left their seats and took out the guns that had been hidden in advance. Hi! Gentlemen and ladies, let me tell you an unfortunate news. A character who looked like a leader said with a playful expression, "You have been kidnapped." Oh! God! How could this be? Don't mess around, I can give you money if you want, please don't hurt me, please. Help! Who will help us? The cabin quickly became chaotic, and some people didn't realize their situation at all. They yelled, unaware that this would anger the robbers. Boom! A gunshot sounded and the person who screamed the loudest was killed. Gentlemen, can you calm down a little bit? The robber leader said distressedly, I feel like I'm going crazy with you. A gunshot sounded, suppressing all sounds. Cousin, what should we do? Zhang Qiu didn't seem to be worried about her own safety. She asked in a low voice, should we use magic? Guess if we use magic, will the Ministry of Magic punish us? Try it and you will know. Zhang Hao said with a smile, and then drew out his wand, Oblivet. Just a moment of effort, everyone in the cabin lost a memory. Zhang Hao's spell hasn't stopped, just wiped out the memories of everyone on the scene, and then changed the memory of the robbers. Otherwise, they will have to hijack the plane when they regain consciousness. There is also the disposal of corpses. Although this is more troublesome, it is necessary to do it. There was an extra corpse in the cabin for no reason, and the passengers would panic even if they lost that memory. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao finally handled the scene properly. The door of the cab was suddenly opened, and a man walked out of it. He said to the leader of the robber, Boss, many of the instruments are out of order. What should we do? This is the robber in charge of the cab. It is the fish that slipped through the net under Zhang Hao's forgetting curse. www.novel.com. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, and then added another forgetting curse. After a while, the last robber was also harmonized. Except for Zhang Qiu, no one knows what happened. She whispered, the electronic equipment on the plane failed. I think this may be a magical interference. Cousin, do you think the plane will crash? That's not good. Zhang Hao was not sure either. He shook his head and said, I didn't use much magic power just now. Maybe the interference will disappear after a while. If the plane is going to crash, then I can only apparate you. Now, you should follow the manifestation, right? If a minor wizard does not follow the manifestation, it is dangerous even if it is apparate by others. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu seems to have learned a little bit. She nodded and said, I remember this magic, but I never used it. Zhang Hao nodded without saying much. The cabin was calm, and after a while, another person came out of the cab. This person is wearing a uniform, and seems to be a flight attendant on the plane. He looks cautious, with a look of fear on his face. The flight attendant was obviously taken aback when he saw the bewildered robbers. Isn't it a hijacking? Why haven't there been any movement for so long? He walked up to a robber and asked flatteringly, Sir, what do you want me to do? Who are you? The robber asked blankly, Where am I? The flight attendant said quickly, You are on the plane now. I am the captain of this passenger plane and fly the plane. Flying the plane? The robber said angrily, Then you are not back on your post. How could the captain dare to be ignorant, and hurriedly ran back to the cab. Chapter 50, China Suanshu Association. Fortunately, the instrument malfunction did not last long. The voyage in the future was very smooth, and there were no other accidents until the plane landed. But as soon as it landed, the security department on the ground took over the entire aircraft. Everyone was checked, and the robbers on the plane were also under control. Zhang Hao showed his identity to the staff of the security department, and he was immediately given priority protection. Before long, several agents in black suits took him over. Mr. Zhang Hao, you are welcome to return home. A black suit agent asked with a smile, Did you have a good time at Hogwarts? Do you know Hogwarts? Zhang Hao asked in surprise, Are you also a wizard? Formally introduce yourself. My name is Zhuang Minga, the deacon of the China Suanshu Association. China Suanshu Association? Zhang Hao asked in confusion, Isn't it the Ministry of Magic? Mysticism Association is our own term, and the Ministry of Magic is an international term. Zhuang Minga laughed, The term wizard is also a general term. Wizards in our country are more accustomed to calling themselves Suanshi, alchemist, sorcerer, Taoist, mage. In short, few people here call themselves wizards. Both Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu were in contact with an official agency for the first time, and the two of them were dumbfounded. Zhuang Minga also seemed to feel that he was too long-winded, so he changed the subject and said, I'll talk about this later. You used spells on the plane. This may attract the attention of the International Magic Federation. Please do the record with me first. You must prove yourself that you are compelled. Use spells under the circumstances, otherwise your studies will be affected. All wizards must abide by the international secrecy law, even the faraway China is no exception. Zhang Qiu looked a little worried. She said nervously, Those robbers shot and killed people. If we don't use magic, we will probably be killed. Is it true? Zhuang Minga didn't know what happened on the plane. He asked seriously, A robber killed someone? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded and said, I haven't had time to say that they killed a passenger, and the body was covered up by me with magic. Maybe the prosecutors haven't found it yet. Zhuang Minga immediately ordered people to check it out. Only a moment later, the man led the team to carry a corpse from the plane. Deacon Zhuang, the gunshot wound on the body matches the gun found on the robber. Zhuang Minga nodded, turned, and said to Zhang Hao, Since the robbers killed people, then your technique is reasonable. Don't worry. This matter is not too serious. I guess as long as a hearing is held, you can be exempted. Responsibility. He gestured to Zhang Hao to go with him. Where will the hearing be held? When will it start? Zhang Hao asked as he walked. His complexion didn't look good. It was a good vacation, and it was so messed up by a few scum robbers. This will be decided through consultation. I guess you will go to the British Ministry of Magic to attend the hearing. Zhuang Minga said, after all, you go to school at Hogwarts. Hey! Zhang Hao was taken aback, and suddenly remembered a question, this. Since China has a Ministry of Magic, there should also be a magic school? Why is there no school in China to send me an admission letter? You have to ask those big guys. Zhuang Minga shook his head and said, I'm just a deacon, and I don't have the right to know many things. Hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately gave up the inquiry. Anyway, sooner or later, he will know, why rush for a while? He intuitively felt that this matter was not easy, and it was likely that many big figures were operating in secret. I'm afraid, some people are playing a big chess game. Obviously, Zhang Hao has been regarded as a pawn. Take me as a chess piece. Zhang Hao thought indifferently, aren't you afraid of breaking the chessboard? No one likes to be manipulated by others, even if the starting point is good, the feeling of knowing and not knowing is different. For Zhang Hao, it is a kind of disrespect for those big guys to make this arrangement without telling him. It is obviously impossible to make him obedient. After a lot of work, Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu finally completed the filing work. In the coming days, they are ready to have fun. At this stage, although China's infrastructure is not advanced enough, the outdoor environment can be called first class. Famous mountains and rivers are not polluted, there are beautiful mountains and rivers everywhere, and the air quality can surpass London a few streets. Zhang Hao took the whole family to Huangshan for a tour, and after New Year's Day together, he started to deal with the things the company had accumulated. During the months at Hogwarts, Rishan Group had accumulated many major decisions, which needed to be handled by Zhang Hao himself. These are not difficult for him. After all, he has a long-term vision of decades ahead, and it is too simple to grasp the general direction. Small things are dealt with by the professional manager below, and it is not his turn to worry about it. Just like that, more than 20 days passed in a blink of an eye during the one-month Christmas holiday. On January 24, Zhang Hao received a notice from the Suanchu Association. The British Ministry of Magic asked him and Zhang Qiu to attend the hearing before the 28th, and Zhuang Minga, the deacon of the China Suanchu Association, would be accompanied by that time. For a Hogwarts student, this incident can be regarded as a major event. Cousin, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, do you think we will be expelled? Zhang Qiu looked very nervous, and she said worriedly, I heard that the international confidentiality law is very strict. Will we be tried? Zhang Hao shook his head and said, don't worry, things are not that bad. That afternoon, they arrived in London with the help of the International Flow Network. It is very difficult to lay a flyway network between countries, but such a flyway network is very necessary. Generally, it is not a cause, and such a flow network will basically not be opened. Between the two nodes, there will also be professional wizard guards. Without permission, it is impossible for any non-public official to use the international flow network. The reason why Zhang Hao is allowed to use the international flow network this time is also because of his special status. Both the British Ministry of Magic and the China Suanchu Association were afraid of someone secretly making trouble, so they dared not let him continue on the plane. Using the international flow network to hurry, it is almost fast, but the human body will have serious discomfort. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu both felt a little tumbling in their stomachs, and even Zhuang Minga, who was in the same position, looked very ugly. They reported together to the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters. Zhuang Minga stayed to negotiate with officials of the Ministry of Magic, while Zhang Hao went home with Zhang Qiu. Zhang Hao put a lot of Chinese specialty products in his pockets before he came, and these must be brought to Zhang Qiu's parents. Zhang Qiu's parents are still very enthusiastic to Zhang Hao. They rarely stay at home during the day, so Zhang Hao only stayed for one night before returning to his villa. The villa has a high-quality nanny to clean up, so what it was like when you left, is still what it is now. Zhang Hao's idea of owning a house elf is becoming more and more urgent. It takes a lot of small money to ask a babysitter a year, and raising a elf saves a lot of trouble. Those ugly little guys are more reliable than any nanny. Chapter 51, Hearings. On the morning of January 28, a hearing on the illegal use of magic by 2 Hogwarts students outside the school was held in the Judgment Hall on the 10th floor of the Ministry of Magic. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu followed Zhuang Minge and took the passenger elevator to the 10th floor underground. Zhuang Minge was talking about some precautions along the way. He was afraid that the 2 children would be ignorant and say the wrong thing. All the members of Weisengama will participate in this hearing. You will be smart at that time. Zhuang Minge said in a low voice, after all, this is in someone else's territory. Although I communicated with them in advance, Weisengama is not a monolithic one. It is inevitable that no one will make things difficult for you. If that happens, you can only rely on yourself. Weisengamao is the highest court in the wizarding world of the United Kingdom. It consists of about 50 members, and its chief officer is called the Chief Mage of Weisengamao. The Chief Mage of Weisengarmore happened to be held by Dumbledore, and almost everyone knew about it. Because of this, Weisengamao is also the most authoritative wizarding court in the world. After all, no matter how strict the law is, it also requires strong enforcement of force to take effect. And Dumbledore happens to be the most powerful wizard of our time. Zhang Qiu was very nervous at first, and when he heard that he was going to be tried by the whole Weisengama, he was immediately frightened. She was holding Zhang Hao's arm, as hard as she could. I said, cousin, can you be more relaxed? Zhang Hao said bitterly, I guess your arms are swollen by you. Are you not nervous at all? Zhang Qiu said with wide-eyed eyes, that is Wisengamer, Dumbledore will also participate in the trial? We will see many big people. Mr. Zhuang said that some people might make things difficult for us. What can I do about this? Don't worry, just leave everything to Mr. Zhang. Zhuang Minge said relaxedly, Miss Zhang, you didn't use magic on the plane. You are not responsible for this matter. I guess they will treat you. S wand uses the flashback spell, other than that, there will be nothing to do with you. Zhang Qiu nodded, but the application remained the same. It seems that she didn't listen to Zhuang Minge's words very much. Maybe she can relax completely only if this incident passes. Those big guys are so boring. Zhang Hao said boringly, I just put on an oblivion curse, and I have to use the entire Wesengama? Isn't this too a fuss? This is also human nature. After all, the British wizarding world is so big, and they may handle many cases a year. Zhuang Minge also wanted to laugh, he said with relief, just accompany them to relieve their boredom. After the 3 arrived on the 10th floor, they were immediately taken to a waiting room. Zhuang Minge was asked to leave, and only Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu were left in the waiting room. After a while, another wizard in a fuchsia robe walked into the waiting room. He solemnly said to Zhang Qiu, Are you Miss Zhang Qiu? Start with you, please follow me. Zhang Qiu gave Zhang Hao a pitiful look, but finally followed the wizard helplessly. Zhang Hao watched Zhang Qiu leave, and then comfortably took out the collection of stories about poetry Wang and Padu to read. When he finished reading the story of 3 brothers, Zhang Qiu happened to come out of the trial hall. Cousin, it's here for you. Zhang Qiu said with a clear smile on her face, and she said relaxedly, those big people are very kind and not scary at all. However, some of the questions raised by jurors are very annoying, and you may also encountered. Really? Zhang Hao nodded and said with a smile, I will meet them, you stay here. In the trial hall, the jurors are sitting on seats 1 floor higher than the other, and a sign with their name and identity is placed in front of everyone. Zhang Hao glanced around and saw several familiar faces. Albus Dumbledore, Connolly Fudge, Dolores Jan Umbridge, Amelia Susan Burns. Zhang Hao has already known many Weisengama members through books or newspapers. They are all wearing fuchsia robes, with a delicate silver W embroidered on their left chest. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao, their eyes seemed to shine on his soul. Many people are talking in low voices. They seem to be a little unsuccessful, because the topic they talked about has nothing to do with this hearing. Dumbledore sitting in the trial seat picked up a small wooden hammer and hammered it 3 times. Quiet. After everyone stopped talking, he announced the beginning of the hearing. At the disciplinary hearing on January 28, the suspect Zhang Hao used magic on Muggles on the plane to China. Questions. Author, Albus Dumbledore. The defendant will face the following charges. He used the forgetting curse on several Muggles on the premise that he is sober and aware of the illegal behavior. How does the defendant explain this? Dumbledore finished speaking and looked at Zhang Hao blankly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, Mr. Dumbledore, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Hao was expressionless. He described the whole process of the hijacking indifferently, and finally asked, I would like to ask Mr. Dumbledore, the wizard's life was threatened. Under circumstances, would using magic on a vicious Muggle count as a crime? The International Confidentiality Act stipulates that any wizard who is threatened by Muggles has the right to use magic to fight back. Dumbledore nodded and asked, but the question is, how can you prove that you have been threatened? Threatened by Muggles? This is probably not a problem, sir. Zhang Hao said with a smile, those robbers killed a passenger with a gun on the plane. If I can't stop them, they may kill more people. Among them, it is very likely. Including me. There are wizards who can testify for this matter, including my cousin Zhang Qiu, and some other exhibits. I think the court should already know about these, right? Of course. Dumbledore nodded, and said after scanning the audience, then, who has any questions about this case? Oh. I guess he was to satisfy his vanity, so he released magic in front of Muggles. A fat witch said in a sweet and disgusting voice, how do you prove yourself? What about using magic against discipline for this purpose? Zhang Hao glanced at the witch and said calmly, then Ms. Umbridge, how do you prove that I release magic for this purpose? Of course, I can prove it. Umbridge said with a smirk, as long as you use the Pantheon to show you the truth. If you are not satisfied with this method, I think we can still use Verita Serum. Umbridge. We have no right to do this. If we want to convict someone, we must show objective evidence. Chapter 52, Withdraw the Complaint. It was Amelia Susan Burns, the director of the Law Enforcement Department, who refuted Umbridge. She was a witch with a wide stature and a square jaw. On the bridge of her nose, she has a pair of single-lens eyes. From the outside, she is a very serious witch. In Weisengamau, she is also known for being fair, honest, and fearless. No one would be surprised if she said something fair in this situation. In the last Wizarding War, her brother Edgar Burns died because of his fight against Voldemort. She is unmarried so far, and her brother is the only family left. As far as Zhang Hao knows, this lady's young niece Susan Burns is also currently studying at Hogwarts, who happens to be at the same level as him. Thank you, Ms. Burns. He said sincerely, some wizards in Weisengamau are unfair. Fortunately, there are honest jurors like you. Otherwise, I am afraid there will be many unjust, false, and wrongful cases. Burns moved the corner of his mouth, showing a faint smile. The others were darkened, including Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge. Pay attention to your words, sir. Umbridge said sharply, you are responsible for your words. I can accuse you of slandering Weisengamau. Thank you for your reminder, Ms. Umbridge. Zhang Hao said sternly, Weisengamau is so fair that even a first-year student who casts magic for self-protection must be closely scrutinized. I think you will spend more time on those dark wizards who use the unforgivable spell, right? Ms. Umbridge. Of course, I don't need to remind you of this. Umbridge said with an unpleasant expression, you still honestly explain your crime. Stop. Umbridge, I don't need to talk about this. Dumbledore said with a sullen face, if you can't show real evidence, then start voting now. As the defendant said, when life was threatened, some conventional spells were used. It was not an unforgivable spell, and it did not have much impact. The Ministry of Magic did not even dispatch a reversal incident team, did we? It took too much time. Now, if you think the defendant is guilty, please raise your hand. A few people raised their hands, and Zhang Hao looked at it and found that they were all famous wizards who often made discriminatory remarks against Muggles, including Umbridge. Even among the wizarding community, these people are very annoying. But this part is only a minority, not even 1/5 of all the members of Wizengamo. After waiting for a while, Dumbledore saw that no one raised his hand again, and said, if you think the defendant is innocent, please raise your hand. After he finished speaking, he raised his left hand first, followed by Ms. Burns. Under their leadership, more and more people raised their hands. Although some jurors chose to abstain, there are still far more people who think Zhang Hao is innocent than those who think he is guilty. Dumbledore declared decisively, after Wisengamer's judgment, all charges against Zhang Hao, a first-year student at Hogwarts, have been withdrawn, and this case is over. The court is closed. After he finished speaking, he took the wooden hammer and knocked it, and then left the seat first. Zhang Hao smiled and greeted Ms. Burns, and then left the court with Zhuang Minge. Mr. Zhang, you dealt well, but I don't think you should have a conflict with Umbridge. Zhuang Minge hadn't spoken because of suspicion before, so he walked out of the courtroom and said, Umbridge is British magic after all. Deputy Minister, conflict with her will have an adverse effect on you. Thank you Mr. Zhuang for the reminder, Zhang Hao said with a smile, but I have my own measures. If the development of things does not produce major changes, this Umbridge will certainly take over Hogwarts in the future. In the original plot, she messed up Hogwarts with the authorization of Cornelius Fudge. Many students have been tortured inhumanely because of minor mistakes. Zhang Hao can't guarantee that he will not make a mistake, and with his personality it is impossible to compromise with Umbridge, and conflict will inevitably occur at that time. What's more, Umbridge took the initiative to pick things up today. Even if he can't bear it, he may not be able to win the favor of the other party. Since this is the case, why do you need to bow down? Anyway, Dumbledore's extra prestige is still there, and a deputy minister in Umbridge can't reach Hogwarts. What if she angers her? Even if Dumbledore will lose his power one day, Zhang Hao is confident that he can protect himself from the chaos. He learned most of the regular spells in the first grade. In a few years, who knows how strong he can be. Dumbledore and Voldemort are right at least one thing, power is what really belongs to them. They lost a lot of power, but they also gained more because of power. Zhang Hao's determination to pursue strength is not much worse than those two big men. An Umbridge is just a little bit, so don't worry about it. After all, she can't even deal with a giant. Zhuang Minge was confused by Zhang Hao's self-confidence, but he didn't say much. I've already said everything that should be said, and it's just annoying to say more. When they returned to the waiting room, Zhang Qiuchun stared at the door worriedly. The moment she saw them, she almost jumped up excitedly. How is it? She asked nervously, what kind of verdict did Wizengamo make? Don't be so excited. Zhang Hao said indifferently, Wizengamo has withdrawn the complaint against me. www.novel.com. We are all right. It's great. Zhang Qiu said excitedly, now you can finally relax. Sometimes the more people fear something, the more exciting it is when things turn around. Obviously, the big cousin is in that state now. Please. I've always been relaxed, okay? It's you who are nervous. Zhang Hao said helplessly, let's go. Mr. Zhuang is going back to China, we will send him off. It's okay. Zhuang Minge said with a smile, I don't want to be in a hurry anyway. Even so, they still walked to the elevator together. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Zhang Hao remembered one thing. There is a department of the Ministry of Magic responsible for relocating house elves, where it seems that the ownerless elves can be adopted. Mr. Zhuang, I have something to do at the Ministry of Magic. Zhang Hao patted his forehead and said to Zhuang Minge, sorry, I can't send you away. Mr. Zhang doesn't need to apologize, just go ahead if you have something. Zhuang Minge said with a smile, but I want to know, what do you have to do at the Ministry of Magic? If you need my help, please just speak up. The status has reached the level of Zhang Hao, and many people hope to have a good relationship with him. In the wizarding world, there is no exception. After all, money can make ghosts go around. Who doesn't want to have a local tyrant friend? The captive elf doesn't need to be hidden. Zhang Hao said frankly, I want to have a house elf. It seems that the Ministry of Magic can coordinate. Oh, I can't help with this. Zhuang Minge laughed and said, then I wish you well. Thank you. Zhang Hao nodded and said, I also wish you a smooth journey. Chapter 53, Subscribe to House Elf. After Zhuang Minge left, Zhang Hao also returned to the Ministry of Magic with Zhang Qiu. They asked someone, the House Elves Relocation Office is under the management of the Magic Creatures Management and Control Director, and its office is located on the 4th basement floor. The Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures is divided into 3 major divisions. These 3 divisions are zoology, humanoids, and ghosts. That's right. Ghosts are also classified as magical creatures. The House Elves Resettlement Office is in the humanoid department. The wizard Zhang Hao here doesn't know any of them. In this situation, most people can only ask when they meet. But Zhang Hao didn't have this need. He took out a handful of Jin Jialong and bought a wizard working here. The wizard worked diligently to help him run, and quickly settled all the formalities. Dear sir, you can choose the elves next. Oh. There are many masterless elves in the Ministry of Magic, and you can definitely choose the most satisfying one. Can I only choose one elf? Mr. Bob. Zhang Hao asked, if I want to raise a few more elf, what do I need to do? House elves also possess powerful magical powers, and they can also be of great use at critical moments. Zhang Hao remembers that in the original book, the House Elves of Hogwarts also participated in the decisive battle. They contributed a lot in that battle, otherwise the teachers and students at Hogwarts might not be able to resist the Dark Demon Army. Bob is the wizard who was bought by Zhang Hao. After he saddled Zhang Hao, he settled some necessary procedures. When he heard that Zhang Hao wanted to have more elves, his face showed embarrassment. What? Zhang Hao asked again, any problem? Oh. Yes, sir. Bob said helplessly, actually, it doesn't matter how many house elves you want to have. But they can't be free for a moment. If you can't find enough things for them, they will punish myself crazily. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu were a little surprised. They didn't expect that they would still encounter this kind of problem when adopting the elf. Cousin, can you find enough work for the elf? Zhang Qiu said, if you can't, it's better to raise less. Zhang Hao thought about it for a while, and felt that it would be perfectly fine for him to take care of 10 or 8 house elves. He smiled and said, let's go. Let's go and see first, and accept everything that is pleasing to the eye. It is not difficult to find work for them, I believe it is not a problem. Oh. Sir, you are so kind. Bob happily said, house elves live long and reproduce fast, and nowadays wizards like to do everything by themselves. There are too many idle house elves in the Ministry of Magic. While leading the way, he happily introduced the benefits and sources of house elves. Since the wizards conquered the elves in ancient times, this race has become the best servants. Every house elf must receive servitude training from birth, and they must serve the master from generation to generation. They can take on all housework, they cannot disobey any orders of the master. For them, their highest right is to obey the orders of the master. In the beginning, only ancient pure-blood families were eligible to raise elf in captivity. But over time, many pure-blood families declined or even died, so many domestic elf lost their owners. The Ministry of Magic accepted these domestic elf families. Elves, wait for those who need them to show up. If you want to raise elves in captivity, you must have a large enough house. If your house is too small, the house elf will find it impossible to show diligence. Many wizards want to raise a house elf to do housework, but their house is too small and no elf is willing to loyal to them. Speaking of which, Baobo suddenly stopped and asked, "Oh, by the way, do you have a large enough house?" "Sir." Zhang Hao chuckled and said, "Of course, I have a castle to take care of." "Ah, cousin? You still have a castle?" Zhang Qiu said in shock, "Why don't I know?" "Not before, but there will be soon." Zhang Hao said indifferently, "I just planned to buy a castle. There seem to be many castles for sale in the UK. God! Cousin, you are crazy." Zhang Qiu looked at Zhang Hao like a fool, and she said with difficulty, "For a few house elves, as for... You don't understand. This is style." Zhang Hao gave Zhang Qiu a blank look, and said angrily, "I am a god. I want to be different from the nouveau riche." Zhang Qiu was speechless. She held her smooth forehead, as if she had withstood a crit of 99,999 tons. The reason why it is not 100,000 tons is because she can't bear it. "Aha! That's okay," Bob said happily, "if you have a castle, it might not be a problem to raise more than 10 house elves." Zhang Hao nodded, expressing satisfaction. Then, Bob began to introduce the precautions for raising a pixie in captivity. If you don't want to lose your servants, it's best not to give them access to clothes. Because once you give them clothes, they will be free. Of course, few house elves are willing to do this after a long period of training. They already hate freedom. But to be on the safe side, it's better to pay attention. They came to a restaurant similar to Hogwarts Auditorium. www.novel.com. There are many house elves busy in the restaurant, and a few wizards are directing the elves to work. A little bit further in is where the house elves live. Bob took Zhang Hao to visit there for a while. As long as there are elves, everything is clean and tidy, and there is almost no dust at all. Obviously, this is all the handwriting of the elves. Bob communicated with a staff member for a while, and then Zhang Hao saw that staff member took out his whistle and blew. Beep! Beep! As the whistle sounded, the crackling noises that are characteristic of apparitions appeared one after another in front of everyone. Small figures appeared in front of them, and the house elves stood in a row. They were very well behaved. Some elves may be a little skinny, and they can't help but whisper. "Hey! What's the matter? Do you have a job to arrange for us?" "That's great. I just finished my work and I am punishing myself freely." "Sir, if you have any work, please assign it quickly. These house elves are really hard-working, and they get nothing in proportion to what they give." "Quiet!" Bob scolded, then respectfully said to Zhang Hao, "Sir, you can choose as much as you like." Zhang Hao was not hypocritical, and directly began to choose among the many elf. There are hundreds of little elves here. They are skinny and very small. Ears as big as a bat, big and protruding eyes, a long and flat nose, and a dirty fig leaf. In terms of appearance, they really don't make much difference. Some elves guessed that they might regain their masters, and began to sell themselves eagerly. Chapter 54. If you say you buy a castle, you buy a castle. Choose me. Sir, I can do a lot, and I eat less. Choose me. Although I eat more, I will eat more. Master, you should choose me. I am the most loyal. These little elves are extremely enthusiastic, and Zhang Hao is so dizzy that he can only choose 10 of them randomly. The little elves who weren't selected were very disappointed, as if they had taken a God-given opportunity. Zhang Hao said to Bob, I'll pay you a deposit first, and let them pass after I buy the castle. Of course there is no problem, sir. Bob said flatly, as long as you confirm the address, we will send them to you as quickly as possible. Zhang Hao nodded, then gave a few words casually, and then turned and left with Zhang Qiu. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Zhang Hao immediately used resources to find the castle for sale in Britain. There are only 2 days since the Christmas holiday, and certain procedures are required to purchase a castle. This process may take more than 10 days to several months, and it can be done within 2 days, but it will cost a lot of money. For Zhang Hao, the mundane money is spent without distress. If you can save time, what is the extra money? That afternoon, a thick paper report was sent to Zhang Hao. He took a closer look and found that there are currently hundreds of old castles for sale in the UK. These castles range from tens of thousands of square feet to hundreds of thousands of square feet. The price also varies, the cheap price is only a few £100,000, and the expensive price is hundreds of millions of pounds. With Zhang Hao's current financial resources, it seems that it is no problem to buy any of them. He chose among hundreds of castles without any pressure, and Zhang Qiu was also a staff member. Hey! Cousin, what do you think of this castle? It's so beautiful. Ah! This is also very good, the garden is so beautiful. Look here, the statue of this castle is very good, and the decoration is also very gorgeous. How about buying it? This castle has ghosts, maybe the price will be lower. Zhang Hao was troubled by Zhang Qiu's headache. In order to avoid the harm, he randomly picked a price that was about the same. This is it. He took out a photo and said, comparing the data, Collinsville Castle, located in Staffordshire, covers an area of 80,000 square meters. Zhang Qiu picked up the information and looked at it, and said happily, okay. This castle is really good, but the price is a bit more expensive. It costs £5 million. £5 million, equivalent to more than 43 million RMB. If you are in a hurry, the price may be higher. The price is indeed a bit expensive, but it is not unacceptable. Zhang Hao immediately contacted the seller of the castle, and they agreed to meet at the castle the next morning. The distance from London to Stafford is nearly 200 kilometers, either by train or by car, and I will be back in 2 days. Zhang Hao thought about it, and decided to drive to Stafford. He thought to himself that after buying the castle, maybe he should go to the Ministry of Magic to connect to the Flow network. This is another expense. Since it is agreed to meet tomorrow morning, I must leave as soon as possible tonight. Cousin, why don't you take me with you? Zhang Qiu whispered, maybe I can help you bargain. It's you. Zhang Hao doubted, when you see a stranger, you become a quail, and you still bargain. Zhang Qiu was furious, got up and chased Zhang Hao and beat him wildly. The next day, Zhang Hao met Mr. Smith Charlie, the sales agent of Collinsville Castle. Collinsville Castle currently belongs to a British real estate company, and Smith Charlie is a manager of this company. As a professional manager, Smith Charlie will of course investigate customers before doing business. He already knows who he wants to discuss business with, and he also knows general information about Zhang Hao. After seeing Zhang Hao, he was still shocked. Oh! God! Dear Mr. Zhang, I can't believe until now that there is a genius like you in this world. I'm so glad to see you. Not only Charlie, but the entourage behind him also uttered the same admiration. This world is so realistic. When a person is down and down, few people are willing to look at him more. When a person reaches the top, one may hear praise words everywhere. I'm glad to see you too, Mr. Charlie. Zhang Hao smiled reservedly, in order not to delay each other's time, let's get to the point. Great! Charlie said happily, I like to communicate with straightforward people like you. Then, please let me explain the prerequisites for buying a castle for you. Please speak. Zhang Hao nodded. Charlie opened a document and read according to the text. Anyone who obtains ownership of the castle must be responsible for the repair of his castle. If the purchaser of the castle refuses to repair the castle or maliciously destroy the castle, the British government will have the right to take back the castle. Ownership: once the ownership of the castle is taken back, the purchaser will forever lose the qualification to buy the castle. Mr. Zhang, do you have any questions? There are many precautions for purchasing a castle, which is also the rule of the castle trading industry in various countries. After all, the castle is also an antique, and it is also regarded as a material cultural heritage for the world. Zhang Hao understood all of these, and he didn't think the castle would be destroyed in his hands. There are elves taking care of it, and the repair work of the castle is probably not difficult. This can be known from the status quo at Hogwarts. Hogwarts is bigger than Collinsville and suffered more damage. Mr. Charlie, there is no problem with these. Zhang Hao asked with a smile, I just want to know, when can I live in the castle? Mr. Zhang, you are a bit too urgent. Charlie said, it will take at least 15 days to complete all the procedures. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I hope I can live in this castle tomorrow. How much does it cost? Zhang Hao said brutally, I know you must have a way, so please don't make excuses. Okay. I can try it for you. Charlie spread his hands and said helplessly, I need to discuss with the boss, maybe you can move in before tomorrow night. Then as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you in the castle. Zhang Hao said casually, I think I can go inside and take a look. Oh. Of course. Charlie said quickly, this is your right as a buyer, please feel free to. The castle is equipped with a British palace butler, as well as gardeners, cleaning staff, and security personnel. In short, although this castle is old, it is not unpopular. Zhang Hao, accompanied by the housekeeper, took a good tour of the castle inside and out. This castle has beautiful gardens and hubo, as well as 5 remodeled towers. There are more than 60 suites in the castle, large carved fireplaces, period furniture, primitive oak floors. Is full of elegant charm everywhere, and every room makes people feel like they have traveled to the Middle Ages. The real estate company seems to have carried out a certain degree of transformation of the castle. In addition to the elegant suites, the castle also has a racecourse, a billiard room, an indoor game room, a workshop, a gym, a library, an orange grove, a dungeon. Has also installed a modern water and electricity system, and the living facilities are no worse than high-end villas. The longer he stays in the castle, the more Zhang Hao likes the castle. As long as you imagine life in a castle, you will have a sense of superiority spontaneously. Why go north to the vast villa? Can I live in this old castle comfortably? Chapter 55, The Feasibility of Buying Privileges with Jin Jialong. When Zhang Hao visited the entire castle, Charlie also completed the communication with his superiors. Mr. Zhang, our boss has agreed to your request. Charlie said excitedly, he will find a way to help you complete the formalities as soon as possible. You only need to pay an additional £1 million in handling fees, and you can get it tomorrow afternoon. Certificate of title to this castle. Zhang Hao nodded and said, yes, I am very satisfied with your efficiency. Mr. Zhang. Charlie suddenly became a little hesitant. He hesitated before saying, our boss also said that if you can cooperate with us in China real estate, you can save this £1 million in handling fees. Sorry. Please tell your boss, Zhang Hao said blankly, please discuss business matters with the Foreign Affairs Department of Rishan Group. I am no longer involved in vulgar things. Okay, I understand. Charlie said regretfully, I will convey your meaning to the boss. Another day later, the title certificate of Collinsville Castle was delivered to Zhang Hao. He hurried back to London non-stop, and once again came to the Ministry of Magic. Is still the previous routine, but this time it was replaced by the Magic Transportation Division. The Magic Transportation Department is on the 6th basement level. To connect to the Flow Network, you must go to the Flow Network Management Bureau. I don't know whether the Ministry of Magic has been corrupted to the extreme, or Jin Jialong is indeed infinitely powerful. Zhang Hao used money all the way to clear the way, but it took only one afternoon to pass the application of Flow Network. The director of the Flow Network Administration Bureau is named Aiden Clare. He handed the stamped application to Zhang Hao, and asked with a smile, "When shall we go to your residence?" "Mr. Zhang. Of course the sooner the better, you know that I will start school soon, but there is not much time wasted." Zhang Hao said elegantly, "I want to know, how do you plan to get to my castle? Do you use apparition?" "Of course, will you follow the manifestation?" Claire said with a smile, "If so, I can take you for a ride." Zhang Hao suddenly thought that the Department of Magic and Transportation also had a phantom shift test center. If he passes the apparition test, does it mean he can use apparition? At this point, Zhang Hao asked expectantly, "Mr. Clare, if I can pass the phantom transfer test, is it possible for the Ministry of Magic to make an exception and let me use it outside of school? You know, my hometown is in China, and every time I come to the UK, it is troublesome." "What? This, are you kidding me? Mr. Zhang?" Claire said in astonishment, "You are only 11 years old, how can you pass the apparition test?" "Oh! Mr. Clare, I think you are a little fussed." Zhang Hao said frankly, "I tried apparition at school, and it succeeded every time. This is not a lie." After mastering the apparition in the illusion, he practiced it in a place where no one was there. "God! You are so courageous!" Claire said in disbelief, "How can you be confident that you will succeed? You know that if you fail, you will have to pay the price of your life." "Mr. Clare." Zhang Hao waved his hand, "Besides, those are no longer useful. The actual situation now is that I am very lucky to succeed. I just want to know, can I perform the phantom shift test?" "No, it's impossible." Claire shook his head and said, "Even if you can safely use phantom shift, the Ministry of Magic cannot conduct phantom shift tests for you. You know, this is a Ministry of Magic rule." "Of course I know that the regulations of the Ministry of Magic cannot be undermined." Zhang Hao suddenly lowered his voice. He was like a devil and said with the most alluring face, "I want to invest in the Ministry of Magic. How much money is needed to get me have privileges? 10,000 gallons? Or 100,000 gallons? Or 1,000,000 gallons?" Claire's forehead gradually oozes sweat, he wiped his sleeves at random, and said nervously, "This matter is not my choice. I want to discuss with the director or even the minister. Please." Zhang Hao resumed his previous arbitrariness, and he said with a point of interest, "Many of the Ministry of Magic's facilities are a few years old, and there are many places that need to be repaired. I have an idle amount of funds, and I have not been able to find any investment yet. Project. It's really distressing. Please take a rest here, I'll discuss with the director and minister." Claire said respectfully, then got up and left the office. Zhang Hao waited more than half an hour before Claire came back. "Mr. Zhang, the minister wants to see you, please move to the minister's office." Claire looked more respectful, and his appearance made it hard to believe that he was an official of the Ministry of Magic. Zhang Hao calmly got up and followed Claire to the minister's office. "Oh! Smart boy, I've been thinking about when we will meet again. I didn't expect this day to come so soon." Cornelius Fudge said kindly with a sincere smile, "Come and sit down." "What a surprise! Dear Minister www.novel.com, I am also very happy to see you again." Zhang Hao said politely, "My needs must be clear to you. I wonder if the Ministry of Magic can make an exception." Fudge narrowed his smile. He crossed his hands and wandered his thumbs around each other. He said with a look of embarrassment, "The Ministry of Magic's regulations have been around for a long time. If they are rashly broken, I am afraid that many people will come forward to oppose it. Hat. Zhang Hao smiled lightly. How much Jin Jialong would it take to stop their mouths? My child, you are really simple and rude. Fudge said helplessly, then I am afraid it will cost a lot of Jin Jialong. How much can you give? I don't know this. Zhang Hao spread his hand and said, I can pay as much as the fairies can exchange for me. Fudge groaned for a moment, and then suddenly asked, are you here this time to connect to the Flow network? Yes, Mr. Minister. Zhang Hao nodded and said, do you have any good suggestions for this? I have nothing to suggest, I think Mr. Clare should have good suggestions. Fudge said with a smile, let's do it. You can do your own business first, and I need to discuss with someone if you can seek privileges for you. Then please Mr. Minister. Zhang Hao got up and said to Clare, shall we get the Flow network first? Sir. Of course, no problem. Clare got up quickly, the director seemed to be a little dizzy. He vowed to promise, trust me, there will be no malfunctions in your fireplace. Thank you. Zhang Hao smiled and said, if that's the case, of course it couldn't be better. Like Hogwarts, some areas of the Ministry of Magic also have apparition restrictions. So Zhang Hao and Clare went through a lot of setbacks before they used apparition to arrive in Staffordshire. Chapter 56, I want to eat spicy crayfish. After some manipulation by Clare, the fireplace of Collinsville Castle was finally connected to the Flow network. From now on, Zhang Hao only needs to find other fireplaces connected to the Flow network, and he can travel across the two places in an instant. Need a try? Mr. Zhang. Clare made an inviting gesture, and then said, there is a password you must know, it will let you go directly to the Ministry of Magic. He took out a can of Flow powder and handed it to Zhang Hao, and then said, the Ministry of Magic is giving it away for free. You can buy it at Diagon Alley when you use it up. Come on. Let's give it a try. He grabbed a handful of Flow powder from the jar and stood in the tall fireplace. Makio. A green flame rose from the fireplace, and Clare's figure disappeared. Zhang Hao also grabbed a handful of Flow powder to follow suit, and disappeared as the flame rose. When he appeared again, he was already in the atrium foyer of the Ministry of Magic. Whether through the phone booths on the streets of London, or through the public toilets above, or the fireplace flyway network, they can only be sent here. Because everyone who enters the Ministry of Magic has to undergo different levels of inspection here. Aha! Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Clare was waiting in front. He saw Zhang Hao's successful transmission and asked with a smile, this experience should be pretty good, right? Some dust fell on Zhang Hao, he cleaned it up with a cleaning spell, and then said, it's really convenient. Since the Flow network has been solved, I won't bother you with the rest. No trouble, Mr. Zhang, if you need help, please do not hesitate to speak. Clare shrugged, if there is nothing wrong, I have to go back to work. Goodbye. Watching Clare leave, Zhang Hao came to the Magical Creatures Management and Control Department alone. The person who received him was changed, but after explaining his intentions, he still received a very good service. The receptionist looked very happy. He complained, you can count it, those elves are terrible when they are out of work. You should pick them up quickly. If they can be fewer in number, we magic the ministry will be a lot easier. Zhang Hao just nodded when he heard the words, and didn't say much. The other party's grievances can't be taken seriously. If all the elves of the Ministry of Magic are adopted, there will probably be a group of people who will lose their jobs. These people may not be so happy then. The next thing went well. The staff personally helped Zhang Hao to send the elves to the castle. Before leaving, the staff warned again, Sir, I will remind you one last time, never let the elves touch the clothes. All the consequences caused by this will be borne by you. Zhang Hao nodded, looking a little disapproving. The staff thought Zhang Hao didn't take it to heart, so they simply said goodbye, and then shook their head and left the castle. "Master, quickly arrange work for us." "Yet, Master, we can't be free for a moment. Is this the owner's house? It's really big. I like it here, it's like the home of an ancient noble wizard. Zhang Hao has a headache, these little elves are too noisy." Fortunately, the ordinary people in the castle have already been fired, otherwise there may be something wrong with it. Zhang Hao thought for a while, and decided to find some work for these little guys first. He said angrily, "If you are eager to work, then go. There are many rooms in the castle. Clean every room. In addition, check again to see if there are any broken things, and if there are any, fix them all. Go quickly." The little elves screamed excitedly when they heard the words. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Zhang Hao said to himself, "It seems that we should celebrate moving to the new house, but the time is a bit tight, so forget it. The big cousin must be notified, otherwise she might kill me." He dialed the number of Zhang Chu's family, told his cousin that the castle had been set up properly, and invited their family to come as a guest. In the evening, Zhang Chu's family came to the castle through the fireplace. "This castle is really magnificent, and it's not much worse than the royal castle, right?" Zhang Chu's mother admired, "It's just a little bit open. And, if you like, you can move in with your uncle." Zhang Hao smiled and said, "It's a waste of me to live alone in such a big place, and I may not have many opportunities to live here. The castle has a flyway. Internet, it's a lot more convenient for you to go to work every day. Let's come to live with you." Aunt hesitated for a while, then shook her head and said, "Forget it. It's okay to live here for a day or two, but I'll feel flustered if I live here." "Xiao Hao, your aunt is right." Zhang Hao's uncle also said, "We are all ordinary wizards. If we live in such a big castle for a long time, we will definitely feel uneasy." Zhang Chu's family are all of Chinese descent. They have never forgotten the blood of Yanhuang and Huang that flow in their bodies. They all communicate in Chinese when there are no outsiders. It is naturally the same today, so the atmosphere is more cordial. "Mom, can I come here to live with my cousin?" Zhang Chu asked expectantly, "I really like it here." "No." Aunt objected, "Can't you be so unruly?" Zhang Chu was a little upset when she heard that www.novel.com. She pouted and stared at her mother, as if she wanted to fight. I don't think there is anything wrong with this." The uncle said disapprovingly, "Xiao Hao needs to be taken care of by himself, and my daughter just came over to be with him." This seemed to make sense, and even my aunt began to reconsider. But Zhang Hao accidentally saw that the uncle's eyes seemed a bit ambiguous when looking at his aunt. It suddenly became clear to him that his uncle didn't think about him, but wanted to live in a two-person world with his aunt. He was silent, waiting quietly for the decision of the family of three. The sun sank completely into the horizon, and the earth suddenly plunged into darkness. The soft candle light was lit up in the castle, and Zhang Hao snapped his fingers, and immediately delicious food appeared on the table. "It's pretty good. It's like the Hogwarts opening banquet." The aunt praised again, "Are these all house elves made?" "Yes, please enjoy it." Zhang Hao said casually, "The house elves don't know how to cook Chinese food. I have time to teach them in the future." "I really want to come and taste it," the uncle said expectantly. "We went to Huaxia once a few years ago, and we haven't eaten authentic Chinese food since then. I want to eat crayfish." Zhang Chu suddenly said with a look of drunkenness, "The spicy crayfish is so delicious. There are also mapo tofu, steamed lamb meat, huidiao drunk chicken, dongpo pork shoulder." Zhang Hao and his uncle and aunt looked at each other and laughed. The guests and the host enjoyed a meal, and the dinner table was full of laughter. The little elves got what they wanted and successfully proved their worth. The Christmas holiday is coming to an end, and the little wizards will return to Hogwarts. Chapter 57, New Semester Trivia. January 31st, this is the last day of the Christmas holiday. The students returned to school one after another, and the originally empty Hogwarts castle became lively. Hi! How did you have your Christmas vacation? At the school gate, Zhang Hao happened to meet Hermione, who was back to school. The little girl was as lively as ever. She said happily, "I went on a trip with my parents and only came back yesterday." The next second, she seemed to think of something, and her originally happy smile was also suppressed. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to go to China with you before, but my parents were a little worried, so. It doesn't matter." Zhang Hao comforted, "There will be opportunities in the future, let's go. We are blocking the door." Their luggage hasn't been packed yet, so they separated after a long time. In the Slytherin common room, Draco was bragging with two attendants again. "How did you spend your Christmas holidays?" "I guess not so. I told you that my parents took me to Egypt last week, where there was a huge stone lion. No one thought it could move. I almost got it in my mouth. It's terrible. In this world, the Egyptian Sphinx is indeed very special, but it is not so special that it can eat people with its mouth open." So Draco was bragging when he heard these words, but Crabbe and Gore were fascinated by them. Zhang Hao was a little speechless. He didn't know why such a person would enter Slytherin. Is it just because they are pure blood? Zhang Hao didn't want to talk to them, but he didn't expect Draco to see him as if he was beaten up with blood, and asked excitedly, "Hey! Are you finally back?" "How? Yet? What's the matter?" Zhang Hao asked lazily, "Is something wrong with me? Are you back to China?" Draco said without waiting for Zhang Hao to answer, "I heard that China has a lot of interesting things. Are there any stone lions that can bite people? I really want to see and see." "Of course there are stone lions in China that can bite people, not only that," Zhang Hao said casually, "China also has stone tigers, sacred beasts and mud horses, sacred beasts and river crabs, iron eaters that only sell cute, and sacred dragons that can fly without wings. What else do you want to know?" Draco and his friends were shocked. They didn't know any of the things Zhang Hao said. At this moment, they all felt like a frog in the bottom of a well. After Zhang Hao left, Draco pursed his mouth and said, "You said, would he be bragging?" Crabbe and Gore looked at each other, and finally did not dare to say yes. The students had a good rest, and then started the new semester courses. In the first class, Draco used a leg-locking spell on Neville. When this kid was doing evil, he was caught by Zhang Hao. "Draco, one semester has passed, and you still haven't grown so much." Zhang Hao unwrapped Neville's magic easily, and then said to Draco with a look of disgust, "I thought you could improve a little bit, it seems you still just a child." Nai moved his hands and feet, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Zhang Hao." "You are welcome." Zhang Hao said calmly, "I hope that next time you are bullied, you can solve it by yourself." Navi was only a promise, and did not say anything ambitious. "It's you again. Can you leave me alone?" Draco said frustratedly, "I'm just practicing the spell, why must you have trouble with me?" "Really?" Zhang Hao smiled, "Next time you want to practice the spell, please come to me. I'm happy to practice against you. Wait. One day I will use magic to beat you down." Draco let out a cruel word, and then turned and left with his two attendants. Similar bridge sections are not uncommon in Hogwarts. Students should have classes and adventures. In short, life at Hogwarts is peaceful and wonderful. It is worth mentioning that the Gryffindor trio finally found the information about Nicole Le May. This also means that they finally know what Lu Wei is protecting. This secret was told by Hermione to Zhang Hao. She also said that Harry was given an invisibility cloak. He often wandered in the night with an invisibility cloak. Oh! The little girl completely forgot that she was a Gryffindor. She even told Zhang Hao Slytherin this secret. "Don't tell Harry that I said it." "Okay." Hermione said with a guilty heart, if they know me, maybe they will ignore me. Zhang Hao said, funny, don't worry. This is not a big deal, and I won't just talk about it. In the second week after the holiday, Hogwarts' third Quidditch match of the year began. Gryffindor was playing against Hufflepuff in this game, and Mrs. Hooch didn't know what had happened and even let Snape be the referee. This is undoubtedly a disaster for Gryffindor. However, in Quidditch, the role of referees does not seem to be that great. Gryffindor was already stronger than Hufflepuff, although Snape repeatedly favored Hufflepuff, but in the end Gryffindor still won. In this way, only Slytherin versus Ravenclaw is left for the entire season. As long as Slytherin beats Ravenclaw, UU reading www.uuganshu.com will be able to win the entire season. Apart from these trivial things, the most important thing for Zhang Hao is probably the new development of his own magic. One night, he finally doubled the brightness of the lighting spell. This is a huge development, which means that the flash spell is very likely to be born from his mouth. But he still didn't understand the role of spells in magic. If he didn't figure this out, the flashing spell he created would not be stable. He used the enhanced version of the lighting spell many times in the illusion, but he could only succeed once or twice in 10 times, which is not a success at all. What the is it? Zhang Hao thought distressedly, what role does the spell play in the release of magic? Alaho cave is open. Stick legs and stop dead. Swirl base valve. Exio. Zhang Hao compared all the spells over and over again, but these spells did not have much similarity at all. There is no interrelationship between mantras and mantras. These mantras are just like the nonsense of the ancients, and they have no meaning for people to understand. Zhang Hao is not a person who likes to be horny. In this case, he decided to ask professionals for advice. Well, who should I find to solve this problem? Dumbledore? He must have no time, maybe he will say some crazy things to perfuse me. Professor Flitwick? Or Snape? Forget it, try them all. As long as the problem can be solved, whoever loves it. In a certain spell class, after Zhang Hao finished his spell practice, he asked Professor Flitwick about his problems in class. Professor Flitwick, can you tell us what role the spell plays in the release of magic? Chapter 58, One Hard-to-Pierce Film. Professor Flitwick was stunned for a moment, and then began to lower his head to think. To be honest, he really didn't expect anyone to ask this question. Hogwarts sent away generations of students. Few people could use all the spells proficiently before graduation, and even fewer would bother to study the essence of magic. Occasionally a few geniuses sprang out, and they may not work hard in this area. Many people only enter the magic society before they have the idea of developing new spells due to various difficulties. There are very few students who have begun to study the nature of magic in their school days. Professor Flitwick thought for a moment, and suddenly realized that he knew nothing about Zhang Hao's question. There was a huge pressure in his heart, and it was really easy to teach a genius student. But if the students learn fast enough, the teacher can easily be hollowed out. Professor Flitwick said embarrassingly, Mr. Zhang Hao, your question is very deep. Although I was the champion of the duel at Hogwarts, I only know how to use the spell better. The effect of the arrival, to be honest, I am also a little understanding. The students in the class looked at each other. One question actually stumped the professor. Is the gap between people really that big? Of course, I also have a certain understanding of the curse. Flitwick wanted to restore his dignity that was about to be lost. He explained as best as he could, the curse assists us in releasing magic. In a sense, it's also a medium. I don't know, does this answer help Mr. Zhang Hao? Help? Of course not. This level of understanding, Zhang Hao had already realized it by himself. He needs a deeper level of understanding, an understanding that allows him to transform magic as he pleases. He felt that there was only a thin film away from that understanding, but this thin film could not be broken. He shook his head and said, Sorry. Professor Flitwick, I hope to have a deeper understanding of spells. This statement of yours does not help me. Excuse me, who do you think will have a deeper understanding? Oh. It's a shame not to be able to help you. Professor Flitwick said, ashamed. Perhaps you should ask Professor McGonagall, or Professor Snape. I remember that Professor Snape used to. I created a spell. Oh. I almost forgot about Professor Dumbledore. If anyone must have an answer, it must be Professor Dumbledore. He has been out of the spell by casting his magic, and I think he should give it. You have a satisfactory answer. Zhang Hao nodded when he heard the words, and he said respectfully, "Thank you, Professor, for your guidance. You are a respectable person." Under normal circumstances, the teacher is somewhat unhappy when he is stumped by the students. But this situation did not happen to Professor Flitwick. Not only did he not blame Zhang Hao, but he did his best to give pointers. From the point of view of teacher ethics, Professor Flitwick has no flaws. So in Zhang Hao's eyes, Professor Flitwick is indeed worthy of respect. "Oh. It's nothing," Professor Flitwick said modestly, "trust me, any Hogwarts professor will do this." Ron suddenly whispered, "As I see it, Professor Snape would not do this. If it is a Gryffindor student who asks a question, maybe a few points will be deducted." Although his voice was very small, the classroom was very quiet, so everyone heard this. Some people couldn't help but laugh, while others glared. But everyone agrees with this statement in their hearts, because Snape is such a person. If Snape wasn't overly targeting Gryffindor, then he would be a perfect professor. At least most Gryffindors think so. After the curse class was over, Zhang Hao found Professor McGonagall. Compared to Snape, Zhang Hao prefers to deal with Professor McGonagall. Because she has always treated geniuses preferentially, and Zhang Hao happens to be the genius in her eyes. "Professor McGonagall, can you tell me the actual role of the spell in the magic casting process?" Zhang Hao has a stern face and looks very serious. He must not be a hippie smile on academic issues. "Sorry? Can you repeat the question?" Mr. Zhang Hao. Professor McGonagall didn't know if he didn't hear clearly, or he needed time to think. She also looked serious and became interested in Zhang Hao's question. Zhang Hao repeated the question, and then said helplessly, "I have been thinking about this question for a long time. To be honest, I asked Professor Flitwick, but I am not satisfied with the answer he gave. I wonder if you can help me answer it. This problem." Professor McGonagall supported the glasses, and then solemnly said, "This question of yours is also a question that many wizards want to know. There has never been a shortage of wizards who have studied this question in history. They all hope to get the answers so that they can create a stronger one. Some of the spells were born as wizards explored this issue. The wizards who created these spells have all made great achievements without exception. But there are also many wizards who died in the process of studying this problem. They had an accident while studying a new spell and gave their lives for the magic. Some people can't even find the dead body. Do you know how miserable it was?" "Professor, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, I know." Zhang Hao suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He explained, "I know it in my heart. I believe I won't have that kind of accident." "Oh. God." Professor McGonagall raised her index finger and pointed at Zhang Hao. She sternly said, "I knew you wanted to try to create magic, Mr. Zhang Hao, I warn you. You better stop this terrible thing. Experiment, that might cost you your life." As expected, the ominous anticipation is over. "Professor McGonagall, I already have a certain idea, please trust me." Zhang Hao struggled, "Really, I only succeeded in one step. If you know the answer to this question, would you please tell me?" "No. I don't know, I never thought about this problem, nor did any related attempts." Professor McGonagall shook his head, "And, even if I know, I won't tell you, you die." Zhang Hao was silent. He didn't expect Professor McGonagall to be so staunch. But thinking about it carefully, what Professor McGonagall said is also in line with her usual style. This is an extremely rational professor. She is usually very old-fashioned, and she will not be merciless if she catches anyone who makes a mistake. And creating a new spell is something that an adult wizard can do. Of course she cannot allow Zhang Hao to do it. In general, she is also a good teacher who adheres to principles. It seems I can only go to Snape. I hope he can help me solve this problem. Zhang Hao didn't want to contact Dumbledore from the bottom of his heart. The old man was very scheming, and he would play it as if he was not careful. This is how Harry Wave entered the circle, and Zhang Hao couldn't help but guard. Although he has practiced occlumency, sometimes he doesn't necessarily need magic if he wants to see through a person. Chapter 59, Wrath of the Aurora. Potions office. Zhang Hao stood in front of Snape and asked expectantly, "Professor, can you tell me the nature of the spell?" Snape glanced at Zhang Hao and gradually frowned. After a long time, he said indifferently, "The essence of the spell is the of the mind. In the process of casting the magic, it can keep you from thinking about it. Do you have any other questions?" Zhang Hao thought for a while, and said, "Can the professor give me an example? I still don't understand. The spell can really restrain the mind. I thought you were a genius, but now it seems that you are not. I really don't understand why you have such a good grade." Snape said impatiently, "The reason why the curse binds your mind is because when you hear a spell, you will think of the corresponding magic. For example, when you hear Explanimaz, you will think of the disarming curse. When you cast magic at this time, you will only remove the target's weapon and not kill the target. Your magic power will not be affected by this. The other party kills. What is this not thinking control?" Snape's voice gradually became softer. He seemed to murmur, uttering word by word, "For another example, when you mention the life of Avada, you will have the idea of killing someone. Every spell will make you think of the corresponding magic for the first time, understand?" "Thank you, Professor." Zhang Hao lowered his head in thought for a moment, nodded and said, "I think I know the effect of the spell." "Then what are you doing here?" Snape started to drive people, and he said irritably, "I don't have time to waste it with you." "Then I won't disturb you, goodbye." After leaving the potions office, Zhang Hao was still thinking about what Snape said. He felt that he only needed a little strength to completely pierce the film. But, just a little bit. When you mention a spell, you think of a magic. Isn't this Nima the simplest psychological suggestion? Zhang Hao was greatly excited, as if he had understood the true meaning of magic. While walking in the corridor, he muttered to himself, "Yes. The moment the spell is mentioned, the wizard will imagine the effect of it in his mind. What is this not a psychological suggestion? I understand. I understand it." He can't wait to sink into the illusion and experiment, but it's still early. Although he was very anxious, he had to wait patiently. Finally, night fell. The castle gradually became quiet, and Draco had already heard a slight snoring sound. Zhang Hao calmed down and slowly sank into the mysterious illusion. Psychological hint? It seems that if you want to create new magic, you must break the shackles of existing spells. The theory is there, but how to apply it in the experiment is still a difficult problem for Zhang Hao. He closed his eyes and imagined the effect of the flash spell. Hey! How much brightness is needed to dazzle blind people's eyes? The light intensity required by the illumination mantra is very soft, while the light intensity required by the flash mantra is very strong. But people subconsciously, the distinction between these two effects is not obvious. Because they are all shining, their strength and weakness interval cannot be locked subconsciously. If you want to lock this interval, you must rely on subjective consciousness. But if you want to complete a magic, you must devote yourself to it. Reason and emotion are indispensable. Subjective consciousness corresponds to rationality, and subconsciousness corresponds to emotions. The subjective consciousness and the subconscious cannot coordinate, and the magic cannot be completed. Only when the subjective consciousness locks the magic effect and the subconsciousness responds to it, can the actual effect be achieved. Since the birth of magic, it has been generally believed that magic consists of 3 elements. The 3 elements are magic, spells, and spell-casting skills. Now Zhang Hao has a deeper understanding of the 3 elements. He feels that the spell should be replaced by will. Because the spell itself serves to control the will, it is not a necessary factor. Zhang Hao is thinking about magic theory, while trying to find a solution based on the problems he has encountered. It seems that there is a big problem in thinking about using the lighting spell to cast the flashing spell. Because before casting this spell, I subconsciously think that no matter how bright the light is, it is impossible to blind people's eyes. What if you change a reference object? Is the sun okay? Zhang Hao adjusted his emotions and imagined in his mind the radiant and extremely hot scene of the sun. Then, he suddenly raised his wand and roared, "Thuan right! Sunshine!" The golden wand suddenly emits a bright light. At first, this light was only the size of a grain of rice, but it gradually became bigger and bigger. The grains of rice became the size of a soybean, then the size of a wheel, and finally it was in the sky. Endless light, carrying endless heat. The fog in the fantasy space has been dispelled. In the barren fantasy space, there is really a sun. It's just that the sun seems too close to the earth. Zhang Hao was sweating profusely, he did not dare to open his eyes, and he had no idea what had happened to the illusion. He felt that he was melting, his body was like a wax sculpture. The burning pain pierced the brain from the whole body up and down. Boom! Suddenly www.novel.com Zhang Hao burned into a ball of fire. At the last moment, he resisted the burning pain and opened his eyes. He watched the sun turn into shavings and scattered on the ground of the illusion. The fantasy space was silent for a while before Zhang Hao's figure reunited. As if he had collapsed, he lay directly on the ground tired. What a mighty power! What is this? Forbidden spell? It doesn't matter whether we are the enemy or the enemy. Just call it the Great Sun Curse. The consumption of magic power is too great, it is useless in actual combat. Zhang Hao rested while analyzing the new magic that had just been born. The first thing to be sure is that the Great Sun Mantra is a successful magic. Although the spells and casting skills are very rough, the effect cannot be ignored. The shortcomings are also obvious, that is, it consumes a lot of mana and does not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Judging by the measurement standards in online games, this is a veritable forbidden curse. It's not bad to die with the enemy at the critical moment. But this is not the effect Zhang Hao wants. He murmured, it would be great if the power could be smaller, and the kill range must be controllable. What should I do? Which word to use as a hint? A picture gradually appeared in his mind. In the square canyon, there are magic crystals, defensive towers, big dragons, and wild monsters, small soldiers and siege vehicles. 10 heroes are in a melee, and suddenly there is a beautiful female soldier, raising her hand to release a thick beam of light. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "It's her. This is the skill." He closed his eyes again and replaced himself on the battlefield. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, pointed his wand in the distance, and said indifferently, "The fury of the dawn goddess Sunflower Flare." Chapter 60, Super Foodie Daphne. The tip of the curse appeared a little light, and then it quickly expanded into a barrel-thick beam of light. The beam of light shoots toward the sky, like the first light of dawn. The beam of light lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then gradually became dim, from a thick bucket to a thin arm. Finally, Zhang Hao's magic power was exhausted, and the beam of light disappeared. It succeeded. A new magic is born. Zhang Hao looked tired, but his eyes were full of shocking brilliance. The flash spell I wanted seems to be impossible, but the sun flares are enough. After a long rest, Zhang Hao made an obsidian statue in the illusion. He wants to test the power of the new magic, at least to figure out what circumstances it is suitable for. After a period of brewing, the blazing white beam of light reproduces the illusion. The beam of light hit the obsidian statue instantly, but it burned the obsidian statue to fiery red in a moment. 10 seconds later, the beam of light disappeared, and the obsidian statue remained fiery red and translucent. Its shape has undergone a huge change, just like baked glass. With the loss of heat, the obsidian gradually turns white, covered with fine holes, and small and crisp particles fall off from time to time. Under normal circumstances, obsidian will only experience this kind of change when it is burned at a high temperature of more than 1000 degrees. In other words, the exposure temperature of solar flares is at least 1000 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao is very satisfied with the result. From the temperature point of view, the power of the sun flares is enough. There is no one in this world who can withstand 1000 degrees of heat, nor does the wizarding world. The duration of illusion is still very long. Zhang Hao practiced solar flares over and over again, trying to find loopholes in this magic to improve it. This procedure is very necessary. There are always many shortcomings in the beginning of a magic. Take the newly born sunflower flare. Although it is very powerful, it takes a certain amount of time to brew before the spell is cast, and it needs a lot of magic power to maintain it after the spell is cast. These are all very fatal weaknesses. From the perspective of online games, the magic of sunflower flare not only shook for a long time before casting, but also read the article to maintain it after casting successfully. If you cast a solar flare on Voldemort, I am afraid that you will have been hit by the death curse before it is over. From the point of view of characteristics, the sun flares should be attributed to ancient magic, and they are eliminated. Don't think that magic has always been so concise. In fact, a long time ago, those majestic magic only occupied the mainstream status. Because of the efforts of countless sages, the ancient magic that swayed so long before casting the spell has become as concise as it is today. The next thing Zhang Hao needs to do is to gradually reduce the forward shaking time of the solar flares. He has no information left by the sages, so everything can only be fumbled. Perhaps practice makes perfect. After countless practice, it should be possible to reduce the time before shaking. Once, twice, 3 times, hundreds of times, thousands of times. Before the fantasy space shattered, Zhang Hao finally shortened the forward shaking time of the solar flare to 2 seconds. But this is far from enough, because the activation time of Avada's life is less than 1 second. Although the difference is only a second, it is deadly enough. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly. He felt that he needed to practice more because of his proficiency in reducing the time before shaking. It is absolutely impossible for the sages to have so much time to practice. They may have mastered other compression techniques. A school year is coming to an end, and the atmosphere at Hogwarts is getting more and more tense. Because the final exam is coming, except for some academic masters, I am afraid that no one likes exams. But the exam will not be cancelled just because anyone doesn't like it. Everyone has to face this difficulty. Therefore, Zhang Hao has always been able to see students in 2s and 3s in the library recently, and they tried to make up for the courses they didn't learn well in the past. Although some people are in the library, they don't know where they are. Oh! I will never remember this. Ron dropped the quill in his hand and said decadently, "It's better to kill me if I remember this." Of course, how can your pig's brain remember anything? Draco couldn't help but mocked, "Your brothers hate them, but they have to admit that they are much better than you." Perhaps because Zhang Hao was shocked enough, Draco often troubled Ron and Harry when he was not reconciled. It seemed that this would restore his confidence. The Slytherin trio and the Gryffindor trio are actually very similar in some respects. Their combination includes a student master, a student scum, and a stubborn boy. Zhang Hao and Hermione are academic masters, Daphne and Ron are academic scumbags, Draco and Harry are both half-hearted. This combination can be seen everywhere in Hogwarts. The table next to Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, and Neville Longbottom are the same. It seems that the little wizards like to engage in this kind of small combination, and I don't know if it has been affected in some way. Looking at these three-person teams, Zhang Hao always thinks of some hot-blooded comics inexplicably. A protagonist who is usually dumb and has arrears in IQ, enters the battle and becomes a genius who is very smart. An eye-catching young lady who plays the role of a vase, sometimes she also has special attributes. A supporting role who is always troublesome, and the protagonist always wipes his when causing trouble. It seems that these small groups of Hogwarts are like this. Zhang Hao glanced at Draco and Daphne, and suddenly realized that he did not have the potential to be the protagonist. He is not stupid, he is not in arrears with IQ, and he will not burst into battle. Forget it, forget this discovery. During Zhang Hao's cranky time www.ltnovel.com, Ron and Draco quarreled again. What qualifications do you have to call me? Ron glanced at Draco and said disdainfully, do you think you can get a perfect score? Don't be stupid. I may not get the full score, but I must be better than you. Draco yelled, do you dare to make a bet? Weasley? Just bet on 10 chocolate frogs. I'm afraid you can't lose if you bet too much. The weakened Harry immediately became energetic when he heard this. He urged, Ron, promise him, I'll lose it. Okay. Ron was hesitant at first, and said decisively after hearing this, just bet on 10 chocolate frogs, and everyone will testify. It's boring. Hermione said disgustedly, can't you be as mature as Zhang Hao? Which one of you wins? Can you give me a chocolate frog to eat? Daphne said pitifully, I ate all my snacks. Daphne, you are such a foodie. Zhang Hao said helplessly, have you eaten all the snacks I brought from China? Well, Chinese snacks are so delicious. Daphne praised excitedly, so I couldn't help it, so I ate all of them. Especially if I fried it, I still want to eat it. Does any of you have any more? Everyone looked at each other, and they were all shocked by this. The snacks that everyone shared together, everyone knows how much each other has. In order to take care of Daphne, Zhang Hao deliberately got her a snack bag. The non-marking stretch curse was applied to the snack bag, and the snacks in it could not be eaten for a semester. But before the end of a semester, Daphne actually said that she ate all those snacks. How is this not shocking? Draco looked at Daphne in disbelief, and said in horror, you can really eat, I warn you, don't take my idea.